Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a beautiful day here in Dubai. Of course, this is the first round of racing at the Dubai Podium, but it's not the first time we've gone racing this season so far because, well, we've gone racing already at the Yas Marina circuit for at least two of our series that are racing here today, the Gulf Radical Cup and, of course, the Gulf Pro Car. Now, we also have this weekend SBK joining us for this fantastic race. Now, here we are live at the Autodrome. We'll kick things off today in around 8 minutes time with qualifying for the Gulf Radical Cup. But before we do that, let's tell you a little bit about the circuit that we're currently racing on, because we're here at the Dubai Autodrome and we're using the national circuit configuration. It's 3.56 kilometers in length, and that's what all of the three categories that we're racing here today will be utilizing. Now, our first session of the day will be a 20-minute session, for the Gulf Radical Cup. We'll be qualifying for sprint race day one. Now, this will set the grid up for qualifying, and well, it would be, I would say it would be quite difficult to figure out who it might be on pole, but I think it's a safe bet to say that the defending champion and the points winner from last time out, Alex Bukunchtov, will most likely be the man on pole position. But we'll wait and see, because of course it's a new season. We have some new drivers. We have some quick drivers. We've got some drivers that have rapidly improved over the summer break, and we have some fresh faces in the field as well that have they put on a fantastic display of racing already. So we'll go racing in the next sort of 7 minutes or so. But of course there is plenty of action coming today, and of course we're live throughout the weekend here for the Gulf Pro Car Series, Gulf Radical Cup, and of course the SBK National Championship as well. To kick things off, though, as we said, we've got qualifying for both, for all three categories, for Gulf Radical Cup, Gulf Pro Car, and also the SBK National Championship. But we'll actually have we'll have Gulf Radical Cup first. We'll have a bit of warm-up for the Gulf Pro Car, and then qualifying for DSBK National Championship with Gulf Pro Car following shortly behind. If you're looking for the times of the race, well, the first race of the day here is the Gulf Radical Cup, and that starts at 10 past 11 local time here in the United Arab Emirates. If you're watching, thank you so much for joining us. If you fancy coming down to the track and checking out what we have on offer to see some amazing racing here this weekend, you can come down to the Dubai Autodrome, check it out, because there's a lot of things happening here. We've got the full grandstand, we have food trucks, there's a paddock area which is very friendly and very open, and it's a great family-friendly environment as well. There's some amazing spots that you can see some amazing racing action here today. So our first session, we said, is a 20-minute session here for the Gulf Radical Cup, and we'll have a total of 13 drivers that will take to the track. Now, just having a quick look at who we have here this weekend. Now, I do see one new name on the grid, but he's not new to the racing scene here in the United Arab Emirates. That's Yahid Khadim, who will join us this weekend. So we're up to 13. We were at 12 cars last time out, at the Yas Marina circuit, and it's always good to have more and more cars in the field. Of course, we've got plenty of drivers and riders from around the world descending on the United Arab Emirates. A lot of them here do race overseas as well. A lot of them race in the Asian Le Mans series, the Dubai 24-hour, the Gulf 12-hour, even the Gulf Historic, which is coming up in a couple of weeks' time right here at the Dubai Autodrome. And you can get your tickets right now, because of course that is selling out fast. It's a fantastic family-friendly event as well, and it's an incredible display of some of the most iconic cars that have raced anywhere in the world. So we're just moments away from starting our first session. About 5 minutes time will be the first session for the Gulf Radical Cup. And as we said, 13 drivers in total will take to the track here around the national circuit configuration, 3.56 kilometers, and we've got that iconic club link, which I assume will be a hotspot here today. We're going to have some interesting battles through that sector, because it's a very quick left, right, left, and up through the bowl complex. Actually, no, it's a right, left, right, isn't it? Because you come down on the back straight, but you don't use the whole of the back straight. You use about half of it, and then you quickly into that right turn, a quick left, a quick right, and then a swoop round the bowl through the left-hander, and then down towards the final two corners. That last sector is always interesting, and we've seen some very interesting lines being taken, especially through the Gulf Radical Cup Championship over the past couple of years, where a lot of drivers have tried the outside line, and you don't really think that would actually work, but a lot of drivers have somehow made it stick. So if you just joined us, hello and welcome to the live stream here. We're live all weekend here for all the series that we're currently running this weekend, the Golf Radical Cup, Golf Pro Car, and of course the SBK National Championship, which is going to be a very, very exciting one as well. We'll talk about more of them when they pop up on our screen, but first of all, we've got to talk about the Golf Radical Cup. We've got a total of, as we said, 13 drivers. We've got 4 teams that are racing. We've got TT Racing, Golf Sport Racing, Leighton House, and of course R2 Race. I think that's Rent to Race. Of course, unfortunately, a few drivers who were with us last season not here. Yakoba Mazza not here. Did not see him on the entry list a couple of weeks ago at Yas, and not here this weekend either. But it looks like Yahid Kardem may have taken over that car and is now the number 7. But great to see Yahid Kardem back in the championship as well. He raced last year in the Golf Pro Car series a number of times. It's great to see him hop back into the car here. Defending champion Alex Bakunchtov is returning as well to the championship, and it was a very strong form a few weeks ago at the Yas Marina circuit. Won all 3 races. Came under pressure though towards the end of the race from Alim Geshev, and we were waiting to see if Alim could try and capitalise and take the win away from him, but alas, there was just not enough time left on the clock, and unfortunately for him, he had to relinquish his, well, he just had to settle in for 2nd position at the end of the day. But Alim Geshev was a newcomer last season. He showed some true pace, especially towards the latter half of the season when he started to get to grips with the season, the cars, the tracks, and of course the season as a whole. And well, he's going to be one to watch out for this season. But who can dethrone Alex Bakunchtov? That is the real question. And well, that's going to be a very, very tough ask to do as well. But there is some familiar faces. Johnny Kazuma is back for another championship here in his number 5, an all-new car for him this season. Didn't fare too well down at the Yas Marina circuit. Didn't quite see him on the podium, but he was fighting for position throughout the field. And hopefully this weekend we'll have some better results from the Lebanese driver. We also have Amir Faisalin, who's returned. I think he's probably one of the oldest drivers in the field. Now, probably the oldest is not a great word to use there. Let's say seasoned veteran, because it seems to be he's been around for as long as I can remember in this championship, and year on year he just continues to get better and better as the season goes by. He's had a spell in the British Radical Series as well a number of years ago, came back, massive improvement. I remember he got his first win here at the Dubai Autodrome as well, and he was absolutely elated, and more came after that as well. Paul Huskinson returns from last year in the number 20, and as we move on from Amir Faisalin, there he is now making his way down pit lane here at the Dubai Autodrome. Usman Magal returns as well to the championship after doing some part-time scheduling last season. He's a very, very quick man indeed. He took the lead through the first corner last time out of the Yas Marina circuit. Then the safety car came out, and unfortunately, due to safety car procedures, he was in breach of that, and unfortunately was hit with a penalty which dropped him out of contention for a podium finishing position. And no doubt he'll be able to improve on that this time round, because well, he was on the podium twice last time out, and be looking to not make the same mistake again. Ibi Hadid, a new driver to the championship, joins us this season as well. He was down with us at the Yas Marina circuit, and of course is here to hone his craft and get up to speed. He did get up to speed actually in the endurance round that we had last time out, which of course we'll have this weekend as well, but that'll be tomorrow for a 45-minute enduro. Julien Monet returns, but this time racing for Leighton House in the 23. Zig Furmeister also returns to the championship, an unfortunate race one for him last time out. An incident on the opening lap through Sector 1 put him out immediately, but he came back fighting strong. Mark Holm also returns to the championship with Golf Sport Racing. Perkles David is a newcomer this year in the 69, did both the sprint races but didn't do the endurance round in Yas Marina. We'll look to see what he's doing this weekend and how his schedule is. Alim Geshev, as we said, he's massively improved over the summer break and has been contending for points already this season, but he's looking for that all-important first win. And Jimmy Cho will be the 13th driver that we have here today with us in the 87 for TT Racing in his Radical SR3 XX. So it looks like we're about to get set for racing here, or qualifying even, should I say. And I'm very excited for the weekend here. I want to get things going, but of course before we get things going here, we have to figure out who's going to be where on the grid. And of course that means we have to go qualifying for 20 minutes here at the Dubai Autodrome around the national circuit, 3.56 kilometers in length, as I said before. We've got the club link here involved this weekend, and that's going to be a real hotspot. I think that's where most of the action is going to take place. Of course, turn 1 as well will be a hotspot, because that's a long braking zone. It's down the front straight. Obviously, the straight here at the Dubai Autodrome is long, And you can build up, obviously, a lot of speed when you go making your way down towards turn one. And we've seen our fair share of incidents down there. Let's just hope we get through nice and cleanly when we go through this first laps of the race here. But we're moments away from starting qualifying here at the Dubai Autodrome. Again, it will be a 20-minute session around the national circuit configuration. Thank you so much for joining us. If you've just tuned in, we do appreciate your company. If you have comments, do let us know. We'll be happy to respond. And of course, we appreciate you supporting us here as well. It's a great day to go racing as well. The weather is absolutely phenomenal. There's a couple of clouds in the sky, but none of them are grey, so it looks like we'll have a very slim chance of rain. We didn't have any last time out, although there was speculation there could be rain at some point. We don't usually get rain during our race weekends here in the United Arab Emirates. We've had them in the past. They've been isolated incidences at certain parts of the track, which have been quite interesting, but not enough to halt racing. And well, the pit lane will open in what looks to be, well, it should be open right now, and then the green flag is waving, so that means we're going qualifying here for the first time at the Dubai Autodrome. And well, the first session now officially underway here at the track, and the drivers will start peeling onto the track as we speak. You can hear them all the way down there at the pit lane. We're a little bit further down from their position at the moment, but we'll see them drive past us soon enough. So the flying lap now underway for the drivers. I think the first driver there could have been Amir Faisalin, excuse me, because he looked like he was really ready to go for this session, looking to get those lap times in as soon as he can. But it'll be Alex Bukunstov will be the one to watch out for here. How fast can he do this? Because we did see this in the Aston Marina, that he did only a handful of laps, set the quick time, and then decided he'd come into the pit lane. I think he did pop up once after that, but no one could really get close to him. Now let's see how tight the field will be this time round at the Dubai Autodrome for our second race weekend of the season for the Golf Radical Cup for 2023 and 2024. 2 races today, 2 sprint races of 25 minutes apiece. Tomorrow we'll have a 45-minute enduro that will feature a mandatory pit stop, and that always throws a spanner in the works. It always plays a crucial part of the championship. It's interesting to see how the strategies play out, how the teams do it and everything like that, and how they figure it out. And it's a really, really good race here. Well, it looks like another driver has appeared on our timing screens. And well, they are in a car number that's to be confirmed. Now I'm trying to figure out who has not, or who has been removed from our timing screens. So Joel Sturger has joined the championship, and indeed Amir Faisalin there was the first one across the line, so his flying lap is done. Now what can he do here on the opening stages of this qualifying session? He's got a lot of clear track ahead of him. He's got Ibi Hadid behind him, but quite a few car lengths behind him. Alex Bukunstov just behind Ibi Hadid as well. I think it'd be good for Ibi to let Alex Bukunstov through and kind of follow him around the Dubai Autodrome, because of course you're not a champion for nothing, that's for sure. Alex Bukunstov, a very, very fast man indeed. Raced in the Asia Le Mans Series earlier this year as well, amongst another endurance championships, mostly raced in the LMP category, the LMP3 if I'm not mistaken, well, some good races there for him as we look at Julien Monet here in the gorgeous Leighton House car there. A phenomenal looking livery on that car, very, very eye-catching on that car. So the first couple of cars now coming across the line. So we've had up to Julien Monet, so Amir Faisalin, Ibi Hadid, Perkles David, Paul Huskinson, Yahad Kalim and Jimmy Cho. Julien Monet have come across the line. Alex Bukunstov has also gone through, but it said he's not completed the lap for some reason, so he may have just gone out. That might have been then the car that we saw would be Perkles David. Now, the mysterious car has been removed from our timing screen, so there might have just been an error. And there he is, there's defending champion and the current points leader as well, Alex Bukunstov. And here comes Amir Faisalin, so he'll be the first to put a lap time in. Now we can have a look at what that time will be, because it's a 1:29 to 5:73, excuse me, at the very beginning there. So that is the fastest lap so far, and the time to beat. What can Johnny Kazoum do when he comes across the line? Well, not much, because he's just completed his out lap, and now he is on his first official qualification lap. But Ibi Hadid will come across the line now, followed by the 26. Now Ibi Hadid will sit in second for the time being with 1:38.534. He's still got the pace there, and he's trailing the leader by 8.9 seconds. Well, now Paul Huskinson has gone second fastest in the 20. As the 21 has come across the line of Usman Makal. We'll see where he qualifies as well. He had a strong qualifying performance as well at the Aston Marina circuit a few weeks ago. Jimmy Cho now goes fastest of all. Now, he was in contention actually for a front row start a couple of weeks ago at the Yas Marina circuit, but was picked by Alex Bukunchtov and I think it was Johnny Kazoum that lined up alongside Alex in that sprint race. They were waiting for Bukunchtov to work his way through. Now he's gone through sector 3 on his outlap, and he'll come across the line shortly, and we'll see what the time is as Alim Geshev is there across the line. Gets third fastest that time round with a 1:39.93, followed by Amir Faisalin. Now it looks to be Alex Bukunchtov might be giving himself a bit of a gap, because he did come through previously just ahead of Amir Faisalin, and it seems to be he's just getting some heat in the tyres, trying to warm up the car and get himself prepared for his officially qualifying has begun for him, but he hasn't quite started just yet. He hasn't put that time in that we're looking for, or he's looking for even as well. So Amir Faisalin does improve on that time, 1:25.726. He goes 2.3 seconds faster than Jimmy Cho, who is a 1:28.073 that time round. So it looks to be all the drivers have made their way out. Mark Holm was the last car to work its way out of the pit lane and onto the Dubai Autodrome for the first time. And now the laps are starting to roll in here. What could Yahid Khadim do here when he comes across the line? Well, he's gone 1:31.776, excuse me, as Julien Monet now moves up to third overall with a 1:28.309. Now, it does seem to be a few of the drivers here taking it a little bit easier in the opening stages here, just to get to grips. It's been quite a while, to be honest, since we got racing here at the Dubai Autodrome. It's been a good couple of months. So, of course, the drivers might be shaking off a bit of rust here that they might have. And, of course, just relearning the track here at the Dubai Autodrome. Again, we're using the national circuit configuration as, once again, the timesheet leader. Amir Faisalin not anymore, because Alim Geshev is now the fastest man out there with 1:24.478. As he works his way across. What could Johnny Kazoum do this time round? Well, he's gone second fastest with 1:25.041. Bukunchtov, though, across the line. Does he improve? Not yet. Bukunchtov still down in 12th position at the moment with a 1:37. As Alim Geshev now goes fast of all with a 1:24.478 that time round. So Alim Geshev, your new session leader here around the Autodrome. There's Jimmy Cho across the line in the 87. He's got a new front end by the looks of it. It's not a complete yellow car anymore. It now has a white front end. As Jimmy Cho sits second fastest. He's quickest through sector 1 and sector 3 at the moment. Purple through both sectors. And well, Johnny Kazoum's just gone fastest through sector 1. Let's see what he can do, as into the pit lane comes the number 7. And that is Yahid Khadim, who joins us this weekend. Alex Bukunchtov just gone quickest through sector 1 this time round as well with a 40.580, as Yahid Khadim sits just in front of him. Alex Bukunchtov down in 13th position, as Alim Geshev across the line. No improvement with a 1:24.5 dead that time round, so he was about 1/6 of a second slower than his personal best so far, and of course session best, as Amir Faisalin across the line. No improvement from Amir Faisalin, as he's now down in 4th position. Here is our championship leader coming through it across the line in the number 1 car, rebadged from last season, and of course there he goes, fast of all with a 1:23.930. He's 0.3 of a second faster compared to the rest of the field for the time being, and Johnny Kazoum now sits in 2nd position, as Alim Geshev dropped down to 3rd. So Johnny Kazoum also improved on his lap previously. Remember, he was going fast through sector 1 as well, wasn't he? He did have that purple time briefly before Alex Bukunchtov took it from him. Amir Faisalin the quickest though through sector 3 that time round with a 17.076. As into the pit lane comes Jimmy Cho in his 87. Currently sat on the 2nd row of the grid in 4th position, so he'd be on the outside for that row. Julien Monet looking to improve. He's down in 12th position at the moment in the 23 in the Leighton House car. And is that an improvement for him? Yes, it is, as he moves up into 8th place. As through the final corner, is that Alim Geshev? Yes, it is. The 77 looking for more time here. And Alim Geshev, where has he dropped down to? Well, for some reason now his name is shown as Alim Bukunchtov in 3rd position. And I wonder if that's an interesting error. in the 77 car. As Yahid Kardam is now exited pit lane, so maybe just a quick tweak there to the car as Bukanshtov across the line. Once again, it goes quicker with a 1:23.556 that time round. He's 5/10 of a second faster than Johnny Kazoum was on his best lap. Jimmy Cho, oh no, Mark Holm actually moves up because Jimmy Cho's still in the pit lane, isn't he? Yes, it is, as Mark Holm improves. He's up now into 5th position with Alex Bukanshtov still topping the timing sheets, but he's not quickest through sector 2 at the moment. That goes the way of Johnny Kazoum for the time being with a 17.057. The 21 there across the line of Usman Magal, down in 6th position at the moment on the 3rd row of the grid. Looking to see if he can improve his lap time here. Can't wait to see what he'll do though on the opening stages of our race that will take place later on today as we approach now the halfway point of our first session of the day, the Gulf Radical Cup qualifying here for the sprint race for day 1. As Leighton House's Julien Monet comes into the pit lane from 8th on track. And that is his current starting position. We'll hope to see him back out as Jimmy Cho has gone out, so a slight tweak to Cho's car as well. And let's see if that will be an improvement for him. As Amir Faison across the line, can he improve? No, he can't. He's still in 7th position, just behind Usman Magal by about 9/100ths of a second. Johnny Kazoum there across the line. Does he improve? He does not. 40th of a second behind our pole sitter. But more importantly, Johnny Kazoum will be on that front row, unless Alim Geshev can do something about it in the 77. As that sounds like Julien Monet has made its way out. Car 77's lap has been invalidated for track limits at turn 9. And that was the 5th lap, so that might be why Alim Geshev was dropped down. And we have a car on the pit lane. That is Paul Huskinson that's come in, as Usman Magal moves up into 5th overall now in this qualifying session. Goes 5th fastest, puts him 1 place higher up the order. I think he'd like to be 1 row higher up the order. With 8.5 minutes remaining on the clock here in this session, who will be able to topple Alex Bukanshov's time of 1:24.157? Will it be the number 7 when they come across the line this time round? That's Yahid Kardam, who is currently at the tail end of the field, a 1:29.135 at the moment. Whole field separated by 5.5 seconds. As into the pit lane comes Alim Geshev. Car 1 has had its lap invalidated. Lap 6 has been removed for track limits at turn 9. And Johnny Kazoum goes fast as the ball here at the Dubai Autodrome. He goes 4/100ths of a second quicker compared to defending champion and points leader at the moment, Alex Bukanshtov. A fantastic lap there from the Lebanese driver. As Mark Holm there across the line in the 52. He goes 5th fastest, and he bumps Usman Magal a position down, puts him back in a 6th place. There's the 22 there of Ibi Hadid. Currently circulating in 10th at the moment, inside the top 10. And of course, on the 5th row of the grid, Julien Monet's back out after a few tweaks here and there for him. And he will go 8th fastest when he comes across the line there. Now we've got another car in the pit lane, and that is Alim... I wonder if it's Geshev. I'm going to have to check this with Alim Geshev or Alim Bukanshtov, because for the past season he's been Geshev, and he's also been Geshev at the previous round. Now, on our timing screens here, it shows us that he is now Alim Bukanshtov. So that means we'll have 2 Bukanshtovs here at the Dubai Autodrome. So Alim is in, and he's now 4th fastest, as Jimmy Cho has gone quicker than he has, and now sits 3rd overall. Car 7 has had a lap time deleted on lap 6. Track limits at turn 9. So it looks like turn 9 is quite a hot spot here this weekend already. Car 7 is Yahid Kardam, so that must have just happened for him as well. Indeed it did, because he's just on lap 7 here in this qualifying efforts today. Now into the pit lane, is that the number 1? Yes, it is. Alex Bukanshtov has come into the pit lane from 2nd at the moment in this session. Mark Holm goes past, but he's slowed down on the front straight. As Ibi looking to improve this time round. That was a personal best through sector 2, and a personal best as well. He does improve on his time to a 1:26.230. So that is an improvement, but unfortunately does not put him higher up the order. as he's currently in 10th. Well, Alex Bukunstov, well, he went fast in Sector 1 and Sector 2 before he came in the pit lane. He went purple in both sectors, but decided to come into the pit lane. So I wonder what could have happened there if he could have taken back pole position from Johnny Kazoum here at the Dubai Autodrome. And of course, currently in the pit lane, Usman Magal is in, Amir Faisalin is in as well. Perkelis David currently in the pit lane as well. So we've got 4 cars currently in the pit lane at the moment here. Johnny Kazoum still circulating, but it's not a quick lap from him. He's still 4/100th of a second faster at the moment compared to the defending champion. As Alim is across the line and he's followed by the pole sitter. And now out comes the defending champion, Alex Bukunstov. What can he do now in the last 5 minutes here of the race? Around the Dubai Autodrome, of course, using the national circuit configuration, 3.56 kilometers in length, with the club circuit as well. With the club link, excuse me, not the club circuit, that's a completely different track. We're using the national circuit, but the club link here featured heavily, and that's going to be a hot spot as we've got 2 cars now working their way through the final corner. Just behind them is the Leighton House number 23 of Julien Monet. Now, Zig Vermeister there across the line does improve. Paul Huskinson improves as well, up into 10th. Perkelis David in the pit lane. Ibi Hadid has just come in. That's who's just popped in the pit lane. Amir Faisalin has gone back out. Now, was that Alex Bukunstov as well who came across the line? I think it was Bukunstov who came across the line in the number 1, because he has done his out lap. A quick lap here around the national circuit. Dipping closer to the 120s. I don't think we'll get anywhere close to the low 123s. We're currently in the 123.8s and the 123.9s. As through the final corner comes Yahid Khanem, looking to improve. He's currently at the back of the grid at the moment as he comes across the line in the R2 Race car. No improvement though, but he does do a personal best of 128.244. So he's starting to pick up speed, but he's still 1.3 seconds back from his closest rival as Alim Geshev there across the line. And it looks like the timing screen has fixed itself, so it is Alim Geshev as pole sitter for the time being has come into the pit lane. Johnny Kazoum has entered the pit lane, and he'll be very delighted to hear that he is the current pole sitter. And he went faster through Sector 3 as well, despite being in the pit lane with a 17.057 that time round. Very interesting as Amir Faisalin across the line. No improvement from him, but he has just come out of the pit lane because his lap time there was a 4:41. As the 26 and the 28 there, both across the line. That is Zig Vermeister and Paul Huskinson. A personal best for Huskinson though, a 126.032. He's just a 10th of a second behind Zig Vermeister for the time being. And quite a tight field as well. All positions about less than a 10th of a second, less than a second separating all of them. It's about 4.3 seconds between the entire field here, and it looks like pit lane is getting busy. Johnny Kazoum is in, Jimmy Cho is in the pit lane as well. Usman Magal, Julien Monet is back in the pit lane. Ibi Hadid and Perkelis David are all in the pit lane currently. Let's see what Alex Bukunstov can do. Yahid Khanem comes through the final corner again. Will he improve this time round? And another personal best there for Yahid Khanem, and Alex Bukunstov goes quickest of all. I think we saw that coming, a 123.785, 9/100th of a second faster compared to Johnny Kazoum that time round. Personal best through Sector 3 with a 17.099. But still Johnny Kazoum the quickest through that third sector. And I don't think Kazoum has enough time to come out of the pit lane unless he does it right now to get another lap in. I think he might have to settle for that second position on track here for our first race of the day for the Golf Radical Cup. Less than 2 minutes to go on the clock, so we've got some time here. At least 2 laps can be recorded for the drivers here. As more cars now make their way into the pit lane. Now the 28 is coming in. The 26, excuse me, that's Zig Vermeister. There's the 52 of Mark Holm has gone across the line. Does improve as well, a 124.813. Brings him 0.3 of a second closer to Alim Geshev's time. As we're now in the closing stages of this Golf Radical Cup qualifying session to set the field up here for our first race as Bukunstov across the line. Will he improve this time round? A 125.661 with Yahid Kardim tucked in behind him. So I think on the previous lap it was the other way round. Yahid Kardim was in front of the pole sitter, but it looks like with that change of position it slowed the two down. So unfortunately no improvement for either of the two drivers. Unfortunately for Yahid Kardim, still at the tail end of the field here, but of course it is his first race weekend back with us here in the Golf Radical Cup, just getting to grips with the car. So as the session now winds down, the final few laps are coming in now. We've only got Alex Bukunstov, Johnny Kazoum, Paul Huskinson, who's just improved. He's gone up to 9th fastest at the moment. That bumps Ibi Hadid down into 11th position. So Paul Huskinson's time there at 125.830. 5 tenths of a second off of the man that will sit in front of him. As the checkered flag waves as the session comes to an end here. So this time round for Bukunstov, Kazoum, who's actually just gone back out. We didn't catch that. So Kazoum is now going to see if he can retake pole position here at the very end of the session. Jimmy Cho, no, that's Mark Holm, excuse me, that's coming because Jimmy Cho is already in the pit lane. What can Johnny Kazoum do this time around? He's gone through sector 2, he is quick through sector 3, but unfortunately he is in the pit lane, so he'll have to settle for second this time round at the Golf Radical Cup. But a valiant effort there from Johnny Kazoum as he works his way into Parc Fermé. There you see it on the screen. A deserved second position there for Johnny Kazoum, and Alex Bukunstov in the pit lane there right at the end. He takes pole position by 9/100ths of a second, but what can Amir Faisal do here at the end? Well, he goes 5th fastest, so he does improve, and he goes quickest through sector 3 there at the end as well with a 124.735. And we have just one more car, Paul Huskinson, to work his way across the line. Now, he did improve on the previous lap. Now, what can he do on this one? Can he claw back those 5/100ths of a second? No, he cannot, because into the pit lane comes Paul Huskinson here, and that is the last car to come into the pit lane, and that brings an end to our session here, our first session at the Dubai Autodrome, but more to come, because up next we'll have more qualifying. Well, actually, we'll have a warm-up first for Golf Pro Car, and then we'll move on to qualifying for our next series, which I think it will be the DSBK National Championship will go up next. It will be Alex Bukunstov on pole position with Johnny Kazoum alongside for company. Jimmy Cho and Alim Gashev will share the second row of the grid, with Amir Faisal and Mark Holm sharing row number 3. Usman Magal and Julien Monet will share the 4th row. Paul Huskinson and Zig Vermeister will share the 5th row of the grid, with Ibi Hadid and Perkles David on row number 6. And at the tail end of the field, returning to the championship, will be Yahid Kardim in the R2 race number 7 on lineup 13th overall. So our first race for the Golf Radical Cup will start. Well, we've got a few more sessions to get through before we go officially racing today, and their first race will be at 11:10 or 10 past 11. Then of course we'll start forming up the grid on at around 10:50, and of course we'll try to do our best to get down there and get some words in from the drivers, including Johnny Kazoum, Alim Gashev, Alex Bukunstov, and the rest of the field. So that wraps up this session. We're going to go for a warm-up session now for Golf Pro Car, and then right after that is done, we'll be back with qualifying for the DSBK National Championship, followed by qualifying for the Golf Pro Car, and then the first race of the day for the Golf Radical Cup. So do join us for that here at the Dubai Autodrome. It's going to be a fantastic day of racing, and actually as soon as we get into the session, we've got a bit of cloud coverage here at the Autodrome, but they're not grey, so I don't think that will fare. I don't think we're going to have too many issues with rain this weekend. So for now, we say goodbye briefly. We'll be back though in around 10-15 minutes time after the warm-up has been concluded for Golf Pro Car, and we'll be back to more qualifying action here at the Dubai Autodrome, and it'll be for the DSBK National Championship. who've got a fresh new look here for the 2023-2024 season. It'll be the first time they'll be out on track as well. So we will join you once again in a few moments' time. But before we go, why don't we check out some highlights from our first session of the day for the Golf Radical Cup, for an exciting day of qualifying to set the field up for our second round of the championship.
Roads for more than 6,000. But the spirit of adventure, we've had that forever. Rediscover your spirit.
So we're back now racing here. Well, not racing just yet, actually. We're going to go qualifying once again because, of course, we had to set the field up here for the SBK National Championship. If you just joined us, hello and welcome to the Dubai Autodrome. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're joining us on the live stream, we really appreciate your company. We'll be live throughout the weekend. Yes, we've got a number of series running here this weekend, but of course, it's going to be a fantastic day of racing. We're officially back for the 23-24 season. We've already gone racing 2 weeks ago down the Yas Marina circuit, but we're back here at the Dubai Autodrome using the national circuit configuration, 3.56 kilometers in length, and it of course features the iconic club link, where I can guarantee you a lot of the action is going to happen. Well, in our first qualifying session already, turn 9 has been the one where a lot of drivers have been pinged. Even in our previous session we just had, which was the warm-up, a lot of drivers were pinged through turn 9 and having lap times being deleted completely and invalidated. Of course, turn 6 and 16 I've also seen have now been shown up on our screen for a number of cars as well. So if you're here at the Dubai Autodrome, welcome to a lovely weekend. And if you want to come over from the grandstand, you can do. We've got a fabulous atmosphere on the other side in the paddock area here. We've got food trucks, we've got a fantastic atmosphere, and it's a great family-friendly environment. You can get close up to the cars, the teams, and the personnel, and it's an incredible experience down here, as it is each and every weekend. So the next session that we'll have here will be qualifying for the SBK National Championship, which have returned once again. It's one of the most exciting championships that we have here in the United Arab Emirates, and they've got a new title sponsor as well. Our Yusuf Motors have joined the fray, which is fantastic to see our Yusuf Motors jumping on board here and getting involved in one of the most exciting series here in the United Arab Emirates. So you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, now we're focusing on the bike right there. That's the Walid Al-Shami's Racing Martin Verganek. He was the champion last year, well, defending champion actually, because he's come back to defend his crown. And of course, well, he did a sprint overseas in Europe, and well, he's a very, very quick man, and it's going to be very exciting to see what he can do here this weekend. We've got some familiar faces. We've got some new riders here this season as well. We've got Seed Al Soleti, who's joined us here racing for VME Valves in his modified series. Now, before we get through the whole list of drivers that we have here for qualifying, let's see who we have in terms of classes, because we've actually got two classes. We've got modified and we've got super stock. Yes, we do have modified and super stock, but we've also got the rookie categories as well. We've got most of the rookies are actually in the super stock category. We have Mohamed Bakadalag on his Kawasaki, and then of course we have the Black Fox Racing number 21, Rodion Yashkov, who's joined us this season. Mohamed Samshir on his Honda is a rookie as well on the 39 bike. Hussein Balat is here as well on Saxo, number 49, and our last rookie is Tom Robson. Everybody else here has at least had some experience in the championship and have returned for this season. The 23-24 season now officially underway for the first time. We didn't see them racing down the Yas Marina circuit, but here we are at the Dubai Autodrome using the club circuit, the national circuit with the club link, and we're about to go qualifying here to set the field up for this 25-minute session. Quite a long one, actually. We only had 20 minutes for the Gulf Radical Cup, but 25 minutes of qualifying now coming your way for what is one of the most exciting racing series here in the United Arab Emirates. We've got a total of 17 riders that will take to the track. I think we should have 18 riders. I'm not sure where the 18th rider is at the moment, but hopefully we do get all 18 out there on track. The first bikes are now starting to peel off the pit lane. Some last-minute checks underway, keeping the tyres nice and warm down there in the pit lane as well. Although it is, the sun is still shining, it's still not warm enough for those tyres to be up to temperature right from the get-go. So, of course, tyre warmers in full effect here. We see once again Martin Verganek there just preparing himself. Actually, that's his teammate that will lead Al-Shami's Racing's, that should be Firas Abu Ghanem there, preparing himself. Indeed it is, of course, because he is blazing the number 33. Another quick rider to follow as well here. But Martin Verganek, what can he do here in the opening stages of qualifying? Will he be the fastest man out there, or have some of our veterans of the championship found some speed and found what they need to try and dethrone Martin Verganek here around the Dubai Autodrome? So we're now into the session. We've got a number of riders now that are currently out on track. We'll see the first couple of them make their way across the start-finish line, of course, to complete their flying lap. And then, of course, we will be qualifying officially. Now, who will it be on top of the timesheets in 25 minutes' time? I would hazard a guess and say Martin Vergenek, but with the talent that's in the field, I don't think I should count Martin Vergenek as pole sitter just yet, because, of course, we've got 25 minutes to sort all of this out here. So the first times are starting to come in, at least through the sectors, and the first bikes now working their way across the line. And it looks like Martin Vergenek is the first one there across the line for Walid Al-Shamius Racing and on the number 4 in the modified category. Now, how it works, as we said, we've got two categories of riders here. We've got modified and we've got super stock. So they do race in 2 separate categories. They can contest for the overall if they really want to, but of course they are segregated into their own category. So it's a race within a race for them. But of course they do have separate podiums as well, which we'll have later on today. And of course we have the Rookie Cup as well that are here with us. So quickest through on the flying lap there through Sector 2 and Sector 3 was the VME Valves Saeed Al-Salati, who was quickest through that on the number 11. So let's see what he can do here in the next 25 minutes around the Dubai Autodrome, as more riders now work their way across the line and out of pit lane as well. We've got more drivers currently still sat in the pit lane, just waiting for the track to clear up as well, just looking for that prime opportunity to make sure they've got no one in front of them and no one behind them as well here around the Dubai Autodrome. Of course, qualifying is key. It's crucial to get that starting position that you want. And of course, pole position is the most ideal place to start. It is, well, that's what everyone is fighting for here right now in this 25-minute session. Quite quiet on track, actually. We've almost lapped 5 minutes. We've only seen a few bikes come across the line. We've not seen an official lap time in it just yet. We've seen the flying laps completed. We've seen some quick times already. But Martin Vergenek's gone quickest through Sector 1 and Sector 2, and here he is across the line. What will he put down this time round to go purple first of all? A 131.394 that time. Manuel Parra, who returns to the championship, a 132.812 across the line. Personal best through Sector 2 and Sector 3, but he is 1.4 seconds off of Martin Vergenek for the time being. Now, the rest of the field now will start to follow across the line as well. Here we go. We've got 3 riders, make that 5 riders now, all making their way across the line. A 133.747 there for VME Valves, Saeed Al-Salati. Let's see what he can do, because he's 9/10 of a second back from the Rough Moto number 34 here at the DSBK National Championship. Across the line now comes another rider, but that is his flying lap he's just completed. That's Mohammed on the number 12, who's just completed his first lap. We've got a rider already in the pit lane as well. So was that Firas Abou-Ghanem across the line? No, that was Martin Vergenek who's gone across the line with a 131.394. Similar bikes, just the number is different, and of course the jumpsuit that they're wearing is different. But Martin Vergenek there, a 131.394, still 1.4 seconds up the road from his closest rival, the Rough Moto number 34. Ratchet Racing's Yuri Nekrasov has come into the pit lane. He returns to the championship this season as well, looking for championship gold here, as Mohamed Shamshir is now the fastest rookie so far with a 144.330, as out goes Yuri Nekrasov once again on the Ratchet Racing at number 20. Out the pit lane he goes. Now looks like Firas Abou-Ghanem's gone through the final corner as he comes across the line now. Now let's see what he can do this time round. Will he improve? How far up the order does Firas Abou-Ghanem go? Well, he's not done a full lap, and actually that was Florian Belandu who's come across the line on the 55 bike there on the modified. So there actually now is 3 Walid Al-Shamius Racing bikes, as Firas Abou-Ghanem there across the line goes third fastest there, 9/10 of a second back from second place at the moment, Manuel Parra. And of course, well, he's 3.4 seconds off of the defending champion's time at the moment. We're just getting into things here. The things are starting to get warm up here at the Dubai Autodrome in this DSBK National Championship qualifying session. As we said, a 25-minute session here as more times are coming in. So Black Fox's Rodion Yashkov has come across the line in 6th position overall in this qualifying session. Matteo Minero, Graham Purvis has also put a lap time in, a 140.105 there for Graham Purvis, just behind Minero. As Florian there across the line on the 55, down now into 5th position, after being bumped down by his teammate Firas Abou-Ghanem, who has it in them to try and take pole position away from Walid Al-Shamius Racing's Martin Vergenek, because again he's gone quicker. A 2.5 second gap now is what splits the front row here. Now if you're new to motorcycle racing here, well, it works a little bit differently because we won't have 2 vehicles on the front of the row of the grid. We'll actually have 3 vehicles on the front row of the grid, and they'll all line up in rows of 3. So we'll actually have, at the moment, if the session would end right now, we'd have the modified number 4, the Superstock number 34, and the modified number 11 all sharing that front row, all on the Yamaha R6s. And it'll be Martin Verganek, Manuel Parra, and Cedar Soleti who are currently sharing that front row of the grid so far, separated by 3.2 seconds through that top 3. That's just how quick so far out of the box Willie Dalshemis Racing's Martin Verganek has been already. But let's see what he can do now as Cedar Soleti now goes second fastest to bring himself 1.5 seconds behind Martin Verganek. And, well, Firas Abouganem has come into the pit lane. He's currently 4th overall as Manuel Parra up now, down into 3rd position after VME Valves number 11 moves up into 2nd position overall. What can Martin Verganek do across the line? There, 1:30.137. That's still his quickest so far. Well, he's actually gone 1 faster as well that time round. He's now 1.5 seconds, close to 1.6 seconds up the road from the Cedar Soleti number 11 at the moment. The top 3 separated by 1.9 seconds, an improvement as well from Rough Moto's Manuel Parra, who did a 1:32.042 that time round. As more riders now make their way across the line, as Firas Abouganem now out of the pit lane. So a slight tweak there, a slight adjustment to see if he can catch the back of his teammate. Of course, is the number 4 of Martin Verganek. His other teammate just behind him, and actually they'll share that row as Yuri Nekrasov now goes 5th fastest to slot himself on the 2nd row of the grid. Now, Martin Verganek has come into the pit lane after going quickest through sector 3 that time round. So he'll settle in for a quick stop for the pit lane, but still nestled into the top spot. 1.5 seconds to the good so far of his closest rival, Cedar Soleti, at the moment. Now, what can C do now with the current pole sitter out? Well, the pole sitter is in. VME Valves number 11, Cedar Soleti, and Manuel Parra now all in the pit lane. So our top 3 currently sat in the pit lane, just biding their time here, making a few tweaks here and there, a few adjustments just to get that extra bit of speed where they can. As Adrian loses places here down into 11th position here on the 4th Willie Dalshemis Racing bike, the number 73. Well, that was Track Dynamics Matteo Monero across the line, or his RS660, the Aprilia there. And I have noticed we only have 1 Ducati. And I wonder now as well, is this the first round of the championship in a while that we don't have a lot of Ducatis on the field? We're missing Sasuke Totaro, a former champion. We hope to see him sometime soon. As Johan Gauss there across the line in 12th overall. They've got 2 bikes now across the line. Did they make improvements? Or Ratchet Racing's Yuri Nekrasov still on that 3rd row of the grid, as Mohamed Samshir and Mohamed Bakardallag also down into 13th and 15th respectively at the moment, so they're at the tail end of the field for the time being. We've got a rider who is now making his way out of the pit lane. Now, who will that be? It will be one of our top 3 though. It'll either be the 4, 11 or 34 here. And it is the VME Valves Saeed Al Sulati modified number 11 that is making his way out of the field, out of the pit lane, excuse me. Now, what can he do while Martin Verganek and Manuel Parra sit in the pit lane? Can Saeed find 1.5 seconds somewhere around the track? It looks to be sector 2 is where he's losing the most amount of time, actually through sector 1 as well. He lost almost 2 seconds last time out when they were on track just before. Now, Manuel Parra is still sat in the pit lane for the time being. Martin Verganek certainly quick through those sectors. It's as fast as at least a second through each sector. He has at least through sector 1 and sector 3. A little bit closer through sector 2. But both Manuel Parra and Saeed Al Sulati need to find some time through those sectors if they want to get anywhere closer to that pole position. So we're fast approaching the halfway distance. Two bikes currently in the pit lane. That is the pole sitter and the man that will share the front row with him as well, Manuel Parra. But the man that will sit in between the two of them is back out and circulating once again and looking to improve his position, trying to find 1.5 seconds or more. At the moment, make it 1.6 seconds he needs to find somewhere out there through Sector 1 and Sector 3. He certainly can find that time as we've officially elapsed the halfway point here. Al Salati now across the line. Now that's his outlap from the pit lane. Now what can he do through Sector 1, 2 and 3 this time round? He needs to find 1.6 seconds while Verganek and Parra sit in the pit lane. Firas Abouganem still in 4th position for the time being. Yuri Nekrasov lining up in 5th, and then Florian there on the 55, currently in 6th position at the moment. More bikes work their way across the line, but no improvement. Track Dynamics is Graham Purvis, though, loses time. 1:39.276 drops him down to 11th overall, just outside now the top 10. But he will start on the 4th row of the grid, because remember, it is different here when it comes to motorcycle racing. We have 3 vehicles on the rows instead of just 2. And it makes things very, very interesting, especially when you go down towards turn 1. You have to do it with 1 extra vehicle, you have to do it with 2 extra vehicles when you're diving down to the inside through the right-hander. Now, Saeed Al Salati has done a 45.089 through Sector 1, but he needs to find more time than that. He's got to find it through Sector 2 and Sector 3 if he wants to get that pole position away from Martin Verganek. This is through Sector 2, but again, almost a second slower compared to the pole sitter at the moment. Just can't quite find the time. Now, into the pit lane have come a number of drivers. The 20 has come in. Is that the 36 that's come in as well? So it's the 18, that's come in. So Ratchet Racing's Yuri Nekrasov is in. The modified Johan Gauss is in as well from 5th and 12th respectively on track. And across the line is gone Saeed Al Salati, but he's done a 1:32.848. He needs to find at least another 2.8 seconds if he wants to be in pole position. Riders deciding to come into the pit lane. We've still got plenty of time left on the clock. We've got 10 minutes of action here around the Dubai Autodrome. Here is the 55 now across the line, but that's not a quick lap time there at all when he's come across that time round. And he's still settling in for 6th position at the moment. That's the 2nd row of the grid. And more importantly, that's the inside of the row as well. There's more riders there across the line, but we're still looking for the VME Valves number 11. Saeed Al Salati, because he's still of the top 3, still the one that's circulating. Ratchet Racing's Yuri Nekrasov has gone out. Currently sat 1.8 seconds behind Walid Al-Shami's Firas Abouganem, but will share that row with him. Now more riders are coming in. So we've got now Black Fox's number 21 is in, Track Dynamics 29 is in. Graham Purvis is out still. The 73 is in the pit lane. Hussein Bolat is in the pit lane as well, in the 14th position overall for Saxo. See there across the line with a 1:31.756, edging closer to his personal best, but still not close enough to Martin Verganek to snatch pole position away. 9 minutes remaining on the clock here around the Dubai Autodrome to set the field up here for our first race of the weekend for the DSBK National Championship here at the Dubai Autodrome. The first round of the season as well for the 23-24 season. And great to be back here racing once again on 2 wheels. It's a jam-packed race weekend here at the Dubai Autodrome. We've got a lot of action from not just the DSBK National Championship, but of course Golf Pro Car and Golf Radical Cup. And it's now through the final corner now. Is this the number 55? I think it is. Yes, it is across the line. Is there an improvement there from Florian? No. Still settles in for 6th position at the moment. Has not improved, but he was quicker. No, was he? No, he wasn't. It was the Numix Automotive bike that was quickest there, and they've just gone 6th fastest as well, as we talk about that, because he did a personal best on the previous lap, and Tom Robson has now done another personal best this time round of 1:35.484 to go 6th fastest. So that bumps the 55 now down to the 3rd row of the grid. Yuri Nekrasov across the line there, no improvement yet, has not found his way onto the front row of the grid. They're still settling in for second for the time being. Through sector 2 has gone Saeed Al-Salati. Now he's come across the line now on the VME Valves number 11, but no improvement there at 1:35.775, and actually that's 4 seconds slower than his personal best, so he's losing time now here on track. Session continues on. We're winding down now into the final 7 minutes here of our 25-minute session for qualifying of the DSBK National Championship to set the field up to see who will be on the front row of the grid, and by the looks of it, it'll be Martin Verganek here, who has been mighty quick out of the box. He's been sat in the pit lane for quite some time as well, and he's 1.5 seconds clear of his closest rival of Saeed Al-Salati, who's currently circulating and trying to find that time, but he's just at a personal best through sector 1 as well, has the number 11, and he's currently working his way through sector 2 at the moment. What can he do through that second sector? Can he find some more time? He's clawing back on Martin Verganek for the time being. A 29.230. Not a significant amount of time, but it's quicker than his previous lap. Just over 6 minutes remaining, so Saeed Al-Salati still has a lot of time left on the clock. Here he comes across the line now with a 1:31.740. And Martin Verganek now has decided, well, he doesn't want anyone getting anywhere close to his time, so he's gone back out on the number 4 to try and increase that gap between himself and second position here. With less than 6 minutes to go on the clock, what can he do now in the closing stages of this qualifying session for the DSBK National Championship? We're setting up the field here. Martin Verganek, Saeed Al-Salati, and Manuel Parra. Parra currently still in the pit lane in third. He's 0.2 of a second up the road from his closest rival of Firas Abu Ghanem. Firas is still circulating. He's just come back out as well by the looks of it. He's just at a 2:54.080 that time round. As Florin does a 1:35.539 at that time round, a personal best for him in 7th overall. Still away from that second row of the grid though for the time being. Going across the line there in 11th position still on the Yamaha R6. We'll line up on the 4th row of the grid, but here comes Martin Verganek through the final corner. Of course, on his outlap at the moment as he's across the line. Sat in the pit lane there for 11 minutes. It's just, I think he was just biding his time. We've got a rider off by the looks of it now. Is that through turn 16? And the bike is still moving. Yes, it is through turn 16. So I think he's just gone off into the runoff area. But that's okay, that won't halt the session too much, and that was just after Martin Verganek came through. Now, Saeed Al-Salati has come across the line as well, but no improvement at 1:41.320 that time round. Unfortunately for Saeed, he's getting slower at the moment, and that's not what he needs here in the last 4 minutes of the session. He needs to pick up the pace if he wants to get closer to Martin Verganek. Still sat in second for the time being, and he'll line up alongside Verganek and Manuel Parra. Quickest through sector 1, Martin Verganek this time through. What can he do through the second sector here? As across the line now comes the Black Fox Rodion Yashkov on the 21, followed by a Walid Al-Shimi is racing number 55 that time round. As there went Firas Abu Ghanem, a personal best of 1:32.072, but 1.9 seconds back from his teammate, number 4, who is setting the field up here. Now, is that Verganek across the line? No, that wasn't. That was Florian there across the line. We've not seen Verganek come through, and he's just done it now. A 1:29.857 that time round. 1.5 seconds still ahead of his closest rival, the VME Valves, Saeed Al-Salati, who's looking for more time, but unfortunately he's losing time to the man on pole position, the man we're looking at right there, who's trying to figure something out there on the left-hand side of the bike there. Did he maybe push a bit too hard on that lap? 2.5 minutes left on the clock. We've got enough time at least for 2 laps here. I don't think we'll see another lap from Martin Verganek though, after what we just saw on screen. The gap now has gone up to 1.8 seconds as the number 20 now makes its way down from Ratchet Racing. Yuri Nekrasov down through the first corner now, looking to improve as well. Currently sat in 5th position overall. That put him in the middle of row 2. And of course, he'd like to be a little bit further up the road. He's currently 1.2 seconds behind Firas Abouganem, who's now just within 3/100ths of a second behind his closest rival, and well, the third position on the front row of the grid, and that's between Manuel Parra, who's currently in the pit lane. Now, no, did Martin Verganek just get another quick time? And then no, he didn't, because he's done a 58.2 through sector 1. Well, he's continuing on with this lap here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see him come into the pit lane. As a cross line there comes a 73. Now into the pit lane has come the pole sitter. No, that's Firas Abouganem who's come in from 4th on track to line up in 2nd. And there he is on screen, Firas Abouganem for Walid Al-Shamias. Now, who is coming in this time round? As I think this is now the closing stages, less than a minute left on the clock now officially. So the 73 there had a bit of an issue and has gone off, and unfortunately that will ruin his lap time here. And that was Adrien there, who went off by the looks of it. That was through sector 2 as more bikes, excuse me, nesting themselves into their pit boxes here. And that was Firas Abouganem. I think session done. He will start from the 2nd row of the grid unless anything changes here. Martin Verganek is back into the pit lane. Saeed Al-Sulaiti is in the pit lane as well, 1.8 seconds back. And Manuel Parra, who will share the front row of the grid for the time being with those 3, as Florian now moves his way up back onto the 2nd row of the grid, moving past Tom Robson that time round. There is the number 34 there of Manuel Parra, taking a long deserved break there after putting his bike on the 1st row of the grid. As the checker flag waves, let's see what Yuri Nekrasov and the rest of the field can do here, because we still have a handful of bikes still circulating. I wonder if Yuri Nekrasov can do anything about it. Well, he's not done a personal best through sector 1, so I think he has to discount that, and he'll have to settle in for the 2nd row of the grid alongside Firas Abouganem. So the checker flag waves. We'll wait for the last riders to make their way across the line here at the Dubai Autodrome in our of a conclusion here for our 25-minute session of the DSBK National Championship. There's no personal best so far shown on screen through any of the sectors, so I think this might be the final positions, at least provisionally for the time being. We'll get an update later on. There's Martin Verganek testing the brakes there with his team. Quickest man out there with a 1:29.857 for Martin Verganek, back for another title defense here. So let's have a look at some wonderful shots and highlights from DSBK National Championship. So the highlights will be shown up on screen as the last couple of riders will work their way across the line here for the DSBK National Championship. Just 2 more riders to come across the line. It'll be the 86 and 21 of Tom Robson and Rodion Yashikov, but I don't think either of the two have it in store at the moment to work their way anyway up the order. There is the 73, and well, why don't we check out some highlights now. back to more action here at the Dubai Autodrome. This, of course, now is qualifying for the Golf Pro Car. We've already had two fantastic qualifying sessions already for the SBK National Championship and, of course, the Golf Radical Cup. But now it's time to do it for the Golf Pro Car. Another 20-minute session. I got to say, I think some cars might have been out a bit too early because, well, someone came across the line within 2 seconds of the session starting. So I think someone's been a bit cheeky out there, but we'll wait and see to see what happens there, because we've already got official lap time in as well of a 1:27.955. Gurunath, who has joined us this weekend in the 39, has set the fastest lap time. We're looking currently at Vasily Vatikin there in the gorgeous Toyota Supra, or the GR Supra GT4. Fantastic to see this car back again from a series that was here. For a car that was with us last season. Great to see it back here with Vasily Vatikin driving that car. Of course, he was in the Clio last season, and it looks like he's got a teammate today in the Continental Racing Renault Clio Cup 5 generation car is there, and that, of course, is Ivan Stanchin, who is driving that car. We have a whole host of cars here. We've got 16 cars in total here for Golf Pro Car, who have all taken to the track now. Dragon Racing's Gurunath, who we're looking at right now. This is the current pole sitter, the 1:27.955 so far, and I think from what I saw in the warm-up session, well, Gurunath is entered this championship with a head full of steam. He was the fastest man through warm-up, but warm-up is one thing, qualifying is another, and then the race is a whole different kettle of fish. So let's see what Gurunath can do this time around, because he's got some of the best drivers in the region in the same class as him. Because how it works in the Golf Pro Car Series is you'll see there's a multitude of cars on track. You can see 3 awesome Gen 5 Clios there on the right-hand side of your pictures, and Gurunath there in his 911 tucking in behind one of those Gen 5 Clios as he works his way through turn 1 here. So we have a multitude of classes. We've got Class 2, we've got Class 3, Class 4, RC, and no Class 5 today, or no prototype either. So we're down to 4 classes by the looks of it. As we said, Class 2, which is currently being led by Dragon Racing's Gurunath, who has set the fastest lap of the race so far, the qualifying session so far, 1:26.143. That's 10.2 seconds up the road from Continental Racing's Vasily Vatikin. But Vasily is in a different class. He's in Class 3 with Keith Gatehouse, who has just gone quickest of all in that category in his AMG GT4, 9 seconds back from Gurunath. Now in Class 4, the GT86 of Royal Oil Track Days, Ahmed Al-Khaja, he is currently leading the pack in Class 4. A very interesting story of what happened to him last time out at the Yas Marina circuit. We'll get to that later on. But in the RC category of Renault Clio, which we have the biggest field here and the most exciting racing, I'll be honest, here today, is probably the Renault Clios, because they are they're all the same spec, they're all the same engine size. It's just the driver and the livery that's different. It's a spec series within a series, and they put on a phenomenal show each and every time they come out here. If you want to see wheel-to-wheel racing, you've got to keep an eye on the Renault Clios, that's for sure. Eduardo Miranda has returned to the championship for TTR and is back with us here in Golf Pro Car, and he's currently leading the pack in the Clio, in the Renault Clio category at the moment. But there are, now how many Clios are there? We've got, at least by the looks of it, I think we've got 7 of them. Yes, we do, because Ivan Stanchin has joined us, Valery Bachmann has joined us, Daniel Jones has joined us, Pascal Bachmann has joined us, as had Eduardo Miranda. Charlotte Simmons and James Greenwood are the only 2 drivers that were with us at the Yas Marina circuit. Here is, well, that's the number 92 that we're currently looking at the moment. That is another driver who has entered the championship for this round here. This is Iran's Masoud Gibran, who is with us this weekend. He's 6.9 seconds off the pace of our pole sitter currently, or provisionally even, of Gurunath. And the 488 Challenge car will now work its way through the final corner. In the category with them, we've got Tani Hana. And, well, if you don't recognize the name, he's one of the most talented drivers here with us today. A number of championships under his belt, and one of the biggest racing stars to come out of Lebanon in the past decade or so. A great character in the paddock area. He's always happy to be racing in. It's great to see him back in the championship as well, Tani Hana. Way down at the tail end of the field at the moment, we have Avik Anwar, but that car has not come out of the pit lane. I have a feeling Avik might not actually be here this weekend. But we'll wait and see if we can track him down in the pit lane as Gurunath has come through and across the line. 2.2 seconds up the road from this man right here, the 92. Now, what can this car do? Now it's showing on our screens here that he's third overall, but on the timing screens, oh well, no, scrap that, because Vasily Vatikin actually is second fastest in that GR Super GT4, 2.2 seconds. So there's a Class 3 car between our two Class 2 leaders. And that's even with a lap being deleted as well for Vasily Vatikin. Well, that's lap 2 that was deleted for track limits at turn 9, which you saw earlier today in our sessions. Here's the number 74 car. This is the fastest car so far in the Clios, and that's David Pagosian in his Clio Cup Gen 5 for Continental Racing. So that's 3 cars in that category. And that is Keith Gatehouse, who has lost it going through turn 15. Just a bit too early there on the accelerator, almost clips the barrier going through and into the pit lane. Keith Gatehouse was momentarily quickest of all through the Class 3 category. Now he has stopped, pointing the wrong direction, but he's got the car going again. Keith Gatehouse, new to the championship here, going for a quick spin there through turn 15. Has to get to grips here with the track, and the Dubai Auto. It's a completely different challenge from what we had 2 weeks ago down the Yas Marina circuit. But Keith Gatehouse manages to keep it off the barriers, keep it nice and tidy there. And it will continue on here as Tiny Hanna now goes second fastest, and there he is on our screen right now with the motif of the Lebanese flag on either side of his car. He is currently a second behind Grunath at the moment. Both of them entered by Dragon Racing, so a bit of team rivalry going on at the moment. And at Dragon Racing also have the Masoud Jabranin and the Keith Gatehouse car with them as well. So those 4 cars all entered in by Dragon Racing, who recently celebrated 10 years of racing here in the United Arab Emirates. As Tiny Hanna now works his way towards the club link, you can see where the back straight is partially cut off. We've got some more on-track activities happening on the other side of the track. So it might seem a little weird seeing those barriers there, and you see other cars accelerating off using the second half of the back straight. But of course there are more things happening here at the Dubai Autodrome, always busy. And always an exciting time as well here to be had at the Dubai Autodrome. If you're here in the grandstand, want to come over to the paddock area, there's plenty of things to do and see. You can get up close with the cars, the drivers. There's food trucks. There's plenty of amazing viewpoints as well. Specifically down towards turn 15 and the bowl complex. There's a lovely grass area down there that you can sit, chill, and watch some incredible racing that we have here at the Dubai Autodrome. Now, who's that that's just come out of the pit lane? That was VR1 Racing's Avik Anwar who's come out. So that's great news there for the Class 4 car. The 74 Clio is in. Now, this is the current pole sitter in the Renault Clio category at the moment. Vasily Vatikin, his teammate, has come in as well. More cars coming in the pit lane as well. Khalid Al-Khaja is in. Now, let's get back to the story of Khalid Al-Khaja from the Yas Marina circuit, because, well, he couldn't take part in race 1. He did qualify, but unfortunately did not make it to the track due to a power steering issue, an ECU issue as well. So he did not take part in place 1. And, well, while there might be rivalries on the track, especially if you're in the same category, it's friendship in the paddock area and the pit lane, because of course if you've got a spare car and it's not being raced, well, might as well let someone in your class borrow it so you can go racing as well. And that's exactly what Avik Anwar did last time out at the Yas Marina circuit. The team were conferring all the way up, I think, about till 10 minutes before the race started to get that car sorted out for Khalid Al-Khaja. But it was a very kind gesture from Avik Anwar to do that for a rival in his class, just to get more cars out there on track. And well, we did get to see Khalid Al-Khaja racing with us last time out the Golf Pro car. Well, it seems to be he's got all the issues sorted out on his car this weekend, so he's back behind the wheel of his own car. The front of the field is set by 0.6 of a second so far. Grunath is just ahead of Tiny Hanna for the time being. We've got now that sounds like an engine refiring and exiting the pit lane, so we'll see who that is when they work their way out. Keith Gatehouse has just come across the line as well. He is currently sat 5th overall and 2nd in class. He will line up alongside Vasily Vatikin. No, he won't, because he's 5th. Vasily is 4th. So that means Vasily will start 1 row ahead of him, and that gives him the benefit going down towards turn 1. 9 minutes remaining in this session here around the Dubai Autodrome. We're looking at the number 92. This is one of our newcomers to the championship in the Golf Pro car. This is Masoud, who's currently circulating. He's working his way through turn 16 right now, behind the wheel of his 488 challenge car, and looking to improve, but not personal best through sector 1 or sector 2, as looks like the GR Supra has been released back on track, as has the pole sitter currently for the Clios has also gone out as well. David Pagasian has gone out this time around as well. So no improvement there from the man that's currently sat in third position. It's good enough so far for the second row of the grid as he comes up on some traffic, and that's going to play a key factor in the race as well. It'll be a 25-minute race that'll take place later today. Actually, 2 25-minute races for these Golf Pro Car drivers, and well, traffic's going to play a key part in all of this as well, because we did see that happen during the first races a couple of weeks ago, and well, some drivers might not actually be used to driving in traffic. It's a great learning experience because, of course, a lot of drivers here race overseas as well. They race in some of the biggest races here, such as the Dubai 24-hour, the 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi, the Golf Historic as well, which comes up in a couple of weeks' time. You can grab your tickets for that, and they are selling out fast. It's going to be an amazing event. It's the third time we're doing it as well. We're back now with the 39 with the lap time of 1:26.143. So Gurnath has managed to put some more time between himself and Tanihana. That gap has now gone up to a full second separating the two of them. But Tanihana was quickest through sector 3 this time round. Now, what can Tani do? Can he find some more time? He's got a wealth of experience here around the Dubai Autodrome. As Gurnath continues to circulate now, he's working his way onto the back straight for the time being. Here's Vasily Vatikin, the leader in Class 3 at the moment in the Continental Racing number 96, the sole GR Supra GT4. Now, what can he do? He's fresh out in the pit box. It looks like he's really pushing it there through the corners, almost 4 wheels off there. You don't want to invalidate your lap time there, Vasily. Of course, the winner in Class 3 last time out was Vasily Vatikin. And he's now working his way now towards the back straight, and he'll be working his way through the Cub Link. He's really pushing hard, isn't he? Is Vasily Vatikin this time through. And, well, that might be a bit too much pushing from the Cypriot driver, as he now works his way through the Club Link. There he is snaking his way through up towards the Bowl Complex. A little bit more modest there through the Bowl Complex, if I'm honest, for Vasily Vatikin. May have been pushing a little bit too hard there through turn 6. As now through turn 15 he goes, and actually that looks a lot slower than what we saw him do in the first sector of the lap there. So I think he's well, could that just be the angle that we're looking at here? He doesn't seem to be up to speed. No, he's definitely not up to speed. So I think he's just taking a wider line here to ensure a straight line as he exits the corner here, and now he's going to start pushing once again as Vladikin there across the line, as Tanihana has come into the pit lane. A quick chat with the team. Some minor adjustments there for the Lebanese driver. A flash of the lights from Vasily Vatikin as well. Car 96, lap 6 invalidated. No surprise there that lap time was invalidated there from Vasily. Again, pushing very, very hard there through turn 6. And let's see if he can keep it all 4 wheels on track this time round, and if he can work his way up the order. So we're looking now at third overall. Who is currently third overall here in his first weekend in the Golf Pro Car Series, is edging close. He's 7/10 of a second back behind Tanihana, who's currently in the pit lane. Gurnath is also in the pit lane as well. So the pole sitter in there, that reduces the amount of traffic, but of course it also reduces the amount of quick cars on track, so that means there's more slower cars to deal with at the moment. Car 71's lap time has been invalidated from lap 2, and that is Avik Anwar, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. Down in 14th position. Of course, he came into this session a little bit later on, and he's ahead of Valery Bachman and Krishna Redipati, who is also in Class 4. As the third place driver currently works his way towards the Club Link, up through the sector he goes. And it's quite a tricky sequence of corners there. It's very easy to get it wrong, that's for sure. As he works his way through the Bowl Complex now, and through turn 15. It doesn't look up to speed either through that corner. Now, as he dives to the pit lane, I think he has, yes. The third place driver, Masoud Jibrani, has now worked his way into the pit lane. It did look like he was on his cool down lap. Essentially there, he was slow through the last couple of corners there in sector 3. But interestingly enough, he's not come into the pit lane. Oh, yes, he has now. Now he's come. I forget how long the pit lane is here at the Dubai Autodrome, but there he is now into the pit lane. The limiter is on to ensure that he doesn't get pinged for speeding in the pit lane. So we've got the top three now in the pit lane as he approaches his pit box, which leaves Vasily Vatikin now out on track as the only car on the top five that's currently still circulating, excuse me, as he's not improved his time yet. 40th of a second behind the Masoud Gibran, driven at number 92. Back now with the Clios. This is the 41 car at the moment. This is Pascal Bachmann, who is currently in 11th place overall, currently sat in 5th actually in the Clios. As Pascal looking to improve his time here to see if he can get closer to the back of Daniel Jones. He's got Charlotte Simmons though in front of him. Charlotte's the only female driver in the field, and here is Avik Anwar's number 71. He is going to start doing double duties this season soon enough, because of course not only has he got his A86 to contest in the Golf Pro Car, he will also be contesting in the Clio Cup Middle East when that restarts later on this year. Currently sat in 2nd overall in Class 4, a little bit further back from Ahmed Al-Khaja, but Al-Khaja currently in the pit lane, and he is one of 2 cars that are circulating in Class 4 for VR1 Racing. The 3rd car is RKC's Autotech Karishna Pati, who is currently circulating as well. 10.5 seconds off Valerie Bachmann's time, and a little bit further back from the number 71 at the moment. Here's the R2 Race Renault Clio. This is the car that's currently 3rd overall. Daniel Jones behind the wheel works his way through the final corner and across the line. Pascal Bachmann has just moved up. Sorry, that was Pascal Bachmann. That was not Daniel Jones that we're looking at, because that's the 41. Daniel Jones is the 3, and the R2 Race number 41 has improved its time to go 4th fastest in the Renault Clios, and he's now just a 10th of a second, or just over a 10th of a second behind Daniel Jones's Clio Cup Generation 3 car, with a 1:41.152 that time round. As he'll continue to push now in the closing stages of this session. We've got just over a minute remaining here around the Dubai Autodrome. Again, the whole weekend here we're using the national circuit configuration, 3.56 kilometers in length, which features a small portion of the back straight and of course the Club Link area as well. So more cars now coming into the pit lane. We've got a handful of cars though still circulating as Ivan Stanchin has moved up into 12th position overall in the 64. There is the number 11, the RKC Autotech of Karishna Pati, the Honda EP3 currently circulating. Cresting over turn 15 and down towards the heavy braking zone of the final corner. Goes deep into the corner there, trying to improve his lap time, move his way up the order, 10.5 seconds behind Valerie Bachmann's R2 race car. And there is the 92 being pushed down the pit lane. As we have just less than 10 seconds remaining on the clock here in our qualifying session, as Daniel Jones has come into the pit lane. I think that's his time in the session done and dusted. Indeed it is, as the checker flag is out now for Golf Pro Car. And it looks like Guranath will be the pole sitter now for Golf Pro Car. The first race of the day to take place later on. Up next we'll have more racing action from the Golf Radical Cup. Tanihana will line up alongside him in the 57. Now as the rest of the cars now work their way, you can just see Avik Anwar there in between the 2 Clios. There he is now working his way through the Club Link here for the final time. And what can he do to improve? He's currently sat in 2nd position. He's not gone green though through sector 1 or 2, so unfortunately I don't think there's going to be a big improvement here from Avik Anwar as he works his way through turn 15. But he's going to continue to push here as he crests over the top there, down towards turn 16 goes here now for the final time. Can he take pole position away in class 4 from Ahmed Al-Khaja? Clio's in front of him come across the line. That's the 74 that's come across the line and will take the pole position in the category as well. And David Pogossian there will take the checkered flag and of course pole in the Renault Clio's, ahead of Eduardo Miranda, who's already been in the pit lane for TTR. So just one car now left to come through. This Daniel Jones, but I think he came into the pit lane already. And then the last car to come through will be Krishna Reddy Patty, who will work his way into the pit lane. And well, that brings an end to our qualifying session here, our final qualifying session today, I think, as well, for the 3 categories that we're running. There are the runnings at the moment. You see good enough there at the top of the tables there with a lap time of 1:26.143 and a gap of 1 second separating himself and the number 57 of Tani Hanna. In Class 3, Vasily Vatikin will sit 1 row in front of Keith Gatehouse. Vasily will be on the 2nd row of the grid on the outside, with Keith Gatehouse being on the inside of row number 3. In the Clios, of course, that will line up alongside Keith Gatehouse, David Pogossian, in his first race weekend with us here in the Golf Pro Car. In Class 4, though, it will be Ahmed Al-Khaja who lines up on the 5th row of the grid, sharing that row with Pascal Bachmann in Class 4. There is Avi Kanwar on his cool-down lap, and he'll come into the pit lane. And well, in a few short moments, we'll get a quick recap of all the action that's happened here in this qualifying session for the Golf Pro Car. But for now, that is the end of the session. And then, of course, coming up next, well, let's have a look actually what time our first Golf Pro Car race starts. And it will be at 35 minutes past 1 will be when the safety car is deployed to the grid, and the race will officially begin at 55 minutes past 1 later on today. And of course, that is local time here in the United Arab Emirates. But up next, we have 2 races before we have a break, and that will be the Golf Radical Cup and of course the first race for the DSBK National Championship here around the Dubai Autodrome. Again, all 3 of them, all 3 series will run the same circuit configuration. They'll all run on the national circuit. And let's have a look now at the replay and the highlights of our qualifying session for the Golf Pro Car.
Hello everybody and welcome to the grid here for the Golf Radical Cup. So we're moments away from starting the race and we're waiting for the cars to actually line up on the grid behind us. And we're going to try and get our words in with a couple of the drivers as we speak to them when they come into their positions. But before we start, we've already had a fantastic race weekend already back at the Yas Marina. This is round 2 for the Golf Radical Cup. And Alex Bukunchtov, well, he's been an unstoppable force so far. And in that occasion, I brought out my best shirt. And I know if the checkered flag goes missing, well, we've got to back up. But behind us is turn 16, and this is where the drivers will come through, and they'll line up on the grid behind us. Right here will be Alex Bukunchtov, and to his left will be Lebanon's Johnny Kazoum, who will line up alongside him, and then we'll have a car field here of over 10 Golf Radical Cup cars. And we can't wait for them to start arriving here. It's already been a fantastic couple of races so far. We've only had 3, and you can see there, they're going through the pit lane now, because of course they're going to do one more lap through there, and then they'll come and they'll join up here on the grid, and as soon as that happens, we're going to try and get some words with the drivers as they come in here. I can imagine Alex Bukunchtov is going to be a man of very few words, but I could have assured he's probably going to say, "I'm here to win." That's all he's going to say to me. Lining up there, that's Mark Holm in the 52 car. Good qualifying effort from him. He is slotting in to his position. He's just joined the championship as well, and he's shown some real quick pace both here at Yas Marina and the Dubai Autodrome here this weekend. So the grid is starting to fill up. We've got Paul Huskinson by the looks of it as well. And now is that Johnny Kazoum who's now made his way to the grid? I think that is the number 5. No, it's not. It's the 21. So we want to talk with Johnny Kazoum first, and then we'll go to the championship leader of the Alex Bukunchtov, excuse me. So the cars are now starting to trickle in. I should have brought a copy of the grid with me. That would make things slightly easier, I think. But I'm still waiting for that front row now to kind of fill up here. I'm also trying to see if I can spot anyone else that could help talk to. I can see Fred Jacobs here, but I'm pretty sure if I go talk to him, he's not going to say anything to me because he's going to try and keep as quiet as possible. Of course, he's part of the organisation team here for the Golf Radical Cup. You can see the grid now is starting to form up now here. We've got a lot of drivers now showing up on the grid, which is great. We've got some team personnel, we've got drivers, we've got friends, we've got family here who have all come to support the championship drivers as well here in the Golf Radical Cup. And of course, if you're joining us live here, oh, we've got a copy of the grid. Thank you so much. See, this is what the marshals do there. Help everyone, not just on track for safety, but they also help the commentators here when they forget their grid. So Bukunchtov will line up alongside the front row with Johnny Kazoum, Jimmy Cho, and Elim Geshev will line up alongside. Mark Holm and Amir Faisalin will share the third row of the grid, and we'll see who we can get. I want to get a quick chat with Usman Magal, actually, because he's usually quick through turn 1. Thanks for that as well. So I'm going to see if I can grab a word with Usman Magal as we work our way down the grid. It is starting to fill up, so we're going to have to be a bit careful here, because of course it is going to get quite busy here. I can see the camera zooming in on Mark Holm here, who is lining up on the third row of the grid. Number 26 is where's number 26? It's just behind. But what I want to do first is I want to get a word with Usman Magal. I can see the focus is on his eyes. He's already ready to talk to me because he's always ready to talk to absolutely everybody. Usman, that was a fantastic opening lap at Yas Marina. You took the lead through turn 9, but unfortunately the safety car procedure breach, it just dropped you down the order. What are you going to do here through turn 1?
Something very similar. I hope if the gap opens up, we're going to go for it again.
You're a little bit further back from where you started at Yas Marina, but you're a very quick starter indeed, and you've got the inside going down towards turn 1, but you've got Amir Faisalin. What's the strategy here?
See where the gap opens up, left or right, but we're really going to go for it. We're going to go for it hard.
And how's the track feeling for you today?
Yeah, very good. We're a little bit slower in qualifying than I expected, but we've got tyres that haven't done many laps, so we should be good for this race.
So you've got nice fresh tyres. Good luck, and hope we see you on the podium once again. That's Usman Magal, one of the few drivers who's very quick. Tariq Al-Gamal is here on the grid. Great to see him as always. A crucial part of the championship as well. Now let's go a bit further forward. Actually, we'll get them later on because I want to speak to the championship leader. But first, let's speak to Johnny Kazoum. He's got a brand new car for this season. He seems to be a bit busy though. He's calling over his team to take a couple of pictures, and we'll see if we can get a word in with the Lebanese driver. Johnny, it's great to see you. You've got a brand new car for this season. You're always quick off the line, but you've got the outside going down towards turn 1. What's the game plan here?
Push as much as I can, stay safe. We have a clean first lap out of the race.
And how's the new car for you?
Superb. All good. Ready to go.
And where do you think you're going to be finishing this race? You're going to be on the top step of the podium?
Hopefully.
Because it's been a while since we've seen you there.
That's the target.
Well, thanks for talking to us, and good luck, Johnny Kazuma. Of course, a brand new car for this season. Okay, I'll try to remember that. But let's walk over to Alex Bukunstov here, the championship leader, the defending champion as well. One of the quickest mans on the grid. I think he was almost a second faster compared to anybody else. He's got his umbrella because it is quite warm out here. The clouds have gone for some reason. It's always the same. When we have the grid walk, the clouds go away, isn't it? Alex, you are, well, there's no other way of saying this. You're very fast this weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
So what's the game plan here? You've got the exact line that you want, inside down towards turn 1, but you've got Johnny Kazuma on your left-hand side. Are you going to try and block him off before we get down to turn 1?
Anything can happen. Let's see once we go green.
Well, Alex, I'll let you get in it because you're already into the zone, of course. Defending champion, very quick man indeed. Wouldn't be surprised to see him on the top step of the podium again. I wonder if we have enough time to get one more quick chat with someone. Let's try and go with Alim Geshev here because he will start 4th. Now, he is very quick. He almost got his first victory as well last time he asked Marina. We just needed some more time. Alim, it's great to see you. You managed to find a lot of pace in race 1 at Yas. You just needed a bit more time on the clock. What's your game plan here for race 1 at the Autodrome?
Just race and become first.
Well, you've got Bukunstov, you've got Kazum, and you've got Cho alongside company for you on the second row of the grid. Who's your toughest opponent at the 4 here, or 3 here even?
Let's see, I don't know, but race will be tough.
Okay, well, we're moments away from starting, so we'll let him get in the zone here. Let's see if we just grab a quick word here with Jimmy before he gets in it, because, of course, he's one of our new drivers this season as well. The rest of them around here have all done this before. But Jimmy is here with us. Your first season with us. You've been quick out the box.
Yeah, I'm excited about this race.
So you were almost on the podium. Actually, you were on the podium last time at Aston Marina, weren't you? Now, obviously, the next step is the win. But you've got Bukunstov, defending champion. You've got Johnny Kazum. You've got Alim Geshev alongside behind you. What's the game plan here?
Yeah, I think my plan is to be safety and be sustainable and to complete the whole season by collecting points each time, so I will not be too crazy out there, I think.
So you've got the desired line down towards turn 1. You've got the inside, and you're going to be following this man in front of you, aren't you?
Yes, of course I'll take any chance I got, but I'll try to finish safety. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Jimmy, for talking to us. I think we should clear the grid now because we've had a chat with 4 drivers, actually 5 drivers. We'll try and get the rest of them in race 2, which will come later today. But let's go back up to the commentary box and let's get this race started. So back up now in the commentary box here for the start of the Golf Radical Cup. This is race number 1 of 3 this weekend. And, well, that was a long sprint up here. Desperately needed that, taking the stairs as well. Didn't want to wait for the elevator, but here we are for the formation lap of the first race of the weekend for the Golf Radical Cup. We've got 13 drivers that will take the start. We've talked to at least 5 of them. We talked to the pole sitter, Alex Bukunstov.
So formation lap underway here for our 25-minute race here around the Dubai Autodrome, the national circuit featuring the Club Link, and the cars now working their way behind the safety car with Mikhail Kozlovsky driving that car this weekend for us in the Golf Radical Cup as they work their way through the bowl complex. We've got one car that's tailing the field, that's Yahid Karim, who is not lashed onto the back, and there he is. Just pops into view there in the centre of our screen, and now we're down towards turn 15. We're under the starter's orders here. We are line astern, 2x2 formation here. Two cars on the front row, for a total of 13 cars here. Bukhanstov on the left side of your picture, with Johnny Kazoum from Lebanon on the right-hand side. Behind him, Jimmy Cho, and then it is Alim Gashev in fourth position. Down towards turn 16 we go. We're now officially under the starter's orders. We've got 5 lights on at the moment. Once they go green, we'll be racing here officially for the first time at the Dubai Autodrome, and the second round for the Golf Radical Cup for the 23-24 season will be underway. The lights are out, and away we go here for the first time at the Autodrome. A great start there from Amir Faisalin, excuse me, who was already looking for a way on the inside of both Alim Gashev and Jimmy Cho. And look at Jimmy, he's trying to go alongside our defending champion as we go down towards turn 1. But Jimmy Cho's on the dirty part of the track and he's losing time. Oh, and you've got a car going around. It's Alim Gashev that's gone through turn 1. He's got a bit too heavy through that first corner, and that is not great news for Alim Gashev as he works his way around, unfortunately. Oh, we've got the Leighton House car as well. Julien Monet has gone round as well through turn 1. Jimmy Cho and Mark Holm have also collected each other through turn 1 at the exit of turn 1, and that is really, really unfortunate. It was great to talk to Jimmy Cho today, earlier on the grid. He's had a fantastic run so far in the opening stages, and he is not happy with what's happened here. That's damage now to the 87. Mark Holm as well, the 52's picked up damage as he's locked behind that car, and he's waiting for the officials because here comes the safety car. The field has been neutralised, and we knew that turn 1 was going to be interesting. We knew something like this would have happened here in turn 1. It always does, and it's not a similar situation to what happened at the Asmarina circuit, but we did have an incident on the first lap, and it's happened again here in race 1 of the Golf Radical Cup. And Johnny Kazoum has gone around the outside of Alex Bukhanstov. Now, he's not supposed to do that because you cannot pass under the safety car at all. He's seen the yellow flag has waved, and he's slowed down, and Bukhanstov has gone through, but he should not have done that. And actually, that's not even Johnny Kazoum that's gone through. That was Usman Magal that went past Alex Bukhanstov on the as the safety car came out. So it's a great start from Usman Magal, but that's not where he should be, I don't think. But let's see what happens. As the safety car already deployed, it was in the pit lane. I don't even think it actually got a chance to go in the pit lane. I think it was just patiently waiting for something to happen. Julien Monet's managed to get going again, so that's good news. But unfortunately, Alim Gashev's not come through. Again, we're seeing Mark Holm and Jimmy Cho that have been locked in place there down towards the exit of turn 1. Now, has Julien Monet and Alim Gashev have both come through, so Alim has got going again, and he's at the tail end of the field. There he is. So he had a spin through turn 1, maybe a little bit too hot there through that first corner, and unfortunately Julien Monet went through with him as well. But Mark Holm and Jimmy Cho, though, unfortunately locked together, and the crew on site now diffusing that situation. And of course, with the yellow flag out, the entire field is neutralised. They have to follow the safety car around the track. There is no overtaking at all, and they must adhere to the speed limit as well. They cannot overtake, and they cannot go faster than that either. So this is where some penalties were dished out in our first race of the Asmarina circuit a couple of weeks ago, where Usman Magal picked up his penalty for a safety car procedure breach, and that dropped him out of contention for a podium finishing position. But what can he do here? There he is in second behind Alex Bukhanstov. Remember, he started in 5th position as well. He started on the 3rd row of the grid, and he's already tucked into second. He did exactly what he said he would do at the at the first corner. He got right up ahead, but he was in front of Bukhanstov when the safety car came was currently circulating, and he did get that position back. So at least he has given it back. I don't know if there will be any further investigation into that, and that's obviously for the stewards to decide, not for me, the commentator. But Bukhanstov will lead the field around once again as they work their way through the bowl complex here in this 25-minute race. The yellow flag is already out. If you just joined us here on the live stream, thank you so much for joining us. We did start the first race of the day, the Golf Radical Cup, but we only went through one corner before disaster struck, and unfortunately, well, it all started with Alim Gashev getting loose through the first corner, just missing the braking point, kind of tapping his car into a spin. Julien Monet got caught up in it. Jimmy Cho and Mark Holm got caught at the tail end of the turn 1 incident, and there those two are. And of course, the two will have a little bit of a chat there. You can see the damage on the side pod there. On the left-hand side of your screen is Mark Holm. It looks like it might be just a racing incident. I don't think there's any bad vibes between those two, as they do check if each other are okay. And you can see that both drivers are moving, which is always utmost priority here, that driver safety is, well, the drivers are okay even. Not just driver safety, but of course the recovery effort underway, and this might take a little bit of time, so we'll continue to circulate behind the safety car. It's good news for Alex Bukunchtov, not though for the rest of the field, because of course Alex Bukunchtov, as we'll have a replay now of the incident that happened at turn 1. So there's Alim Gashev on the left-hand side of your screen. You see he just loses it through the first corner, and here's the rest of it. So he does actually tap Mark Holm, who went. Actually, no, that's Jimmy Cho that he's tapped, and then Jimmy, who had Mark Holm on the inside of him, or the outside of him, better yet, was unfortunately caught up in it. Julien Monet also there caught up in that tangle. So one more time there on your left-hand side, Alim Gashev loses it through the corner, and then we'll switch back to the other camera feed, and you can see the rest of it kind of playing out. Julien Monet there just loses it actually by himself, just behind there. I think he was just being a bit cautious through that corner, not to be collected, and you saw Jimmy Cho car backing into the side of Mark Holm there. So unfortunately, Mark Holm there, a passenger and all that, was trying his best to avoid it around the outside, but unfortunately just got caught up in that collision there. So one car has been recovered successfully. We're still circulating behind the safety car, and as we said, it's good news for Alex Bukunchtov, because the more time behind the safety car, the less of himself on the car he has to use up. He can sort of, you know, cool down, take a bit of a breather after the first opening lap there, and of course more time behind the safety car means less time racing, and of course with the safety car out longer, it could be a chance for him to gain maximum points. But for the rest of the field that are trying to take that championship away from him and bring in more points for themselves, this is not what they want. They want to go racing now. They want the safety car to go into the pit lane. They want the yellow flags to be deployed, and that safety car board to be pulled in as well here at the Dubai Autodrome. So 2 laps in the books already behind the safety car. This will be lap number 3 now in the books, with Alex Bukunchtov ahead of Usman Magal. Johnny Kazoum, Paul Huskinson in the 26 is 4th overall. Sorry, that's Zig Furmeister who's actually there. That's a great start from Zig Furmeister as well, because he was nowhere near the top 4 when we started this race. So a fantastic jump there. At the opening lap there for the 26. Amir Faisal in there in 5th. Perkles David, another good start from him as well. Ibi Hadid in 7th. Paul Huskinson 8th. Yahid Khan from the back of the field is up into 9th. Alim Gashev and Julien Monet in 10th and 11th respectively. And you can just see them there at the tail end of the field. Alim Gashev will be wanting a little bit of redemption here. He's going to want to get going again and see if he can bag some more points for his championship hunt. Remember, in race 1 a couple of weeks ago, if he just had more time on the clock, it could have been a battle for the race victory between himself and Alex Bukunchtov. But there was just not enough time left on the clock for Alim Gashev for his first victory here in the Gulf Radical Cup. So the recovery effort is underway here at the Dubai Autodrome, with the scene being cleared. 2 cars unfortunately out, both Jimmy Cho and Mark Holm. We hope both of them will be back out with us later on today. We hope that damage can be sorted and fixed by the team, because we've got an hour or so between the 2 races here for the Gulf Radical Cup, as there is more races here at the Autodrome, including the DSBK National Championship and of course Gulf Pro Car. It will be on track later on today. Actually, DSBK will come up right after this. We've almost elapsed 8 minutes of racing, and the majority of that has been behind the safety car as well. You can see a Polestar there, Polestar 2 at the other half, or the other side of the barrier there at on the back straight. Now Usman Magal leaving a bit of a gap between himself and Alex Bukunchtov for the time being, who'll be informed to kind of close that gap up before the restart happens, because you don't want someone like Alex Bukunchtov to have such a sizable gap at the restart. You want to be as close as possible to him as you can. So safety car will come in this lap. We're going to go racing this time round. So we'll do one more circulation of 3.56 kilometers behind the safety car, and then we'll be back to racing one more time here at the Dubai Autodrome in our first race of the day for the Gulf Radical Cup. And let's see if we can get through turn 1 cleanly this time. Now the drivers will want to be careful, especially around the outside of turn 1, because there's going to be debris and possibly fluids on track as well. No doubt that's been cleaned up though from the team. And of course the excellent Marshall team that we have here at the Dubai Autodrome. Without them we wouldn't be able to go racing at all, and without their support we would not be doing this. So a huge shout out to everyone here who wears an orange jumpsuit. They do a fantastic job every single race weekend to ensure we can go racing every weekend we can here in the United Arab Emirates, and of course around the world as well. So Alex Bukunstov will be the first man to see the green flag wave once again. Usman Magal, Johnny Kazoum, Amir Faisalin, Zig Furmeister, then Amir Faisalin, followed by Perkles David, Ibi Hadid, Paul Huskinson, Yahid Karim, Alim Gashev and Julien Monet will be the 11 cars that will take the restart as they weave along the back straight there to keep the warmth in the tyres before they make their way back through turn 16. So up through the club link and through the bowl complex we go here for the final time before the safety car comes into the pit lane. And already there's a sizable gap between Bukunstov and the safety car. So that means the safety car is now started to pull into the pit lane. Here we go, the restart about to get underway here at the Dubai Autodrome for Alex Bukunstov and Usman Magal, your top two. Through turn 16 we go, and there is a big gap between Magal and Bukunstov. The green flag waves, Bukunstov will take it first, and here come the rest of the field behind. And let's see how we get through turn 1 this time round with 15 minutes left on the clock at the Dubai Autodrome here for race number 1. It looks like Alim Gashev, Julien Monet and Yahid Karim a little bit further back from the rest of the field, and that's not great news for Alim Gashev here as well. The quickest, no doubt, of those 3 cars at the tail end of the field as we work our way through sector 1 here for the 6th time around the Autodrome. There is Johnny Kazoum working his way currently in 3rd place, but Alex Bukunstov got the jump that he needed as he works his way through that first sector now, with a sizable gap between himself and Usman Magal. And Johnny Kazoum in 3rd. But it looks like we've got a battle between Zig Furmeister and Amir Faisalin. Faisalin, a veteran of the championship. Let's see what he can do about Furmeister in front of him as he tries to close in through turn 6 now. And looks to the inside as he goes side by side through that corner. Now they'll be side by side with Zig Furmeister having the inside line going up towards the club link on the right hand side. Amir Faisalin decides to back out there and not try to go too wide through that sequence of corners. It's not ideal to have 2 cars going through there at any point there, but again it tucks in behind him once again. It looks like Amir Faisalin certainly has the quicker of the 2 cars as they work their way around now through turn 15. Can Zig Furmeister keep Amir Faisalin at bay? He's going to dive to the inside, but not close enough to make a move is Amir Faisalin, so he's going to have to try again now through turn 1. Bukunstov across the line there with a gap of 1.1 seconds separating the 2 of them down to Usman Magal and Johnny Kazoum, Zig Furmeister, Amir Faisalin following him. Paul Huskinson's found a way past Ibi Hadid, Alim Gashev's found a way past Yahid Karim, as has Julien Monet, and on the inside goes Amir Faisalin through turn 1. But here comes Zig Furmeister battling back through turn 3 and almost pushed out wide there by Amir Faisalin. There's close contact there between the 2 of them. I don't think there was any touch there between them, but it looks to be Amir Faisalin's got through. That could have all gone wrong through that 3rd corner as they continue on now with the green flag running here at the Dubai Autodrome. Less than 30 minutes remaining on the clock for Bukunstov, Magal and Kazoum, your top 3. And this is the battle between, now is that Paul Huskinson and Perkles David? Yes it is. This battle is for 6th position at the moment, just behind Zig Furmeister and Amir Faisalin number 15, excuse me. And then just behind them as well is Ibi Hadid by the looks of it as well, who I think Alim Gashev is trying to find a way through. On the inside, sniffs an opportunity, does Paul Huskinson through the bowl. But Perkles David stays ahead for the time being as they work their way through turn 15. Down towards 16, and there's another battle brewing behind them as well. That's Ibi Hadid and Alim Gashev. Alim looking for a way through. Close though to make a move through turn 16. No doubt he could try and pick up the toe as we go down the front straight here. He'll try and pick it up down towards turn 1. Julien Monet still in close proximity as well, so if something to happen up front in his close proximity, he'll be the one to capitalise here. Perkles David still keeps Paul Huskinson at bay, but Alim Gashev dives to the inside. We just saw that in our shot through turn 1. I think that's moved on for Alim Gashev. Is it? Yes, it is. He's made his way past Ibi Hadid. Next up is Julien Monet now, who approaches the scene, looking now for a way to make his way back up the order. Yahid Khanum unfortunately falling back here in the Golf Radical Cup, now sitting in 11th place at the moment. Alex Bukunchtov extends his lead to 1.4 seconds, separating the leader from the 21 of Usman Magal. There's Julien Monet there at the tail end of the field in 10th position. Actually, no, he's not at the tail end because that's Yahid Khanum, who's a bit further back behind him by 8.3 seconds at the moment. Now we've got a battle here for 6th position between Perkles David, Paul Huskinson. Ibi Hadid is in the mix, as is Alim Geshev as well. And there is that battle because Alim Geshev's got through Paul Huskinson, or has he quite yet? As we had a sniff on the inside from Huskinson through the bowl. But that battle now continues towards turn 16 now, with David in front, Geshev tucked in behind, Huskinson is there, Ibi Hadid is there, Julien Monet closing in on this battle as well. This is the battle for 6th as it races across the line now as well. Now what can Geshev do down towards turn 1? Can he do what he did to Ibi Hadid on the previous lap? Is he going to look to the inside? Yes, he does, but thinks better of it because he's not got enough room to brake there. As Perkles David stays in front of Alim Geshev for now. So this is the battle here for 6th place on track. And Paul Huskinson dropping back here into the clutches of Ibi Hadid and Julien Monet. As Geshev really applying the pressure to Perkles David. Alim Geshev raced with us last season. Perkles David, though, new to the championship this year. He's honing his craft with some of the best in the business here in the Golf Radical Cup. Less than 10 minutes remaining on the clock as Alim Geshev looks the way on the inside of turn 6. As Perkles David runs wide. And Alim Geshev says thank you very much. But here comes Perkles David once again, as Alim Geshev shuts the door on him before they get to the club link. Up into the right-hander, and now Alim Geshev will be on his way to see if he can track down Zig Furmeister and Amir Faislin, but there's 6.1 seconds between those two by the looks of it. And here comes Paul Huskinson as well. He wants to get back past Perkles David this time round. He couldn't do it last time. Well, Alim managed to do it. Now Paul Huskinson thinks, well, if he's done it, I can do it as well. As he'll look for an opportunity through turn 16, but not close enough. He'll try again now down towards turn 1 after watching Alim Geshev try it a number of times already. As Julien Monet's got past Ibi Hadid on that lap as well, dropping Ibi down into 10th position overall. Again, Ibi Hadid, another newcomer to the championship, honing his craft here in the Golf Radical Cup. Again, learning from the best drivers in the Golf Radical Cup in the region and the garage as well. A number of talented drivers in the paddock area this weekend too. As Julien Monet now starts to put some time between himself and Ibi Hadid, but he wants to get closer now to the back of Paul Huskinson and those that are in front of him. About a corner or so in front for the time being, as the race leader continues to extend his gap. At the moment, 2.7 seconds is the gap between our race leader, Alex Bukunchtov, and Usman Magal. Usman is 2.8 seconds up the road from Johnny Kazoum, who's settled in for 3rd position at the moment, who in turn is 1.8 seconds up the road from Amir Faislin. Now, Amir Faislin was actually quicker on the previous lap. So will now Amir start to track down Johnny Kazoum, as on the inside, looks again through the bowl complex, goes Paul Huskinson. But just can't find the right time to make that move stick as Perkles David gets the better exit through 14. Down through turn 16 we go, and not close enough again for Paul Huskinson. As David shuts the door on him once again. Through that final corner and across the line they'll come. And this, of course, is allowing Julien Monet to catch up. And soon enough, Ibi Hadid will be on the scene as well. He'd like to be in the mix of this as well. A good battle here for 7th position, with Alim Geshev now escaping up the road. He's put 3 seconds by the looks of it between himself and Perkles David. Now he's trying to track down Zig Furmeister. Paul Huskinson still looks for a way through with 7 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time to make a move and find an opportunity. It's just the right time to do it is where he needs to find it. Through turn 16, turn 1 is a good option. Turn 6 as well. We've seen some action through there. Again, Paul Huskinson trying to take a tight line compared to Perkles David. Through the right-hander, but again, not close enough. Now, this is an opportunity here for Huskinson to go and dive to the inside. But again, not close enough to do that. As Perkles David now goes the higher line, and they go side by side through the exit of turn 6. With Perkles David running out wide there. Does that give the advantage to Huskinson? I think it does in the right-hander. No, it doesn't. Perkles David manages to stay ahead. Julien Monet now is right up behind here. And he wants 2 for 1 here as again Huskinson looks to the inside of the bowl complex. It's interesting the 2 lines these 2 drivers take. It seems to be Perklis Davies runs a much higher line compared to Paul Huskinson. As these 2 battling on, and Julien Monet just biding his time there in the Leighton House, number 23. Just waiting for this to happen as Paul Huskinson dives to the inside on the front straight there as they work their way down towards turn 1. They're side by side. Now who's going to be the best of the late breakers here? Will it be Paul Huskinson? Will it be Perklis David? We'll have to find out. Well, it's Paul Huskinson who's got ahead. And after a couple of laps of that stress of trying to get past Perklis David, well, he's finally done it. And unfortunately, he's not been able to do it alongside Elim Geshev, who has continued on up the road and put a nice 5.1 second gap between himself and this battle here. And here comes Julien Monet as well. He'd like to be part of this battle. And of course, grab that 2 for 1. Bukunchtov now 4.3 seconds up the road from Usman Magal. Johnny Kazoum a further 2.9 seconds back. But Johnny Kazoum there a personal best of a 1:25.942 in the number 5, currently circulating in 3rd overall. Looking for a strong finishing position here and grabbing some more points. At the Dubai Autodrome is Johnny Kazoum. As Julien Monet's found a way through and past Perklis David, entering the club link. That's a very, very late manoeuvre there from Julien Monet. We just caught the tail end of what happened there between the 2 of them, but they kept it off each other. They kept it nice and clean, which is exactly what we want to see here. And a good move there, and a very brave move as well from Julien Monet. All it took was one jolt of the steering wheel to the right from Perklis David, and that could have all gone wrong. But they kept it nice and clean. Perklis David very well aware of the situation around him, and he knew that Julien Monet was coming hard and fast. But now will Perklis David strike again through turn 1? Is he close enough? No, he's not. Punched off 5.3 seconds. Amir Faison, though, being pinged for track limits through turn 2 and turn 9 for Amir Faison, who's currently circulating in 4th place. He is just 2.1 second behind, Elim Geshev now trying to catch the back bumper of Zig Vermeister. And here is the race leader, who's leading by 5.3 seconds. Alex Bukunchtov ahead of Usman Magal and Johnny Kazoum. Nothing to worry about in front or behind him here for Bukunchtov as he works his way through turn 16 for what would be the 13th time now as he works his way across the line. There we saw a quick glimpse of Elim Geshev, and this is now Zig Vermeister and Elim Geshev. Remember, Elim was caught up. Well, he wasn't caught up. He may have been the catalyst to what happened through turn 1. He was the first to start spinning around, which may have caused a few other drivers to lose focus. As there is Elim Geshev now trying to track down Zig Vermeister, who unfortunately has lost significant ground to Amir Faison. Elim now trying to claw back some time. 1.3 seconds is this gap at the moment, and that has come down significantly over the course of the past couple of laps now, with Elim Geshev doing 1:26.359s and Zig Vermeister doing 1:27.224. Now that means Zig Vermeister is a second slower compared to Elim Geshev at the moment. As back now with the race leader as he works his way through the club link, makes it look easy as he works his way through, and continues to build up that gap with less than 3 minutes left on the clock for Alex Bukunchtov, who's followed by Usman Magal and Johnny Kazoum, separated by 2 seconds. But it's Amir Faison now who's also now reeling in Johnny Kazoum by 1.4 seconds at the moment, and that could be the battle for the 3rd step of the podium, and that could be on now in the last 2 minutes of the race. You can see how far back Usman Magal and the rest of the field are, and there is Amir Faison lurking behind Johnny Kazoum at the moment. There is Usman Magal sitting in 2nd position after starting on the 3rd row of the grid in 5th place. We knew he'd do it. He's a very rapid driver indeed, especially on the opening lap, as the last lap board is being prepared by the marshals here at the Dubai Autodrome. Now, what can Amir Faison do? What can Elim Geshev do as well? Because he's only 1/6 of a second back from the Zig Vermeister driven number 26 at the moment. 2 laps left though for him. to claw back those 0.6 of a second. 1.5 minutes remaining. Here's that battle once again. Zigfirmeister and Alim Geshev. It was 0.6 of a second at the line. It's a lot closer than that, as Alim Geshev was almost losing it there through turn 4. And that could have gone all wrong for Alim Geshev. Did not want a repeat of turn 1, that's for sure. As he works his way now, trying to look for a way on the inside is Zigfirmeister. That, of course, lost him a little bit of ground to the German driver, but now they work their way out of the corner down towards the club link again. And Alim Geshev looking all the way to the left-hand side of the track there. Through the club link they go and into the bowl once again. Bukunchtov across the line sees the last lap board. This is the last lap of the race for the race leader, Alex Bukunchtov. Usman Magal now across the line. He's a further 7.2 seconds back. Johnny Kazoum third, still ahead by 0.8 of a second over Amir Faisalin. So unless Faisalin's going to dive deep into turn 1 or 16 at this lap, it looks like Johnny Kazoum's podium finishing position is in the bag. There is the battle across the line between Geshev and Firmeister. It is 0.4 of a second at the line between the two of them. And we'll just see them enter this frame right on the right-hand side there through turn 1. As Bukunchtov on the final lap here of the race. We've officially elapsed 25 minutes of racing. And that's Amir Faisalin really pushing through sector 1. At the moment, trying to take that third position away from Johnny Kazoum here. This is Usman Magal working his way through the corner, but look at the battle behind them between Amir Faisalin and Johnny Kazoum. And now we're going towards the club link here. There's also a battle brewing behind them as well. Amir Faisalin looks to the right, but not close enough to make a move on Johnny Kazoum. He's only got one more opportunity, which is through turn 16. He almost gets loose through that exit of the club link. Here we go through 15 and 16, but it is Alex Bukunchtov who is working his way through the final corner. The checkered flag at the ready for the championship leader, as Amir Faisalin does look to the inside, but unfortunately not close enough to make a move. But Alex Bukunchtov wins here once again. That's 4 victories in a row for Alex Bukunchtov, as Amir Faisalin settles in for 4th at the line. But Zigfirmeister and Alim Geshev, who will it be? Will be the 77 out in front of the 26. But we'll wait and find out as they work their way now through the final corner. And it will be Zigfirmeister who just stays ahead of Alim Geshev as they work their way across the line there with a margin of the gap there, 0.1 of a second at the line for Zigfirmeister. A great recovery drive there as well from Alim Geshev. Remember, he spun at the opening corner of this race on lap 1. He was at the tail end of the field and he managed to come across the line in 6th position. A fantastic drive there from Alim Geshev. We're looking to repeat that later on today. So the rest of the field now work their way across the line. It's just Yahid Karim that we're waiting to work his way here to the checkered flag in his first with us here in the Golf Pro Car. Golf Radical Cup, excuse me. Pro Car's coming up later today. And that was Yahid Karim there across the line, taking the checkered flag here at the end of the race. And that wraps up the first race here for the Golf Radical Cup. We'll have more action from them later on today. And let's just check what time we'll be racing again in the Golf Radical Cup. It will be at 1:30. The safety car will be deployed to the grid. And of course, we'll be back on the grid to talk to Alex Bukunchtov and the rest of the field about their thoughts in the from the first race. We'll see if we can get a word with Alim Geshev as well and find out what happened, why he got loose there through that first corner. But that is the end of the race, and of course we'll have the podium presentation shortly for our top 3, which of course will be Alex Bukunchtov, Usman Magal and Johnny Kazoum. So into Park Fermé they'll come for their mandatory checks. And of course before we see the podium, we'll of course get an awesome shot of all 3 cars in their positions. There is Bukunchtov, the winner of race 1 for TTR. Pulls into his position. Usman Magal directed towards the 2nd place position, and then of course Johnny Kazoum will slot into 3rd. A great drive there from Alex Bukunchtov. This is turning into a fantastic title defense, and who is going to be able to beat Alex this season? It's going to be a very tough ask. Usman Magal is certainly one to watch out for, so is Johnny Kazoum, but with 4 victories in a row already, that championship lead is building And well, with the Golf Radical Cup, which makes things interesting, is actually drivers can drop around if they didn't score. Well, actually, it's mandatory for the drivers to drop a points round at any given point before the end of the season. And of course, well, for continuous victories for Alex Bekonstov, that means you'll have to drop around where he does win if he continues on this pace that he currently has. So Johnny Kazoom smiles for the camera. Usman Magal talking to the team. Oh, we've got George King is here in the pit lane as well. We'll have to definitely try and get him to come upstairs at some point as well and maybe help us with the commentary during the second race. I didn't realise he was here after an incredible season over the summer for him as well in NNP3. Great to see King back here again. And for those of you who are currently in the grandstand, welcome to the Dubai Autodrome. Welcome to a fantastic race weekend here at the Autodrome. If you're enjoying the atmosphere, why not come over to the paddock area and enjoy the sights and sounds of racing here in the United Arab Emirates. There's plenty to do and see. It's a family-friendly experience over here. There's plenty to check out. You can really see a lot of the cars up close and personal, the bikes, the teams and the riders as well. So do come on over. There's food trucks as well. As we're about to wrap up this race here.
Go to the weighing scale.
And well, the marshals have arrived upstairs because they will be the ones that will be presenting our trophies for our 3 victors here for the podium presentation. And of course, we thank their support this weekend and every weekend we go racing, because of course without them we would not be able to go racing. And of course they'll be helping us with the trophies for this race. As we see the checks underway, there's Ibi Hadid after finishing 10th overall in the points again this weekend. A good drive there from Ibi Hadid. You can see Johnny Kazoom there on the left. He'll be joining us upstairs shortly as he'll be on the 3rd step of the podium. There he is, shaking the hands of the teams and the officials downstairs, surrounded by family as well. Always come out to support Johnny Kazoom. Been doing this for a number of years. Great to see him return the championship as well. As let's check out some highlights here from race 1 of the Golf Radical Cup.
start the next session, which of course will be the SBK National Championship. And well, let's bring them out as always in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place, please welcome Johnny Kazoom. In second position, please welcome Usman Maghal. And to the top step of the podium, please welcome Alex Bukanshnov. And to help us present the trophies, we've invited some marshals to do the honors here. So first we'll invite Santosh here to present the third place trophy to our third place driver in the Golf Radical Cup race number 1. That of course goes the way of Johnny Kazoom. Next, we'll invite Hamza from the Marshals team to help us present the second place trophy in the Golf Radical Cup to Usman Maghal. And last but not least, let's invite Farhad from the Marshals team to help us present the winner's trophy in the Golf Radical Cup. That, of course, goes the way of Alex Bukanshnov. And we'd like to thank the marshals who've assisted us here today for the Golf Radical Cup podium presentation. No doubt we'll see them back later on today. We'll see more marshals, that is. But of course now, with the podium presentation over and done, it's time now to move on to our next race, which of course is the SBK National Championship, Race 1 for 12 laps of racing around the national circuit.
So welcome back to another race here before we have a break for lunch. It's the DSBK National Championship here. 12 laps of racing around the national circuit configuration here at the Dubai Autodrome. Again, 3.56 kilometers in length. We have a total of 15 riders who will take the start here. One of them, though, is shown as in the pit lane already, and that is Matteo Minero, who is shown as in the pit lane. So I think he might have a pit lane start, but let's hope there's just a graphical error on screen, because that's not great news for Matteo Minero, as he is currently sat, well, he's supposed to be on the third row of the grid, sorry, fourth row of the grid, because he's in 10th position, isn't he, at the moment, but unfortunately he will start from the pit lane. Martin Verganick, though, will share the front row of the grid. It will see Dalsoleti and Manuel Parra alongside each other. Firas Abouganem, Yuri Nekrasov and Florian will share the third row of the grid. Tom Robson, Rodion Yashkov and Graham Purvis will share the third row with Matteo Minero, and Adrian with Johan Goros sharing the fourth row of the grid. But of course, Matteo Minero will not start from his grid position. Mohamed Shamsia and Hussein Bolat and Mohamed Magdaldag is also lining up here. They'll be on the fifth row of the grid here at the first race of the new DSBK National Championship. I see Nasser Saeed has joined me upstairs. He won't be doing commentary with me because he'll be watching his new championship unfold here. It's great to see you. We'll talk with you later on, Nasser, because of course this is your brainchild, isn't it? We can have a chat with you. Do you want to join us for commentary for this? Oh, yes, sure. So of course you've got a lot of experience. So I'm joined now by Nasser Saeed. Nasser, I hope you can hear me with all this.
Hi.
Nasser, it's great to see you here.
Thank you so much.
It's
yes,
great to...
There's going to be a race, it's going to start. Yes, it started.
So the race is now officially underway, and Nasser Saeed, of course, the brainchild of this brand new championship here, the DSBK National Championship. Martin Verganick has come back stronger every year.
Nice to see him on the grid. Oh no, that's bad. I mean, that's a crash.
That is not good. That is Martin Verganick as well, and he looks to be hurt there. So we'll try and see what happened there. But Nasser, you just caught right at the beginning there what happened there between them. It looked just like 3 into 1. Let's have a look again at this.
I don't remember who was coming inside the line, but the person who is coming inside the line.
So Verganick is on the far right. And that's Firas Abouganem, who got tapped there by, what is that? That's a 20 bike? Yes, it is. And unfortunately, Martin Verganick just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Number 20 there is Yuri Nekrasov.
Yes,
was a bit, should we say a bit aggressive there at the first corner. So Saeed Al-Salati, though, was through on the inside, so it's a good start from him. But unfortunately there, for Martin Verganick, he was just a passenger and all that. He had nowhere to go, did he?
What flag? Is it a red flag or...?
It's, well, it hasn't shown the race has started, so I assume, yes, the red flag is being shown there for good reason. That's not the best way we want to start a race here, especially for a defending champion, Martin Verganick. Just, unfortunately for him, he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time by the looks of it.
It was the wrong timing, isn't it? When the braking was wrong. It's a big mistake there from the bike. Is it a Yuri?
It looked like it did look like 20, the Yuri Nekrasov. Here we go again. You can see there on the inside Yuri Nekrasov, which is a little bit too close there to the back of.
Saeed was safe. Saeed was just behind him.
Indeed he was, and there are the two, and Firas Abouganem also caught up in that as well. Firas started on the second row as well. He started in 4th place. Another rider there for Walid Al-Shemis. There is Martin Verganick. He does look a little bit, well, it's good news that he's walking. That's what we love to see there. The ambulance on scene right away there for Martin Verganick and the rest of the other riders as well, excuse me.
I hope that another rider, who was onto the...
That was Yuri Nekrasov as well.
Who was that? The white biker?
Number 20, Yuri Nekrasov was in there as well, yeah.
I hope he is fine. I didn't see him walking down.
So we'll get words from them later on today and hope that they're okay. There is unfortunately Martin Verganick's bike. That's down towards turn 1. And unfortunately, I think that means we will not see Martin Verganick continue this race, which is very, very unfortunate. Firas Abouganem and team. Well, that's actually the Walid Al-Shemis team, isn't it? Those are the two other teammates.
Out of 3 riders, 2 riders are back into the grid. To the pit,
and they'll slot back into place later on. But of course, the red flag is out here for our first race of the day here in the DSBK National Championship. Of course, joined by Nasser Saeed
This is your championship. You founded it earlier this year. You had one exhibition race earlier.
Exhibition race on the last year, 2022. That was the first ever for DSBK Racing, and it was lovely to be a part of this race again for the UAE National Championship.
So talk us through, how did DSBK come about? Because of course you brought in Al Yusuf Motors as well, who is.
I think. It's all about the sponsors. Like Yusuf has come as a big sponsor for this DSBK National Championship, and I'm glad that there's a good sponsors are coming in. It's like last year we have done the amazingly good name of DSBK, and this is the effect of this year. Like my riders are very happy to be a part of DSBK Racing. And thanks to Kyle, Firoza Racing, of course, yeah, he's the one who's put all the effort to make it happen.
So we have been informed that Martin Verganek is okay, so we do appreciate the support from everybody who was extremely quick on the scene there, and that's what we love to hear, that Martin Verganek is okay. We'll get an update as well for Yuri Nekrasov, because he was the other rider involved. We're just going back to DSBK? That's the British version. We're in Dubai, aren't we? It's Dubai SBK, isn't it?
It's
DSBK.
usually, the confusion is, a lot of people, they get confused because Dubai is DXB. So whenever they say DSBK, it gets confused of DXB.
So we just saw again, we're looking at a replay here, and just before that, you can kind of see Yuri Nekrasov.
Is this Yuri?
That looks like Yuri Nekrasov,
Okay,
that looks like the number 20.
Okay.
But you see him just before he comes in the braking zone. It looks like, I mean, you'll know this better than I do. You've done this for many, many years. It just looked like the bike wouldn't brake on time, or it's just too heavy because it was really squirrely there.
Usually, on the first corner, this have to happen sometimes, because usually everybody thinks on the first corner is a very important corner, and they have to brake as much as late as possible. So this is what he was trying to do, but unfortunately, it was a downhill. It is a downhill, on the first corner. So if you lose the control a bit, and tend to happen what has happened now.
And I think that's just what happened. He was so late on the brakes. He saw an opportunity. He thought he could take the lead away, but unfortunately, just so late on the brakes. You saw the bike get loose,
yes.
And unfortunately, that was the. Well, that's what's happened there. That's the incident there, isn't it?
Martin was already on the lean onto the taking right, and Yuri was almost on his rear, so he could not control his bike. So this is what happened.
Yeah, it's a shame, but we red flagged the marshals and the teams. The ambulance was on site immediately as soon as that happened. So, of course, without them, we wouldn't be doing this. And, of course, we're getting updates on the riders that were caught up in that. We are aware that Martin Verganek is okay.
We have seen Martin walking down in the pit, but the Yuri is on the ambulance, I think. I hope he's fine.
Yeah, we hope he's okay. We'll get an update. I know, Nasser, you'll probably be updated first and foremost because, of course, this is your championship. A great crowd as well turn out here for the first DSBK. I know after the exhibition race you were really excited to get this championship underway, and it's great that you're here with us. And as we said, it's great to see a company like Al Yusuf Motors. They are the official distributors for Yamaha here, and they've jumped on board of the championship.
Like I expected to have Al Yusuf on the board because they're the one who owns Yamaha here in country, and like Al Yusuf, who's going to support us for this sport. I mean, unless the motorsport world, they don't support this kind of a sport. There is nothing here because this sport is just still growing. It is not grown yet. I mean, it is there since last 10-12 years in Dubai, but still it is not grown to the point where it has to supposed to be. And this is what my try is like. I'm being a racer since last 10 years. I have seen how the crowd is coming and going. The riders are coming and going. They just race for 1 year, 2 years. They don't get the support from the sponsors and so and so. And I'm nice to see Al Yusuf on the board now. I'm glad they're here at Saxo and all other CHS. All these people are there supporting. I mean, kind of need to see a lot of crowd here. I mean, we are going to make a lot of efforts next coming up event, which is for February 11th. Date to be marked on February 11th. That's going to be a biggest event of the year.
And yeah, it's nice that you guys are back, because every year you guys come back with a bigger and better field. You've got so much talent inside a DSBK National Championship. And I mean, Martin Verganek, he did a stint in Europe for a very long time. He built up his championship campaign here. He was the man to beat. Everybody wanted to beat Martin Verganek, but it was like he was a league of his own. Even this morning during qualifying, he still retained the essence of what he did last year. He's just so much further ahead. Is there, and I know obviously with the category he's in the modified, right? So there is modifications to his bike.
Yes.
But obviously there's nothing off the rule book, is there?
No. It's basically the modification is only about the engine. All other things with the super sport class, they can modify to the suspension and the so many slipper clutch and all these things they can do it, but only the engine part they can modify. The people who are into modified sector, so they're only able to do something little bit onto the engine, that's it. Otherwise almost the bike looks all the same, everything, the engine capacity is same, everything is same. So yes, like as you said, Martin, the people like the rider like Martin, who they come as more and more the international riders to Dubai to race. That's a prestigious for us.
Of course, and it's for them, it's their kind of off-season, right? Because obviously in Europe, America, Southeast Asia, you race during the summertime. Here we can't do this because it's too hot. But then we obviously race a different calendar. We race from November all the way through to about April, and because of course it's cooler here. So they can just continue racing. Like guys like Martin Vergenek who come into the championship, they can just continue racing throughout the year, right? They can hone their craft, they can get up to speed, they can ride with some of the best here in the United Arab Emirates.
We're still not up to date with these international riders like European riders. You know, there were so many Italian riders wanted to come and race here, but somewhere something is rules and regulations of UAE, EMSO, and their FIM is not some issue in between. So we are trying to sort it out. So Italian riders, they want to come and race here. There are 4 riders wanted to race this year, and unfortunately it didn't happen. And same as European riders who has won the European Championship. So there are few riders who wanted to come here, but it's too late to get into all the terms and conditions here. So hopefully we're going to see more riders on February race, February, March and April.
So what was the reason you've got such a large gap? Because obviously we've got December, we've got one more round of racing, I think it is. In January, I know it's very busy with
Autodrome is super busy.
Yeah.
Autodrome is super busy. It's nice to know Autodrome is super busy. The circuit is completely packed all the weekends, and only weekends what we got is like from January and Feb, March and April. Luckily we got 4 rounds at least. You know, it's supposed to be 5 rounds. People expect to have a 5 rounds. The reason being, if any in the championship, if somebody is having a little bit very close championship competition, somebody crash like Martin have done now, so he won't be able to race this race, at least the first race. Maybe he is able to race the second one. But if he lose something like this, if he crash or his bike is not fine, so 5 rounds are good to cover up the points. So this is the reason, like, you know, we unfortunately we didn't get the 5 rounds, 4 rounds at least we got. So hopefully we'll do the good racing this year.
Well, I'm looking forward to it because every year the bikes bring out a fantastic display. And now, the other thing I want to ask you as well is you've done this for many years. It's been over a decade since you've been racing on 2 wheels, and now you're moving into sort of a position that you're no longer racing. I know your son is racing as well from time to time.
I wouldn't say I'm no longer racing. I'm still, like, you know, if I was bit kind of, because of my last year crash, I broke my ankle. So I was recovered after 7 to 8 months. I didn't have a good energy to come back, so I did 1 or 2 rounds, and I was not feeling that comfortable because I have now another 3 months to go for February, so hopefully I'll race. Don't tell me I'm retired yet. And still, like, the reason to be in this sport and organizing this, because I have seen the riders from last 10 years, they are not getting that exposure what they are supposed to. Like me, like we broke our bones, I fall and race and all this, but still the riders, even after everything, they come up and they wanted to ride again.
So that passion is still there for you no matter what.
Yes.
I know that obviously you're probably looking at this going, I wish I was out there, I wish that was me racing out there, I wish that was me challenging for the victory at the end.
Whenever I see my racers like Firaz and Yuri, they're all my kind of pace, like, you know, we are all in the same grade and same pace and everything. When I see them, like, you know, oh, I could have been there, I could have done this better this time, but it doesn't happen everything, you know, at a time. So I'm happy that I'm organizing this racing, and I'm so thankful to Kyle that, you know, he accepted my offer. What we are wanted to do together, and hopefully we'll have in February and March and April, it will be better because it was a very less time to organize everything in details, but still we'll do it better.
Well, it's always great to have you guys back, and it's always exciting when the National Championship returns for a very incredible, you know, racing series that we have here, and it's a lot of fun. The bikes always put on a fantastic display, and of course 12 laps of racing, we might not get as much racing as we'd like to have, but the good thing is nowadays that they're actually using the same track as the rest of the series, so we don't have to reconfigure, so they can also experience the fun that is going through the club link, through the bowl complex and stuff like this.
The reason to have February race is a club link is it's a club race, it's a club circuit. And imagine 22 bikes, 22 or 20 bikes are allowed in club circuit, I think. So 20 bikes are going to have a 12 grueling laps. That will be interesting because the people will be completely engaged to see the riders. Like it could be like a Moto3 bikes, Moto3 kind of a race. So it will be more exciting than the national circuit.
And that's the thing with the SBK, the National Championship. The field is so tightly packed because everyone's kind of on the same level. Even the rookies are fast. And as soon as they come in, they're quick out the box, you know. And it's great to see that we have, again, this season, we've got 5 rookies that have joined us. We've got Tom Robson, we've got Rodion Yashkov. Tom Robson's been very quick out the box. I mean, he's lining up in 7th on the restart here by the looks of it. I think that might shuffle a bit here. Rodion Yashkov is right behind him.
If you see Tom Robson, I have never believed he could do 135 on his first race itself, because 135 is for the racer speed. I mean, he's still a rookie. So just see the potential down the last race of the season. By April, I think he'll be beating the guys who's into doing the racing.
Because that's the thing, like we see over the past couple of years, we always see the rookies come in, you know, they're not up to speed right from the get-go, but then literally after the second race, they're already tuned in, they're dialed in, they've watched the pros do it, they've watched the veterans, they've figured out where the best line is, where to brake, where to accelerate, these kind of things. And they just get quicker and quicker as the season progresses. But I guess it's natural, isn't it?
It is natural. It is all in how you want to take it, like, you know, how passionate about your biking riding skills. It's just a small mistakes and you have to correct it time to time. Like, again, I'm telling you, Robson, yes? Tom Robson. Yeah, Tom Robson, I have seen his riding. He don't look like he's a rookie. The confidence, what I have seen in him, and the corners, what he's taking, the braking, everything is perfect. It's just a new track for him and new first race for him. And I'm telling you, like, you know, if you see his second round, I'm sure he'll be somewhere in the top 4 and 5.
So the timing screen is just updated. Now we have 13 riders that will take the restart here. We'll start with 8 laps instead of 12. So we've lost 4 laps, unfortunately, due to the red flag there. And it will be Saeed Al-Suleti, Manuel Parra, and now Firas Abu Ghanem, who will line up along that front row of the grid there. And then the rest of the field will follow suit. What are you expecting here for this race? Who do you think is now going to come on top? Because obviously the clear winner was going to be Martin Verganek. He's 2 seconds ahead.
He's 2 seconds ahead of anybody. So yes, definitely, like, you know, Saeed is on the modified sports bike. So I'm expecting if he don't make any mistakes, so it will be definitely he'll be the modified class. He'll be the winner expected to have, unless he does any mistake. And Manuel, Firas, and so Yuri is not there. So okay.
Yeah, so
if it was Yuri was there, then definitely they're going to be a big challenge between Manuel, Firas, and Yuri. So they are my favorites here at the moment. But Yuri is unfortunately not there. But yes, rookies getting a chance to show themselves. So I think this will be very interesting for the rookie season.
It will be as well, and we're moments away from getting the restart underway. It's just been reduced by another lap by the looks of those, so we're only going to go racing for 7 laps here around the auditorium for the first race of the SBK National Championship. If you've just joined us on the live stream, we've just had a red flag period due to an incident down towards turn 1, and unfortunately Martin Verganek and Yuri Nekrasov will not take the restart. We are aware that Martin Verganek is okay. We did see him walking towards the ambulance, and we're going to give it an update. He is good to go, but Yuri Nekrasov, we're still waiting for an update. Pit lane will open in about 6 minutes time.
I think the lap has gone down to 7 laps, I think, from 8, isn't it? Okay, that will be a quick run once.
So we've lost...
So they're going to have a 1 lap of familiarization lap, and then they straight away to race.
Yep, and we're down to now 13 bikes out of the 15 that was scheduled to start this race. As we said, unfortunately 2 will not take the restart here, and of course we're waiting for an update from Yuri Nekrasov's team, and once we get that we will let you know. But this is how they'll line up. At least the front row of the grid will change from what it was earlier today. Saeed Al-Suleti will line up alongside Manuel Parra and Firas Abu Ghanem. So we've got the modified and the super stocks. Now Nasser, this is also a question I've always wanted to ask you. What is the biggest difference between modified and super stock? I know that you said that the modified, there's some changes to the engine and things like this, but
see, there are 2-3 differences. Like, you know, one, the stock guys, like, you know, who super stock guys, they can't use the slicks, full slicks. Okay, one is the tire, and second is the blipper. They can't use the blipper. The modifier can use anything, whatever they want. They want to modify to the limit. They can go for any limit. There is no limit for them. So for the super stock guys, like, you know, they have only slicks. They can't use these full slicks. They can't use the blipper. They can't use the brake disc, the Super Sport brake disc after stock. I mean, they have to use the only stock brake disc and the master cylinder. So they have to be, these are the only limitations, plus the engine. They're not supposed to open the engine and do any overall kind of a thing. So that's it. If the bike is doing, the stock bikes are doing good, like Yamaha especially, like Yamaha bikes are super good these days. So if they are those are the bike, they can very much compete with these sports, these modified ones, yeah.
So we just saw a shot there of Martin Vergenek's bike that's back in the pit lane, and I can see the team are working on it. Now, I'll be honest, Nasser, it looked like the exhaust was not where it should have been. It looked like it was a bit too far off to the left, so I guess that's a result of the damage, because it looked like it was sticking out a bit too much. There you can see it on the left. Is that too far out, or is that because it's modified like that?
I think, no, that should be fine. I think if anything happens, that would have been out. So it is not even damaged.
So maybe it was
exhausts are fine.
Maybe it was just the camera angle there then.
Yes, possible, yeah.
Of course, they're just doing some final checks here. What do you think they're checking on the bike right now to make sure that it's ready for the next race later today?
If they have a good technicians, yes, they can do it in minutes. Unless it is too badly damaged. So I think handlebars are fine, brakes are fine, and except I think they must have changed the fairing already. So bike looks good. I think he's going to go back to the grid again.
Yeah, it looks remarkably in good condition, seeing as what we saw at turn one.
Okay, that looks like damage, but not even scratch.
Yeah, it's remarkable, the condition of the bike, unless there's damage on the left-hand side of it that we can't quite see. Yeah, there you can kind of see there at the back of the bike there, but honestly, you're right. He might be able to go up, but
yes.
As per the regulations, would he now be allowed to?
He's allowed to race because it was a red flag. So I think according to the rules, he can go back. If the race was live, then yes, he won't have. He cannot go. But if race was stopped, and I think he can go back.
So it'll be interesting to see. We'll see if we get an update if Martin Vergenek will take the restart here. He's not shown on our timing screens here. The pit lane will open up in about 4.5 minutes time here. But Nasser, thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for
so much
telling us more about DSBK. Do stick around for the race. It'll be great to get your insights because, of course, you'll have the inside knowledge. You've raced here a very long time. I think you know the track better than anybody does here.
I think I know it because since last 10 years I'm riding here. This is one of the best the track what I have seen. The support from the Dubai Autodrome is excellent. I'm glad that we are in Dubai. Unless if you are I was in Saudi before, so if I was in Saudi, I wouldn't have able to race. I'm in Dubai and started racing since 2011. Yes, I had a crash in the beginning when I was a rookie. So I crashed first race and I crashed again second race. So then it started, but still didn't give up. So that's how I'm still racing.
And you did say that you want to get back on the seat later in the season?
I wanted to race, yes. I have a 3 months time to get back to my fitness. Hopefully I get back to my fitness and to see me in race grid on February 11th.
Well, that'll be good to see. That's only in well, actually, I would say that's a couple of weeks' time. It's not. It's in 2 months' time. So we've got a long way to wait to see you back on the bike. But it looks like the riders are getting suited and booted and getting ready to get back on their bikes. Of course, pit lane will open in about 3 minutes' time by the looks of it.
It still shows there is no timing showing.
So 12:20, I think the pit lane will open by the looks of it. And then that way we'll see 13 riders make their way down to the end of the pit lane. Of course, drivers here able to maybe do a quick debrief here. Now, another thing I want to ask you here. Now, the session has been red flagged, and obviously the teams after warm-up and qualifying this morning, they might want to change some setups before the race, which is all obviously fair game. But can they change the setup now during this red flag?
Yes, with the marshals, with the scrutineering guys, if they have to inspect, they can do it with the scrutineering guy, whoever is in charge of that. Yes, they have taken a rest. They can check their tire pressure. They can check their fuel, everything. So those are things are allowed.
Okay, well, I wonder if a number of teams will be doing that at the moment. They will, of course, be having some final words with their team. Maybe after that opening lap, they might want to change some things here and there. Like you said, the tyre pressure and whatever else they want to change. I did see that you were trying to get Kyle to come join us here, but he's just going to watch from the back, I think. Kyle, do you want to step in? Let's talk to the man from Farissa Racing. This is your brainchild. It has been your brainchild now for a couple of years. Nasser, thank you so much for joining us. We'll get him back later on, of course. But Kyle, I know you try to hide away from me in the corner of the room. You shouldn't have come up here, and well, you've been given a headset. Talk us through the SBK.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. So obviously, this season sees a new title sponsor involved to see if we can, further push and drive motorsport community, obviously mainly focused on motorcycles. And this being round one, I'm sure we can already see, you know, the progress that's already been made in such a short time.
Of course, and there's been some big changes from last season to this season. We've got a lot of familiar faces. We've got some new faces, so a new challenge for a lot of these guys here. It's very unfortunate what happened to Martin Verganek, and we have been given an update, but the one thing we haven't been updated for is Yuri Nekrasov. So do you know anything?
At this stage, we don't have anything confirmed. I do believe that medical staff would be looking at possible concussion tests, that sort of thing, just to make sure. But we will wait for further updates and keep everybody else updated.
Of course. So that was the incident. If you just joined us, we had an incident at turn one on our first race here for the DSBK National Championship, which unfortunately we saw Martin Verganek and Yuri Nekrasov out of the race. We saw their bikes in the barrier as well, but we will be going racing shortly. And I know, Carl, you're very excited to get this first race done and dusted. I know it's probably been a really hectic summer. It's been hectic already downstairs from what you're telling me before. Are you a little bit easier now? Is your mind at rest? Or is it still going at a million miles per hour?
Not at all. Maybe sometime tonight after we've packed up the race trailer, that'll be maybe a good time to sit back and relax. But yeah, it's been a very hectic 2 weeks just to get everything in order. Obviously, we have quite a few auxiliary things happening other than the actual race on the track. But no, it's great. And also a big thanks to everybody who's come down to Dubai Autodrome today to support the various racing, and also to all the guys that are out there viewing the live streaming as well.
Yeah, it's a great weekend to do it. The weather is absolutely amazing. We've got a bit of cloud coverage here, no rain in sight, and it looks like, well, the bell is whistling for the pit lane to open, and that means, Kyle, we're going to go racing again. We've got 13 bikes that will take the restart, 7 laps of racing, down from the 12 we originally had planned, and that's obviously due to the red flag. Kyle, I'll ask you one thing before you go. Who is going to win this race? Because now Martin Verganek is not in it, and we know that he was the quickest man this weekend so far. I think the door is wide open here. I think we're going to get a first-time winner here.
Yes, so the possibilities are all there. A lot of the young guns, or let's say the new guys, are really fired up for this. They've been proving it in their lap times in yesterday's free practice, as well as the qualifying this morning. Possibly a favorite for the race is still Saeed Al Sulaiti. But yeah, I think there's a couple guys out there who would like to see if they can, you know, get up there and rub bars with him as well, you know?
I think you're right, because he was right there. He looked like he saw an opportunity, but he thought better of it on that first corner, and he did a good job avoiding that incident, and he got through nice and cleanly. I think...
Yeah, so it's always the old case of, you know, you can't buy experience. And Saeed has been around the block a good couple of years. He's still a very fast competitor, but he has been at this level and much higher level for a very long time.
Well, the bikes are back on tracks. That's good news for us, Carl. I'll let you get back to it because I know that you've probably got some numbers to crunch, some things to sort out before we get started. But Carl, thank you so much for talking to us, and thank you for joining me here in the commentary box.
Thank you, and we'll catch you all later again.
So we are now officially back with racing here at the Dubai Autodrome for the DSBK National Championship. We wave goodbye to Kyle and Nasser, who have kindly joined us and keeping us up to date about the rebranded DSBK National Championship. We've heard some amazing things. You've got a new title sponsor as well. Such a great brand to have on board. Of course, Al Yusuf Motors, the OEM here for Yamaha products. It's great to have them on board for this epic championship. So we'll restart the race here with 13 bikes. It's showing that 2 bikes are still currently in the pit lane. One of them is Firas Abu Ghanim, and the other one is the 73 down in 9th position that will take the restart. So we'll shorten the grid down to 13 riders. We'll still have those 5 grids, grid linings even. Mohamed Baghdad will start at the back of the grid now, but he'll be all by his lonesome on that 5th row of the grid here around the Dubai Autodrome. So 7 laps of racing. We're now going to go racing once again here after that incident at turn 1 at the opening stages here of our first race of the day for the DSBK National Championship. I see the fans are in full support here of their family as well, bringing signs to support their loved ones, their fathers, their mothers, because of course there's a lot of different drivers in the field. We do have a number of female drivers and riders who have participated over the couple of years and also here this weekend as well in the series that we have racing here today. And it's always great to see families come out to support each other, and of course friends and friends as well come out to support one another. For those in the grandstand, welcome to the Dubai Auditorium and welcome back to the racing season here in the United Arab Emirates. This is the 23-24 season, and of course if you want to see the bikes, the cars, the drivers up close and personal, come on over to the paddock area. There's plenty to do and see. It's a family-friendly atmosphere, and it's going to be a fantastic day all throughout. Well, we're about to go racing one more time as the grid will form up. It will be Saeed Al-Sulaiti with Manuel Parra and Firas Abu Ghanem who will share the front row of the grid this time round. So Firas Abu Ghanem, who started on the second row, has been moved up to the first row of the grid here at the Dubai Auditorium. For those of you watching the live stream, thank you so much for joining us. We enjoy your company, and I hope that you've enjoyed what the information that we've relayed to you. We've tried to talk to everyone that we can during that red flag period to keep you up to date with the latest things that are happening in the DSBK National Championship. Of course, we'll try to get more insights from Golf Pro Car and of course Golf Radical Cup later on. I'll see if I can get George King to join me through Golf Radical Cup commentary later on today, because of course it'd be great to have insights. Of course, has had a very eventful season for himself over in Europe in LMP3. It'd be great to see him back up in the commentary box as well. So the grid is being cleared now for the restart here of the DSBK National Championship. We're about to go racing one more time here around the Dubai Auditorium before we take a break, and then we'll be back to more racing later this afternoon. So here we go. We are now under the starters' orders. The formation lap will begin. They'll reslot into their positions, and from there we will go into our restart for this race here. So you can see where Martin Verganek was supposed to start and Yuri Nekrasov was supposed to start. Those grid positions are now not filled, so actually Firas Abu Ghanem will not line up on the front row of the grid. Instead, he will line up on the second row of the grid where he originally qualified. So the bikes are off now. Green flag waves for the formation lap here. So we haven't started the race yet. This is the formation lap here before the restart of the DSBK National Championship, race number 1 of the weekend. We'll have 2 races for them today here at the Dubai Auditorium. Of course, they're using the national circuit configuration, 3.56 kilometers in length. They use part of the back straight, and then that will be cut off through the club link, and they'll work their way through the bowl complex, through turn 14, 15 and 16, and then they'll complete a full lap here around the Dubai Auditorium. Saeed Al-Sulaiti will be alongside Manuel Parra on the front row of the grid. There'll be an empty slot on their far left where that's closest to the grandstand. That should be where that should be where Martin Verganek will start, but unfortunately out of this race. Yuri Nekrasov should start in 6th, but that gap is also not filled in here for this for this restart here, excuse me, not second race. Second race is coming later today, isn't it? But that will be how they line up at the front of the field. And then of course we go racing for 7 laps, down from the 12 laps we were originally planned to race. We've now made that just 7 laps of racing here around the Dubai Auditorium. So the riders making their way through the club link and through the ball complex. They'll once again form up in their grid positions on the front straight. So the leader at the moment, or the pole sitter, should be on the grandstand side, which is the left-hand side of the track going down towards turn 1, and on the inside will be position 3. In the middle will be the second place starter, and that course will be where Saeed Al-Sulaiti will start. Alongside him will be Manuel Parra. So now through the final corner they come. They will line up on the grid one more time here before the restart, and there is the number 11, the modified of Saeed Al-Sulaiti, excuse me, as he pulls into his grid position. Manuel Parra now pulls up into his position. That's the number 34, will line up alongside him. Firas Abu Ghanem in the 33 will line up closest to the grandstand there for Walid Al-Shemesh Racing, and there he is. He's slotted in position along with the rest of the field. Now we're about to get underway here. We'll see 5 lights go on, and once all 5 go out, we'll be racing one more time here. 5 seconds to go before the lights go on, and that will be racing. Here we go. The red lights are on. The engines now start to arrive, and we're off one more time. Not a great start there, a bit further back. That was on the 3rd row of the grid. The starter did not get what he wanted there at all, but we're down towards turn 1 here for the 2nd time today in the DSBK National Championship. So we race our way down here, and there we go, nice and tidy through the first corner. A good start there from Saeed Al Salati as he works his way through the first corner, and he's followed nicely by a train of bikes. They work their way now through the first sector here on the restart. Nice and clean this time round as we work our way through here. Everyone look to be taking it a bit more modestly this time round. We might be just getting back up to temperature here. It might be a bit cool on those tyres at the moment. Of course, just keeping everything in check and ensuring that we've got one lap in the books, and then we can continue on with the other 6 once we go past the start-finish line for first time on this restart. So we're working our way through sector 1. We'll be fast approaching the back part of the track here, which is the back straight. So you said it's partly cut off due to an on-site activation here at the Dubai Autodrome, because of course every weekend it's full of action, especially when it comes to a race weekend. We've got racing plus we've got experiences happening at the same time, and it's great to see we can have both on track at the same time. But here we are for the first race of the SBK National Championship. The number 11 continues to lead. Through the ball complex he goes, and it looks like Firas Abu Ghanem has snuck up into second position, so he's found a way past Manuel Parra already on the opening lap of this race. He didn't quite do that through turn 1, so he must have done it through sector 2 somewhere that we didn't quite catch. So down through the last couple of corners they come now. Through turn 16 will come Saeed Al Salati as he works his way across the line now. Let's see what the gap is between himself and Firas Abu Ghanem, who's got a bike off through turn 16. The rider is okay, and he's sprinting off to his bike. I think that's another one of the Walid Al-Shamius bikes, possibly, that's gone off through turn 16, and it is the 55 by the looks of it that's gone off through 16. Now he's ran across the double yellows wave down towards turn 16. Anyway, he's just inspecting the bike here, and hopefully he can get going again, but the double yellows will continue down towards turn 16 for the foreseeable future until that bike gets going again, because of course that is quite a heavy braking zone down there, and if you get it wrong, that won't be great, will it now, at all? So here we go. It is 2.1 seconds separating Saeed Al Salati and Firas Abu Ghanem, and then Manuel Parra is 3.3 seconds back from the race leader, but 1.1 seconds back from Abu Ghanem at the moment. Tom Robson's had a great opening lap here on the restart, up into 4th position already, which puts him 3rd in the super stock, and he is only 0.3 of a second up the road from Johan Gaas at the 73. Now I thought he was a bit closer to Manuel Parra, but it's 6.7 seconds separating the two of them there, and it looks like, well, unfortunately the number 55 has been pulled behind the barrier, so unfortunately race over there for Florian. He'll have to try again in race 2. Here comes Saeed once again, builds that lead up. 2.1 seconds is the gap so far between the two of them. And then Firas Abu Ghanem being chased down by Manuel Parra. Manuel Parra trying to get back past him here, trying to retake that second position back here at the Dubai Autodrome. Who's been followed by Tom Robson, who's got 3 bikes surrounding him at the moment. Now that Johan Gaas has gone through, no it isn't, Rodion Yashkov has got through, so we've got 2 rookies now in 4th and 5th respectively. Johan Gaas has had a problem. He's dropped down the order to 8th position now at the moment. And so unfortunately he drops behind Graham Purvis. Purvis moves up into 7th. As there goes across the line. Matteo Monero was there as well, up into 9th. I guess that red flag period there was a blessing in disguise for him at least, because of course he started from the pit lane, and now he can make some headroom and work his way up the order. Mohammed Samshir unfortunately dropping down. He's in 10th position, excuse me, in the 39. Ahead of Mohamed on the 12 and Hussein Bolat there on the 49 bike at the tail end of the field in 12th overall. We've got that battle brewing here for what is 4th at the moment between Robson, Yashkov, Adrian, Graham and Johan, all battling it out there for that position. Now for Tom Robson, there's a little bit more at stake here for him, because of course that is the battle for the 3rd step of the podium as well in super stock, and with the Yashkov right behind him by 0.2 of a second, he's got to be really careful. He's got a wing mirror full of him so far, or should we say 2 mirrors full of him, because a bike doesn't have a wing mirror, does it? It has 2 side mirrors instead. A bit weird to have a wing mirror on a bike, wouldn't it? As across the line goes Firas Abu Ghanem, being chased down by Manuel Parra, and of course with these two battling, that means that Abu Ghanem is losing time, and actually both of them are losing time to the race leader, who's now built a gap of 5.6 seconds. There is that battle between the two of them at the moment. Manuel Parra trying to take back 2nd place as the battle for 4th rages on here. Tom Robson and Rodion Yashkov have separated themselves now from both Adrian, Graham and Johan. And I think Matteo Monero is now starting to creep up on these guys as well, because he's got Mohamed Shamsir 1/10 of a second behind him at the moment. So Shamsir now trying to work his way up the order. 4 laps to go here around the Dubai Autodrome of our first race of the day for the DSBK National Championship. Now Soleti is your race leader by 5.6 seconds to the good. Mohamed there being chased by Hussein, and there we go. Unfortunately on the timing screen, Florian is out here of this race in the 13 position on the 55 bike. Back to Firas Abou-Ghanem and Manuel Parra now as these two battle through the club link. This is the battle for second overall, and of course the top step of the podium is super stock as well, as Manuel Parra looking for a way on the inside of Firas Abou-Ghanem as they lean their way through turn 15 now. They crest over the hill down towards turn 16. Can Manuel Parra sneak up through the inside? Not quite close enough to make a move. They continue to circulate behind him for the time being, but of course we're coming up now to turn 1 with 3 laps to go this time round. You can see just in the front of the shot there, you saw how far up the road Seed Al Soleti is by 7 seconds to the good so far. Heavy into the braking zone goes Firas Abou-Ghanem and Manuel Parra, with Parra trying to look on the inside once again, but again not close enough to make a move. Now we're back with this battle here. Now is this Yashikov and Tom Robson as they work their way towards the link? No, it wouldn't be. This battle's a bit further back from these two at the moment. This should be Mohamed and Hussein battling it out for the 4th step of the podium, or the 4th position, better yet, in the rookie category that we just saw. Here we are, though, with the battle for Robson and Yashkov in the 86 and 21. And of course, these two battling here for top honours in the rookie category, and of course, 3rd overall in super stock as well. As they continue on, they're separated by 0.2 of a second at the line, and they're starting to drop the 73 now as the gap has built up to 1.6 seconds. We're on lap 5 of 8 here so far. 3 laps to go in this restarted DSBK National Championship Race 1 here at the Dubai Autodrome. As there goes Mohamed and Hussein across the line, 11 and 12 respectively, 12 and 49, separated by 1.4 seconds. As here comes the race leader now through turn 16, is it? Should beat the number 11, indeed he does now. This is your race leader as he crosses the line with 2 to go. Penultimate lap now is underway here for Al Soleti, who's now 7-ish seconds up the road by the looks of it. Timing screen is showing 7 seconds exactly is the gap. Well, now it's gone up to 8.5 seconds actually between Al Soleti and Abou-Ghanem. Of course, Abou-Ghanem slowed down by Manuel Parra, who is still battling out there. 0.4 of a second is the gap between those two at the moment. And here on the inside, there's the 86. That is Tom Robson, and he's lost out to Yashkov on this lap. That means Yashkov now leads the rookie category and is in 3rd in the super stocks as well. That happened through what looked to be the bowl, and there goes Yashkov now hunting down Manuel Parra, but 27.4 seconds, that's a long way to go, that's for sure. And with 2 laps left on the clock, there's definitely not enough time left for Yashkov to challenge for the 2nd or even top step of the podium in super stock. Soleti, though, 8.5 seconds up the road, looking to start his season off here strongly in the DSBK National Championship. 2 laps to go here at the Dubai Autodrome for our 12 riders who took, 13 riders took the restart. We've got 12 riders in the field. Unfortunately, the 55 had to retire a few laps ago. As Firas Abou-Ghanem stays ahead for the time being of Manuel Parra. Manuel desperately trying to find a way through to reclaim that 2nd position. As there was Yashkov, looked like Yashkov, no, Seed Al Soleti there across the line. 1 lap to go this time round for Seed Al Soleti, who is now 9.6 seconds up the road. He's 0.2 of a second, and here comes the battle between Manuel Parra and Firas Abou-Ghanem again down towards turn 1. Manuel Parra, again, not close enough to make a move on Firas Abou-Ghanem, but if he wants to make it, he's going to have to do it on this lap, and he's running out of opportunities already. 1 down and only 2 to go, really, in the bikes. It's only really during turn 16 you can actually get a good run and heavy into the braking zone. But Manuel Parra is going to try in each and every corner that he can do. He's going to watch Firas Abou-Ghanem and try to stick to him like glue as they work their way through on the final lap. And Tom Robson has gone back up into the lead of the rookie category as well, back onto the 3rd step of the podium in super stock. As here comes Manuel Parra again, looking on the inside. We're getting close here. There's about a bike or two between the two of them as they work their way through. And now towards the club link. Is this where Abu Ghanim's going to lose that position to Manuel Parra? Not close enough. Nasser is getting very excited about his first race here. He's watching this very closely with sun in hand as well. As through on the inside. He's done it thanks to traffic in front of him. And through goes Manuel Parra, back up in his second position. But of course, Abu Ghanim has one more opportunity through turn 16. Can he brake late and get past? Let's see what happens. Not enough close to make a move, but unfortunately for him, he'll have to settle for third. Saeed Al Salati, though, across the line, takes victory here in the first, the SBK National Championship. On the last lap of the race, Manuel Parra, thanks to traffic, takes second and wins in Super Stock. Firas Abu Ghanim third across the line and second in Super Stock. But between Tom Robson and Yashkov, who will it be? As the two offer their congratulations to one another there, as they work their way through turn one on the cool-down lap here. Now, where is Robson and where is Yashkov in all this? Who has got ahead on this lap? Will it be Yashkov or will it be Robson as they work their way through the final corner? We also had Hussein and Mohamed come through. And there it is. Yashkov settles for second in the rookies. Tom Robson beats him by a tenth of a second at the line. There was less than half a bike separating the two of them there. Unbelievable finish between the two of them as the rest of the field now work their way across the line. We're just waiting now for Mohamed Shamsia to work his way across the line, because of course he'll take the third step of the podium in the rookie category. Now that wraps up the first race of the day for the DSBK National Championship. I think we'll move on now to the podium presentation for this, but of course before we do that, we'll have some highlights from the race for the first race of the weekend for the DSBK National Championship. They'll be back on track later on as we look at Saeed Al Salati. Waves to the camera. And there is the running order. Saeed Al Salati is your victor by 8.6 seconds at the line, ahead of Manuel Parra and Firas Abu Ghanim, your top three. In the super stocks though, Manuel Parra from Firas Abu Ghanim and Tom Robson. In the modifieds, it's Saeed Al Salati from Adrian Andaranche, and then it is Johan Gauss who will be on the third step of the podium in the modified category. And well, I can see the trophies are being prepared for the podium presentation, and of course we'll have that underway shortly here for our first race of the day of the DSBK. They'll be back on track later on. Now let's have a quick look at what time they will be back on track later on. They will be racing again at 25 minutes past 3. That's when the pit lane will open. The formation lap will start at 35 minutes past 3, and then the race will officially begin 5 minutes later at 20 to 4 today, local time. For those of you watching in the stream, thank you so much for joining us here. We do have the podium presentation coming up shortly, so do stick around for that. We also have the highlights package coming away. And for those of you in the grandstand, thank you so much for joining us as well. We've got a fantastic day of racing here that's getting ready to be unfolded as the day progresses here. Final checks underway, of course, doing their mandatory weigh-in as well. Last thing you want to do is have a underweight bike at the start or at the end there and unfortunately lose your podium finishing position, as the riders now start making their way into Parc Fermé. A very interesting race, to say the least, here at the Dubai Autodrome for the first race of the weekend, and of course the championship for DSBK as well, because it seems to be we're going to have a long break between race 1 and race 2. Sorry, round 1 and round 2 actually, because we have 2 races today, so we don't have to wait too long for the second race today, as that will come up later on this afternoon. So podium currently being prepared here for our 3 categories that will be awarded trophies here in the DSBK National Championship. We'll give trophies to, of course, our top 3 in modified, our top 3 in superstock, and of course our top 3 in the rookie category as well. As you can see, final checks are underway, and it's getting rather busy down there at Parc Fermé as well. A lot of riders want to get off and have a sit down in the cool down room, maybe cool down as well, as they patiently await their turn here at the Dubai Autodrome. very busy around Park Ferme. It's not so busy up here at the trophy presentation area, as that will be happening momentarily. As final checks are underway. As we concluded successfully the first race for the SBK National Championship. So we're going to have a quick look at the highlights from our first race here for the DSBK National Championship Race 1 in a few moments' time. And here we are. Here are the highlights of the first race.
more than 6,000. But the spirit of adventure, we've had that forever. Rediscover your spirit.
National Championship. We welcome our title sponsor for DSBK and category sponsors, Al Yusuf Motors and Saxo. In addition, a big thanks to all our guests who have come down to the Dubai Autodrome today, as well as all those who have joined us via the live streaming on Parisa Racing DXB channel, and of course you guys here in the grandstand as well. Without further ado, we would like to call up our podium winners, and we'll start with the Saxo Rookie Cup first. And of course, we would like to welcome Nasser Saeed, the title sponsor and owner of Creative House Scaffolding, to present the trophies to our podium winners. Please welcome, in third position, Mohammed Samshir. And Nasser is ready with trophy in hand, and he'll hand it over to our third place winner in the Saxo Rookie Cup. A fantastic ride from Mohammed as well. And no doubt be looking to improve in race number 2 later today. Now let's move on to the second step of the podium. Please welcome, who almost took third position at the line there, but he was just beaten. But please welcome in second place, Rodion Yashkov. And once again, Nasser Saeed will hand over the trophy for second place, as Yashkov congratulates Shamsir as well for his brilliant ride there to third. But of course, Yashkov will be looking for the top step of the podium next time in our second race later today. And once Nasser has come back across to us, we'll now move on to the top step of the podium in the Saxo Rookie Cup. Please give it up for Tom Robson. And mind you, that will not be the last time we see Tom Robson on the podium today either, by the way. So Nasser Saeed again comes across to shake the hand of Tom Robson. A valiant ride from him as well. Took that fight all the way to the end there with Yashkov. A fantastic race between the two of them there. And we look forward to more exciting action from DSBK later on today. So a quick photo with our top 3 in the Saxo Rookie Cup. And then we move on to our next podium shortly after the photos have been taken. So once we've got the go-ahead for that, we can move on to our next category. And now, our next category will be the Al Yusuf Superstock category, and our honoured guest today, Ahmed Tariq, head of Yamaha at Al Yusuf Motors, will be presenting the trophies to our Race 1 winners for both Superstock and Modified classes. But before we do that, of course, we'll do Al Yusuf Motors Superstock category first. Let's again bring them out in reverse order, and hopefully Tom Robson has not got too far away, because please welcome back to the podium, this time on the third step in the Superstock category, Tom Robson. And Ahmed Tariq from Al Yusuf Motors walks over with the rest of the team as well to hand over the trophy for his third place efforts in the Al Yusuf Motors Superstock category for Tom Robson. And now let's move on to second place. Please welcome Firas Abu Ghanem. A fantastic battle he had with our winner, who we'll bring on later on, but Firas Abu Ghanem. Full team here support for Firas as well. Fully motivated as well. If only what would happen if he was on the top step, I think the Autodrome would have erupted. But second place in race 1. Let's see what he can do in the second race as Ahmed Tariq hands over the trophy for his efforts in the Al Yusuf Motors Superstock category. And now let's move on to the top step of the podium, the Al Yusuf Motors Superstock Race 1. Please welcome to the top step of the podium, Manuel Parra. What an incredible last lap that was as well between Manuel and Firas. We look forward to more exciting action later on today between the two. And of course, Tom Robson, we'll hopefully see him in the mix as well as Manuel Parra jumps up to the top step of the podium. The trophy's up high. One quick photo and fist bump in the air. Now, if we can get a group photo as well with all three, plus representatives from Al Yusuf Motors, including Ahmed Tariq, who is helping us present the trophies here for both Al Yusuf Motors Superstock and Modified Sport Bikes as well. And now with the Al Yusuf Motors Superstock podium completed, the picture's done, the riders will descend and then we can move on to the modified sport bikes. And well, once again, let's bring them up in reverse order here for the modified sports bikes. In third position, please welcome Johan Gawa. And once again, Ahmed Tariq from Al Yusuf Motors will be presenting the trophy to our third place finisher, to Johan. Take a quick picture here as well with the team from Al Yusuf Motors, who have joined us here today to help us present the trophies for our finishers in both the Superstock and Modified. Let's move on now to second place in the Modifieds. Please welcome Adrian Andrace. And Adrian will take the second step of the podium, and once again, our representative from Al Yusuf Motors will hand over the trophy here to our second place finisher in the Modified Sport Bikes. And of course, then we've just got one more man to introduce to the top step of the podium here. With the pictures being taken for second place in the Modifieds. Now let's move on to our winner in the Modified Sport Bikes. Please put your hands together. Welcome, Saeed Al-Sulaiti. And Al-Sulaiti will take to the top step of the podium here in the Modified Sport Bikes. As our representative from Al Yusuf Motors hands over the trophy. And all will pose for the pictures here with their trophies in hand. As Saeed invites them all up to the top step of the podium with Al Yusuf Motors alongside them as well. And well, that wraps up the podiums here for the SBK National Championship. We'll be back later on in the day for the second race of the day for the Golf Radical Cup. But there's plenty of action here at the Dubai Autodrome for those of you who are with us here today in the grandstand in the paddock area. Thank you so much for joining us. For those of you on the live stream as well, thank you so much for watching with us here. We'll take a short break and we'll be back in a couple of moments' time because we'll take a quick break and then we'll be back to more racing action here in the Golf Radical Cup. So stay tuned and we'll see you soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grid here for the Golf Pro Car Series. And, well, my cameraman's gone over there, so let me just go stand in front of him so you can see where I am. Oh, there he is. He's found me. There we go. We've got the cameraman now in front of me here too. We've got Guru here. He is the pole sitter and a newcomer to the Golf Pro Car Series. And he's done it in style because he's gone straight for pole position, beating the likes of Tani Hana. So we're going to try and get a word with him. But if I can get the cameraman to follow me quickly while Guru... You know what? Let's get Guru in. Let's get him straight away. There's, of course... Well, the team is talking to him. That's Axel Jeffries there, for those of you who are watching GT racing. And a formed racer in his own right. He's here to do some driver coaching. I think he's raced pretty much every GT car on the planet. I think he raced like 4 cars in the same year. But I think he might have done that in like 2 months, by the way. A phenomenal character he is. And, of course, that might explain why Guru is just that fast. You know what? We'll leave Axel and Guru to talk about that for now. Let's go over to see Tani Hana. Because, again, we've got another driver here from the Middle East that we can talk to. So I just want to see if I can get the cameraman to come with me onto the other side of the grid. So we're here. Let me see if I can get a word with Tani Hana here. It's been a while. Tani, it's been a long time since I've seen you, but you're back here in the Golf Pro Car Series. You're on the front of the grid, but you're second. Talk me through it.
Well, honestly, it's too hard to compete with the Porsche on this short circuit. You know, there's a very short corner, and especially the kink there. This car, if I do a few times, the kink is going to break, I know for sure, so I better stay safe. Guru also is a very good driver. He come up across quite a bit since last I know him, and he have a very strong car for today formation, or let's say race for the race, the track how it is laid today and the national circuit.
So it's great to see you back in the championship. Of course, we look forward to seeing more of you. What's in store for Tani Hana this year?
Honestly, I'm quieting down a bit. I mean, you know, age is kicking in, so I'm kind of like, take it as it comes, whatever comes in front of me and is suitable, I take it just to keep fit and having fun. And because, I mean, this is something that I love to do. It's not about winning and losing anymore for me. It's just about stay in the game.
So modest, isn't he? And you know what he says? Oh, it's time to slow down. If you look at the roof of his car that we saw before, there isn't much that he has got left to win, by the way, in Ferrari Challenge. Tani, congratulations for this division. And, of course, we wish you all the best. Great to speak to him, as always. Let me see if we can get a quick chat with Guru, actually, before we do this. I know the team are calling him down. Guru here, the man that put car on pole. Tani said some really good things about you. This is the first time I've seen you on track, and you put it on pole straight away.
Yeah, this is my first race in Dubai. So, yeah, happy to be on pole and looking forward to a nice race.
And I see you've got driver coaching from Axel Jeffries, so that gives you that additional support. But from what I've heard from Tani, you are very quick.
Thank you so much. I've been working with Axel. It's been a good 2 days with him.
Great. Well, the race is about to start, so I'll let you get in the zone, yeah? Thank you so much for talking to us. There is a lot to talk about further down the grid. Remember, we've got 4 classes here. We've got Class 2, Class 3, Class 4, and the Renault Clios. You can see the slew of Clios down there. There are so many of them, and they always put on fantastic racing. Eduardo Menando is back in the championship. Watch out for him in the number 5, because he's going to be good fun to watch, along with the rest of the field. Now, an update about Avik Anwar. Unfortunately, he picked up a penalty during the qualifying session, because apparently his car was too loud. So that's quite interesting. So we'll leave the grid for now, because we're about to start the race for the Golf Pro Car Series. So we'll jump upstairs back to the commentary box.
So, welcome back to racing action here at the Dubai Autodrome. We're now racing for the Golf Pro Car Series. This is race 1 of round 2, because of course round 1 took place a couple of weeks ago down at the Aston Marina circuit. We've got some new faces, some old faces, some new entrants this weekend, which is great to see. And we have, of course, 16 drivers who will take to the track here today. So let's run through the running order, because of course we do have 4 classes, as we mentioned before. We have Class 2, Class 3, Class 4, and right at the tail end of the field, unfortunately, as we said before, Avik Anwar is all the way there, and he's going to fight his way through the field here today to be on the top step of the podium in Class 4. So let's see what he can do. But it's Guru on the front row of the grid with Tani Hana alongside for company. Tani Hana was not with us last weekend, nor was Guru either. He was absent, but he's been quick right at the box, and almost a full second faster compared to Tani Hana in his Ferrari 488. The 92 car of Masoud Jibrani is in 3rd position with Vasily Vatikin alongside for company, the first of the Class 3 cars. Then we have Keith Gatehouse, the second of the Class 3 cars, tucked in behind on row number 3, with the first of the Renault Clio's David Pagosian will line up alongside Keith Gatehouse. Eduardo Miranda, who returns to the championship alongside newcomer Daniel Jones on row number 4. Pascal Bachmann will share the 5th row of the grid with our first Class 4 driver Ahmed Al-Khaja, with Charlotte Simmons and Ivan Stanchin lining up on the 6th row of the grid. James Greenwood and Valerie Bachmann will share the 7th row of the grid, and at the tail end of the field we'll have 2 Class 4 cars of Karishna Reddy-Patty and Avik Anwar, who will share that the 8th and final row of the grid. A fantastic field of cars here, plenty to watch out for here. Welcome back to racing of the 23-24 season. We're about to get underway shortly, so we're cresting over turn 15 now, and we'll be descending our way through turn 16 in a few moments time. And of course we're under starters orders here for the rolling start that will be for the Golf Pro Car. So it is up to Guru and Tani now to work their way through that final corner. As the lights are on, we wait for the starters orders, and we'll wait for the lights to go out, and we'll be racing officially now for the first time for the Golf Pro Car. Good start for Vasily Vatikin, but the guy who started alongside him, Mustard, automatically goes through faster, because of course he is in the quicker Ferrari, and it looks like he's going to challenge for the lead going down. We're going to go 3 wide down towards turn 1. A great start there from Masoud, but Tani Hana shuts the door on both him and Guru to take the lead of the race. Guru almost gets it wrong through that first corner, but manages to keep all 4 wheels on track and continues on and settles in for second. But for how much longer will this happen? Because Tani Hana's got the lead, but here comes Guru around the outside. He's got the inside line for the next corner, but Tani shuts the door on him pretty much immediately as they work their way through sector 1 here for the first time. Masoud ducked in right behind them as well. Avik Anwar actually starts from the pit lane, so even worse news for him, because now he has to catch Karishna Reddy-Patty and Ahmed Al-Khaja at some point. So that's going to be quite a tough ask for the number 71 driver, but there you just saw him in the background of the shot there, just circulating his way through the first couple of corners. So that's going to take him some time to catch that field up. Guru is settled in for 2nd position as Tani Hana now takes the lead as he works his way through the club circuit here for the first time in his Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. The 911 Cup car driven by Guru at the moment. He's currently sat in 2nd. He was our pole sitter. We spoke to him earlier today. Great to have him in the championship, and contact between the 2 of them as they work their way through the bowl complex, and that is devastating there for the 2 drivers. Tani Hana spoke so fondly of Guru before we had a chat with him, and unfortunately the 2 have had it coming together. This puts now Masoud up into the lead, and look at Keith Gatehouse as well. We hardly noticed what he did, because he's up now into the 2nd position overall. And into the pit lane comes the safety car. Here's a replay of what happened through the bowl. Just too late on the brakes, dives to the inside as Tani Hana tries to shut the door, and Guru connects the right front to the left rear of Tani Hana, and both are going to be very upset with that move. Now, unfortunately, I don't think we'll be continuing racing shortly, but we have not seen a safety car on a yellow flag, so we might have a local yellow. Neither car has pulled into the pit lane. There's another shot of it again, of the incident between the 2 of them. Masoud did a fantastic job there of not going to the Vasily Vatikin, and Keith Gatehouse also getting through. Into the pit lane has come. Guru has come in with damage sustained on that 911 Cup car. Yellow flag still not present out, so no safety car here. It would have been a great relief there for Avik Anwar, whose car now sounds like a hairdryer for some reason. A very interesting noise coming from the back of that, but he's got past Karishna Reddy-Patty by the looks of it. As we're looking at Ahmed Al-Khaja now, the leader in Class 4 at the moment, behind the wheel of his GT86. And United Arab Emirates, and we're back now with the race leader. Did a great job escaping. That now explains how Keith Gatehouse, got into second place, because of course he was on the inside while Vasily Vatican took avoiding action around the outside. So I presume that Tanihana's car has been pushed somewhere, and he's managed to get it off the track and off the racing line as well, without the need of a safety car intervention. And well, Guru, unfortunately, that's race number 1 done. Unfortunately, that's not exactly what he wanted at all. It didn't look like that much of a heavy impact between the two of them, but unfortunately it was enough to put at least Guru out of the race. We've not seen Tanihana come through. Yes, we have. Tanihana has gone through. He's down in 13th at the moment, so Tanihana is able to continue on as Masoud Jibran continues to lead here at the Dubai Aerodrome by, well, 3.9 seconds over Keith Gatehouse, who is not in the same class, however, is on track for an overall podium finishing position here, and he could be on the second step of the podium as well. Vasily Vatican is the other car that's in class 3, currently circulating in 3rd overall, as Christian Reddy Patty loses a position to Valkyrie Bachmann. And there is Tanihana as well, so the damage to his car is not as significant. Yes, you see there on the left rear of the car, there's only a slight scuff. You can just see it behind the wheel arch there. But luckily for Tanihana, no extensive damage. It seems to be the brunt of the damage was taken up by Guru in the 39. So that's very unfortunate there through turn 14, which put one of our class 2 cars out. Now Tanihana still circulating Zaviganwa there across the line. It's a very interesting noise as well coming from that car, as we said before. But Masoud is the quickest man out there with a 1:29.019. And he is currently 3.9 seconds up the road from Keith Gatehouse, who is trying his best to keep Vasily Vatican at bay because he knows what's at stake here. There's a second place podium here in the hands of Keith Gatehouse. And there is the battle as they come across the line between the two of them. It's a good battle here brewing between the two class 3 drivers, separated again by 0.4 of a second. So Gatehouse able to add some time here. Vasily Vatican raced in the Clio last season. There is some debris there through turn 14. Now, it's not exactly on the racing line, although it is on the outside of the racing line, and it seems to be some fluid has been dropped down there as well. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there. As the race continues on, and Tanihana now has to work his way through the field. Not something that he'd like to be doing currently. He knew that he'd probably do it at some point, but not in this position, because of course he probably would have done it to overtake these cars and put them a lap down. But this time round, as Tanihana works his way through, he's made his way past the Clio. So Masoud leads in class 2 from Keith Gatehouse and Vasily Vatican overall. Class 3 leaders Keith Gatehouse in the Clios. David Pagusan is the race leader in that category, currently showing us 4th overall. Charlotte Simmons has had a great start. She's up into 2nd in the category, ahead of Eduardo Miranda, who's down into 3rd position in the Renault Clios. Class 4 leader Ahmed Al-Khaja dropping down the order. Moving to the clutches now, Valerie Bachmann, who is currently in 12th and 13th respectively. Now Krishna Reddy Patty is actually still ahead of Avik Anwar as well. So I did think that Avik Anwar got through. So Guru is currently in the pit lane as across the line goes Avik Anwar. And here come the class 3 leaders. Keith Gatehouse followed by Vasily Vatican as they work their way down towards turn 1 here. Once again they move past the number 71 of Avik Anwar. Through turn 1 they go. Looks like Vasily Vatican is struggling here with traffic in the way. He's not been able to gain ground like he did at Yas Marina, because of course the roles were reversed a couple of weeks ago when we were down in Abu Dhabi between these two, and it looks to be Keith Gatehouse has the upper hand here. And here we come on some more lap traffic, and it's not playing the hands of Keith at all as Vasily is closing in. Keith is forced to go around the outside. Here we go. Vasily Vatican takes the position away, all due to that traffic, and unfortunately Keith Gatehouse just nowhere to go. Unfortunately caught that Honda EP3 just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Vasily Vatican saw the opportunity and he squeezed through on the inside to take that place back. Tanihana now the quickest man out there with a 1:28.592, and now is currently up into 4th position. And of course he'll be on this battle here between these two momentarily. Now of course he's going to get through them rather quickly, but Keith Gatehouse is going to try and follow him through, although the speed difference is there between the two of them. It's not going to be easy for Keith Gatehouse to follow Tani through, but let's see what Gatehouse can do as we continue to watch this battle here for the Class 3 lead and the second step of the podium as well, we've got to remember, because 27.9 seconds behind them is the 480 Challenge Evo of Tanihana. but he's done a 1:28.592, so he's 2 seconds faster than these two GT4 spec cars. As across the line goes the Class 3 battle. And how far back is the 408 Challenge Evo of Tanihana? As again, Keith Gatehouse looking for the way on the inside, but Vasily Vatikin shuts the door on him. It looks like Keith Gatehouse certainly has the speed on the straightaway. A late brake maneuver there could have certainly helped him. As Avik Anwar now closing in. No, he's not. He's shown as a lap down behind Krishna. There is Tanihana, heavy into the braking zone down towards turn 1. 34.5 seconds behind our race leader. And of course, he's looking to get back up into the top 3 overall here. Now, we will have a Class 3 car on the overall podium, which will be a first for the championship this season. We did not have it down at Yas Marina. As unfortunately, Guru now officially out of the race here. That's very unfortunate after that magnificent qualifying effort earlier today. There's Daniel Jones there across the line of the older spec Clio, and now unfortunately tumbling down the order behind the Gen 5 Clios at the moment. So in that category, David Pagosson leads from Eduardo Miranda, and Charlotte Simmons are your top 3 at the moment. Now we're looking at the number 5 at the moment. That is Eduardo Miranda. The young Mexican has done a few years now with us. Has also done Clio Cup Middle East as well. Great to see him back in the championship. As Keith Gatehouse now drops to 2.1 seconds behind Vasily Vatikin, and Tanihana now just a corner behind them. Actually make that a straightaway now behind them, because he's coming through the final corner now. And there he is across the line. So he's quite a ways back from the 2 Class 3 cars that are in front of him. Of course, that is the battle for second overall, and he wants to be part of that battle as well. The Class 2 car unfortunately involved in an incident with another Class 2 car in turn 1. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't turn 1, it was turn 14, my apologies. That's where it happened through the bowl, isn't it? Avik Anwar now across the line again, still currently circulating in 3rd overall. We're shown as a lap behind our Class 4 leaders of Ahmed Al-Haja and of course Krishna Reddy Patti. Is still our race leader, now extending his gap to 10.6 seconds. There he is now, and he sees his next target in sight. Now that's the 42 car, I think, of Valery Vakin. No, it isn't. That'll be the 64 that's in front of him. Indeed it is. So he moves off to the right-hand side. There is Avik Anwar, currently circulating the 3rd overall in Class 4 in his GT86. As he circulates around in 3rd overall, 15th at the moment on track. Trying to claw back some time and get that lap back as well on both Krishna Reddy Patti and of course the Class 4 leader Ahmed Al-Khaja. Continues to lead though and has more Clios in front of him. Now he's got the Gen 3 Clio in front of him. That's Daniel Jones. As Daniel Jones moves offline to move out of the way to allow Jabrain in front of him. Of course doesn't want to impede the race leader here, although has got a sizable gap between himself and 2nd and 3rd position, who is still battling for that 2nd step of the podium. It's 1.6 seconds now separating Keith Gatehouse and Vasily Vatikin. And Tanihana also reeling them in. Now the gap is down to 19.6 seconds with 13.5 minutes remaining on the clock here around the auditorium. Again, we're using the national circuit configuration, 3.56 kilometers in length. We're using a small part of the back straightaway and of course the club link as well, which I thought was going to be the hotspot this weekend, but it seems I've been proved wrong so far. It's been turn 1 and now turn 14 where we've seen some instances happen. As Avik Anwar now has a faster Clio approaching his back bumper. Lets the car through, and then there's Charlotte Simmons in the 28 that's gone through. A little bit further back there with a lock up there on the front right of, now is that David Pogosian and Eduardo Miranda? I think it is. Those are the two that are locked in battle at the moment, because that gap is 7.7 of a second, excuse me, between these two as they go past Krishna Reddy Patti and his Honda EP3. Now the 2 Class 3 cars also approaching the back marker Clios at the moment. They make quick work of it, unfortunately for Keith Gatehouse. Not the same position that he was in, but he got stuck behind a Clio who wants Vasily to have the same situation as that, so that Keith Gatehouse can capitalise on that situation. And there is Keith Gatehouse. Oh, he's closing in. Yes, he has, because the Gen 3 Clio, they've caught them in a slower corner as well, and that's allowed Gatehouse to really close the door on him here. Brings the gap down to less than a car length, but it extends. They work their way to the acceleration zone. Now, what can he do on the inside of the next corner? Taking a much tighter line compared to Vasily Vatikin here. Now they work their way onto the back straight. Now, can Keith roll him in here along the back straight before we get to the club link? And we dive to the right-hand side. Let's see what Keith can do this time round. He's got a lot of slower cars in front of him. I think Anwar gets passed by one of the Clios, and Vasily Vatikin starts to stack up because he's stuck behind Avik now for the time being. This is allowing Keith Gatehouse to close up. As they go through the bowl now, Avik moves offline. On the inside goes both Vasily and Keith as they work their way through turn 15, the crest over the hill once again, and they still got those Clios in front of them. Now Keith is just waiting as Vasily flashes the lights to signify to the Clio in front, please move out of my way, I've got to come through, and I don't want Keith Gatehouse taking this position away. Keith also flashed the lights there. This is a good battle here for Class 3 top honours as well, and remember this is the second step of the podium as well. Usually it's just for top honours in Class 3, but there's another podium on stake here as Keith Gatehouse is going to go around the outside here. That's not where he wants to be. Oh, that's mighty close there with the two of them, but Keith keeps it nice and clean off the back bumper there of Vasily Vatikin. More lights flashing ablaze for Vladikin again to Krishna Redipati to have him move offline, and that's mighty close there between the two of them. There as Keith Gatehouse comes through the corner. And the battle continues here for the second step of the podium. Now, where's Tanyahana in all this? He's 15 seconds behind at the moment, so he's not closing up in as much as I thought he would. So there's not that much of a speed difference between the two the classes, Class 2 and the Class 3. Of course, they are different spec. The Class 3 cars are more conformed to GT4 racing and spec as well. You can tell that by the AMG GT. It's remarkably different from the GT3 car, as again diving on the inside, the Charlotte Simmons around the outside of the Keith Gatehouse driven AMG, and that's a very unfortunate place to catch her as well, because that slowed Keith right down as they entered the club link, and there's nothing that she could do about it either. She also has a race to participate in as well, and she's currently running third overall in class behind Pogosyan and Eduardo Miranda, who you can just see her up the road there. Now those two are locked in battle as well. 0.3 of a second separate our two Clios at the moment for the race lead, the 74 and the 5, excuse me, as they're working their way now down towards turn 1. Miranda is looking for a way past to see if he can claim the lead here in the class at the moment. There it is, the battle between the two of them. So as one battle dissipates due to traffic, another one heats up here between our two Clios, as Tanyahana dives to the inside of backmarker traffic, runs a bit wide, a little bit late on the brakes there, as he tries to go past James Greenwood, almost loses it through turn 2, but keeps it going as the Clio goes back past. And we've got a car into the pit lane, and in is Avik Anwar, unfortunately, who's come in. So Avik Anwar has come into the pit lane, unfortunately a lap down from his closest rival of Krishna Redipati. As Tanyahana finally finds a way past James Greenwood to carry on his campaign to try and get closer to the top 3 overall, because of course, well, Duran is going to be quite a tough ask to catch him, and Avik Anwar unfortunately might be out. I think he is out, as the leaf blowers are out to try and cool the brakes down. As now Keith Gatehouse approaches the battle for the lead in the Renault Clios. Now Keith Gatehouse sees the blue flag, dives to the inside, leaves these two to do battle, as Eduardo Miranda stuck to the back of the David Pogosyan car. As they continue on down towards turn 1, Eduardo Miranda looks to the inside, but not close enough to make a move. Both lock up going down towards that first corner on the right front, and can Eduardo Miranda pick the toe back up as he tries to climb his way back up to the bumper of Pogosyan, riding the curbs as much as he can there to try and close that gap up. Now, is there damage on the bottom of Pogosian's car there? It looked like the floor was flapping at the front end of the car as he pops up to 3 wheels, 1 wheel up in the air through the corner as they work their way now through turn 6. Pogosian still retaining that lead in class, but Eduardo Miranda is going to take this fight all the way to the end here as we're onto the back straight once again here. Okay, Eduardo Miranda head down into the braking zone, brake as late as he dares and turn right sharply. Here comes Tanihana as well into the mix. Tani, of course, the faster of the 3 cars, will be on site soon enough. As Eduardo Miranda sniffs the opportunity through the inside, through the bowl as well. Do they lean on each other? Not quite. And once again, Pogosian takes back the lead, but for Eduardo Miranda, there's a great move there as we're going to go side by side as we crest turn 15. Eduardo Miranda around the outside here. Pogosian on the inside, that's where he wants to be, but it looks like Miranda's going to try and get the switchback here as he's going to dive to the inside. Not quite close enough to make a move, but a great opportunity there as here comes Tanihana across the line and past these 2. So once again, the story repeats. The cycle continues here for Eduardo Miranda, who is trying to find a way past Pogosian at the moment. David leading here, and you can see that damage on that floorboard, but it doesn't seem to be disrupting that car or anything to do with it because he seems to be up to the pace as Eduardo Miranda edges closer to the back bumper there. Continues this fight all the way through. Now remember, these cars are identical. They're the same weight, they're the same engine, they're the same car. The only difference is the livery and the driver behind the wheel. And it's a fantastic display as Viganwa has got back out by the sounds of it. And continues on. Car popping there as we work our way through the corner. And again up onto 1 wheel in the air, riding on 3 wheels, and Eduardo Miranda again closing that gap up through turn 6 as he tries to get closer and closer to the back bumper of Pogosian. And they'll work their way now down the back straight and they'll turn right to the club link. Now, what can Eduardo Miranda do this time here? Or is he going to capitalize once again through the bowl complex? This is getting exciting with the Clios as always. They always put on a fantastic display here in the Golf Pro car. Looking forward to more action as he gets a switchback once again. Eduardo Miranda just puts the car exactly where it needs to be, but so does David as he hangs on around the outside of the bowl and gets the inside line through the corner there. There is the number 42 cleared, and that's car's a bit further back from this battle here. And actually these two are going to come up on the back bumper of that car as well, soon enough. Now the 42 has Valerie Bachmann driving that car at the moment, and there she is, just up the road with the 2 Clios still battling. And again, the cycle continues here for Eduardo Miranda. Just cannot find a way past Pogosian at all, and he's desperately looking for a way through. He's still got 4.5 minutes to go on the clock. As we'll look back to the leaders now. Car 96 receives a warning flag for track limits at turn 2 and turn 9. Car 96 is Vasily Vatikin. He's still ahead of Keith Gatehouse. The gap there is 5.8 seconds, but up front 19.1 seconds is the gap between Jabian and Vladikin from Gatehouse in 3rd. And then Tanihana still circulating 4th. He's now 6.2 seconds behind the Class 3 cars of Vladikin and Gatehouse. The 2 leaders in the Clio here, we're looking at them right now as they continue this battle for the past couple of laps. It's been this close every single time we've gone through this sequence of corners, and it seems to be right when we get to the bowl, that's where Eduardo Miranda chooses the opportunity to strike, and he usually gets it done, but just can't carry the speed all the way through the bowl to stay ahead as Pogosian continues around the outside. But let's see what happens this time round as they work their way through the club link. And this time round, unfortunately, Eduardo Miranda doesn't sniff an opportunity to work his way through. Tanihana now 3.8 seconds off the back bumper, but here we go. There is a slower Clio in front of the 2 of them here. This could play in the hands of Eduardo Miranda perfectly, but unfortunately not as they enter the braking zone, although he's carrying a full head of steam through that final corner, and that's as close as he's been so far to the back bumper of that car in front of him. Here we go, we're going to have another great battle down towards turn 1. All Miranda needs to do is just outbrake Pogosian if he can, but it seems to be these two are level played when it comes to braking. They both know when exactly they should be braking. And there you go, they start braking right at that board marker as well, but unfortunately Miranda not close enough to make a move. Simmons currently sits in 3rd in the Clios, just ahead of James Greenwood. and she's currently 11.3 seconds behind this battle at the moment. And actually, has she got James Greenwood behind her? Not yet, because that's James Greenwood and Pascal Bachmann that have come across the line. They are currently separated by 0.2 of a second, with Daniel Jones being a further 7.8 seconds with Ivan Stanchin behind him as they run. There's just over 2 minutes remaining on the clock here in our first race of the day for the Golf Pro Car. It's been an exciting one so far. Unfortunately, we had that incident on the opening lap through turn 14 through the bowl, but it did not hamper our race here. We continued racing. We didn't need the safety car either. The black and white flag still waves to car number 96 as the Clios bounce over the curbs. And again, an opportunity here for Eduardo Miranda to go around the outside, but that seems to be where Pogosyan fares much better through that corner. I don't know how he's finding all that grip through that corner as well. It's quite hard to pass around the outside through the bowl here at the Dubai Autodrome, but it seems to me Pogosyan has found the right trick to do so and keep that line as well. As Ahmed Akaja there across the line, he is the Class 4 leader at the moment, ahead of Christian Reddy-Patty and Avi Ganwa. Sitting now 2 laps ahead of his closest rival. On the same lap as Christian Reddy-Patty. He's actually 2 laps ahead of Avik Anwar, is Al-Khaja. Car 41 now receives a warning for track limits. Car 41 is not on our timing screens, what I can see here. Oh, we do, yes, Pascal Bachmann, excuse me, is the car that picks up that track limits. As now we're looking at Vasily Vatikin, who currently sits in 2nd position overall in his GR Supra GT4 Evo. Just ahead of Keith Gatehouse. The lap gap was a lot closer not too long ago. It is now up to 3.9 seconds as James Greenwood under pressure here from Pascal Bachmann, who's been warned about track limits now this time round. As now we're looking at the leader. Jabian here, the race leader, the 488 Challenger Evo. The first time he's appeared in the championship in the Golf Pro Car, and it looks like we're on the final lap of the race, judging by the board that's now sticking out underneath the starter's gantry. So let's follow the race leader as he works his way through the Dubai Autodrome National Circuit here for one final time. Just 3.56 kilometers separate himself and the checkered flag for his first victory in the Golf Pro Car Series. I don't think he was quite expecting that today with Tani Hana and Guru in the field, but nonetheless, he will be on the top step of the podium here. Will Jabian, as he works his way now through the club link, and he'll go through the bowl one last time here at our first race for the Golf Pro Car. As the battle for the lead of the Clio still rages on across the line, Eduardo Miranda still has to find a way through. But for Masoud, he's working his way now through the final corner as Charlotte Simmons across the line in 3rd, under pressure from Valerie Bachmann at the moment. But there is Masoud, and he collects his first victory in the Golf Pro Car Series as he comes across the line to take the checkered flag there. A well-deserved victory there for him. He will be on the top step of the podium, and he'll be followed by the 2 Class 3 cars of Vasily Vatikin and Keith Gatehouse, as a slew of Clios comes across the line, including James Greenwood, Pascal Bachmann and Daniel Jones. There is Vasily Vatikin. He'll take 2nd overall and the win in Class 3. A brilliant drive from him. Tani Hana will take 3rd at the line. Keith Gatehouse just misses out on the 3rd step of the podium there. On the very last lap of the race, Tani Hana battles his way back through the field to take 3rd overall at the line by 1.3 seconds. Now, let's have a look if we can go back to the battle between David Pogosyan and Eduardo Miranda, the 2 that are battling in the Clios, because of course we still have a race on our hands there with these 2 to figure out who's going to be where and who's going to be on the top step of the podium in this category, because Eduardo Miranda has only got a couple of more corners left to go. Now they're working their way through Sector 2 this time round. And of course, this is the very last lap of the race as more cars are working their way across the line. Ahmed Al-Khaja will come through. Well, there is Christian Reddy-Patty who comes across the line. He'll take 2nd overall in Class 4. Here comes Eduardo Miranda, who managed to get the victory over David Pogosyan. So a great drive there on the final lap of the race for our number 5 driver there, Eduardo Miranda. who got the victory in class on the very last lap of the race. We just wait now for Ahmed Akhaja to work his way across the line, as he will be the final driver who'll be standing on the top step of the podium as he comes across the line there. In class 4 does the 16. So that wraps up our first race of the Golf Pro Car. What an eventful race that has been so far. We had the incident early on, and then from there we had a battle locked in for the top step of the podium in the Clios, and what a fantastic race it has been so far. We can't wait to see more action from the Golf Pro Car series later today. So the cars now will make their way into pit lane. Of course, Gibran now pulls into the #1 grid position, and he'll be followed by Vasily Vatikin, who will line up in the 2nd position, and then alongside him will be Tani Hanna in 3rd. Keith Gatehouse there almost on the podium this time round. And car number 39, or the driver's being asked to go to the so the cars now pull into the positions. There is Masoud, big thumbs up from him. He's rather happy to have entered his first race of the Golf Pro Car and get his first victory. So a great way to start the season for him. A great statistic as well. 1 race, 1 win. In the number 92, Vasily Vatikin pulls into 2nd position overall, and Tani Hanna will slot into 3rd place. So we'll get a quick glimpse of the highlights in a short moment time, but let's have a look at the other categories, because in class 3 is Vasily Vatikin from Tani Hanna, from Keith Gatehouse, excuse me. Tani Hanna was 2nd in class 2. In the Renault Clios, Eduardo Miranda will be on the top step of the podium with David Pogosian alongside for company, with Charlotte Simmons taking up the 3rd position on the podium. In class 4, Ahmed Akhaja from Krishna Adipati and Avik Anwar will join them on the podium in class 4. Now, we will have the podium presentation shortly for the Golf Pro Car Series. And then, of course, we'll be on to more racing action here, because we'll have the 2nd race of the day for the Golf Radical Cup. Now, there is a car that's been pinged for track limits infringements, but it doesn't say what corner, so I wanted to be a shake-up with the result. It won't disrupt our podium, though, by the looks of it, because one of those cars is Pascal Bachmann, who finished 9th overall and finished behind James Greenwood, so he's 5th overall in the Renault Clios, as Tani Hanna gets out of his Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo and will hydrate before he makes his way up to the podium presentation area. There's a quick chat with the Dragon Racing team, because of course that's who's running his car this weekend. Just talking to him about what happened, presumably, and you can see actually the team are there just in the background. They're looking at that left rear to see if there is any damage. I mean, he did manage to get through the field and didn't suffer too much damage to the car. And the fact that he got it back in one piece with only that minor scrape on the left side is, well, a job well done there for Tani Hanna. Craig Thompson there speaking to Vasily Vatikin, discussing the race that just finished there. And of course we'll have the podium presentations shortly, as well as a quick highlights of all the action that took place here in our first race for the Golf Pro Car. We'll have at least 3 podiums here, 1 for overall. We'll have the Clios and of course class 4 as well. 4 podiums, I've just been informed, that we'll have.
Actually, I didn't lose anything. I knew I would do 2nd. I finished 2nd. But he's the one who fucked up.
So we'll have a podium for all of the classes actually that we have here today, racing in the Golf Pro Car for 2, 3, 4 and Renault Clio. There's Tani Hanna.
So they say, huh?
Greets Masoud there. Masoud, of course, with the victory in his first race here in the championship. He'll be very, very happy with that result there, will Masoud, as he'll come up to the podium for the first time in his first race. And there you can see the damage to the left rear of Tani Hanna's car. A small amount of damage, not too much. It looks like some cracked body panels, but of course the team will be looking at that to ensure the axles, toe links and everything else is perfectly fine on the car and have it ready for the next race that will take place later today. the team just trying to figure out what exactly is wrong there. So soon we'll have the podium presentation for the Golf Pro car. We're just finalising the results, and then we'll be good to go. As you can see, just all of the trophies that Tani has claimed in his lifetime racing with the Ferrari Challenge. It's hard to find a race that he hasn't won or finished on the podium anywhere around in the world. And well, why don't we check out some highlights now from the Golf Pro Car Race 1.
So before the start of the Golf Radical Cup race number 2, let's move on now to the podium presentation for the first race for the Golf Pro Car. And we'll start with Class 2. Let's bring them out in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, please welcome Tani Hana. And to the top step of the podium, please welcome Masoud Jibrian. And to help us present the trophies, let's first invite Erwin to help us present the second place trophy in Class 2 to Tani Hana. And then we invite Nabil Al-Ghaiti to help us present the first place trophy in Class 2 to Masoud. So as they pose for the photos, we'll now move on to the next class, which will be Class 3. That will take to the stage next. So let's move on now to Class 3. And again, let's bring them out in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place, please welcome Keith Gatehouse. And to the top step of the podium in Class 3, please welcome Vasily Vladikin. And once again, we ask Erwin to help us present the second place trophies. Or Nadia, do you want to do the honors of handing out second? Nadia, you can help us do second place in Class 3. If you could hand over the trophy to Keith Gatehouse. And then we'll invite Nabil Al-Ghaiti to help us present the first place trophy here in Class 3 to Vasily Vladikin. So as they pose for the pictures here, these are the top 2 in Class 3. Once we've done this, we'll move on to the Renault Clios. As I know, they're ready to go. And let's move right on to them. And as always, let's bring them out in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place, please welcome Charlotte Simmons. In second position, please welcome David Pogosian. And to the top step of the podium in the Renault Clio class, please welcome Eduardo Miranda. And to help us present the third place trophy, we'll invite Nadia Ali Khan back once again to present the third place trophy in the Renault Clio class to Charlotte Simmons. And then we invite Erwin back from the MSO to help us present the second place trophy in class to David Pogosian. And last but not least, let's invite Nabil back one more time to present the first place trophy in the Renault Clios to Eduardo Miranda. Those are your top 3 in the Renault Clios. Now let's move swiftly on to our final class in the Golf Pro Car. And this, of course, is Class 4. And as always, let's bring them out in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, to the third step of the podium in Class 4, please welcome Avik Anwar. In second position in Class 4, please welcome Krishna Reddy Patti. And to the top step of the podium in Class 4, please welcome Ahmed Al-Khaja. And to help us present the trophies, we'll just wait for Al-Khaja to make his way to the top step of the podium, but Nadia Ali Khan with the third place trophy in hand, and we'll invite her to present the third place trophy in class to Avik Anwar. And then we invite Owen back one more time to present the second place trophy in class 4 to Karishna Redipati. And last but not least, let's invite Nabil back one more time now to present our last trophy in the Golf Procast Series to our winner in Class 4, Ahmed Al-Khaja. So with the podiums wrapped up here, we'll move on now to the second race of the day for the Golf Radical Cup. So we'll catch you in a few moments' time. Gentlemen, welcome to race 2 for the Golf Radical Cup. I'm joined by Tariq Al-Gamal, a former driver in the championship, and well, you've moved on from the Golf Radical Cup, but we'll get to that later on because right now we're talking Golf Radical Cup. This is race number 2. We've had a really exciting first race already. The grid is formed, and well, is anyone being able to stop Alex Bakunchtov is the real question here this weekend.
Oh, I think it's a tough one. Alex has been really on form since last season. I think Johnny's going to give him a good run for his money, but it's a tough one. Alex has just got that edge in the pace, race pace. Johnny did very well to qualify on the front row, and I mean, if he can stay focused and he looks after his tyres, I think he's a shot for it, but let's see.
It certainly was an interesting turn 1 experience for a couple of drivers. Great to see Jimmy Cho's car's been fixed. Alim Gashev obviously had that brilliant drive from the back of the field, worked his way through. Mark Holm, I think, is with us as well, is he? Yes, he is on the grid, so that's great news as well because he was out in the early stages. Julien Monet was caught up as well, but it's great to see all the cars there are lined up in their formation. So we've got 13 cars that will take the start here for the second race of the day for the Golf Radical Cup with 30 seconds away from starting. And will Alex Bakunchtov be able to sweep the weekend like he did 2 weeks ago at the Asmarina circuit? Well, we're going to have 25 minutes to figure that out.
Someone's stalled on the grid. Someone is stalled. I see a yellow out there.
So who is that? That's further down. Oh, that's on the second row of the grid, is it? Is that Jimmy Cho that's had a problem? It looks like it. Well spotted there, Tariq, as well. I guess that's all the knowledge you have from the Golf Radicals, that you can just tell when the car isn't ticking over correctly at all.
Correct. I've had an experience like that where I had to start at the back of the grid. I don't know if they'll delay the start or if they'll go ahead. If they do start the formation lap and everybody passes Jimmy, he'll have to start at the back of the grid. However, if they delay at this point, he'll be able to keep his grid position.
So it looks like, well, we've got nothing on the screens just yet. Well, none of the cars have been released, and they haven't got going down towards turn 1 yet. So it might be a delayed start here. No, they're getting going. The green flag is waving. So unfortunately, as Tariq said, if Jimmy does not get going, which all the cars are going past him now, as soon as that last car goes past him, He can no longer take up his position, and he'll have to start behind Yahid Khadim here, and that's really, really unfortunate. That's not something that Jimmy wanted, because he showed some true pace down at Yas Marina Circuit. When we spoke to him earlier today, he had one thing on his mind, and that was to win a race here this weekend, and unfortunately, this is not going his way. Now, Tariq, could this be from the incident that happened earlier? Could this be a result of what happened, these gremlins that have just not been found by the team just yet, or is this something different?
No, sometimes, unfortunately, with the Radicals, from time to time, they could get hot while they're sitting there on the grid, and there's sometimes a bit difficult to restart. These problems have started to get better, evidently, but unfortunately, he's been a victim of that this time. And if they can get him going, he's going to have to start from the pit lane now.
Yeah, so we'll see how that works, and if he can get that car refired, it'll be great to see him on track, but he's got a lot of work cut out for him there if he's going to start all the way back from the grid. Well, let's just hope that he does get the car refired, and not the grid, actually starting from the pit lane, and that does sound like he's got refired, so unfortunately, does that put him a lap down already? Is it already a deficit for him?
No, because this lap doesn't count. This is just the formation lap. So once everyone's past the pit exit, he'll be given a green light from the pit exit, and he'll be able to restart the race from there. He will be right on the back of the pack, so he's got the pace to get up there to the midfield at least, but it's going to be a tough job. Obviously, the further you go up the field, the harder it gets to pass people. Amir Faisalin, we know from last season, was very, very quick. And he's always very difficult to pass. So let's see how he goes.
Certainly, and you can see that gap there on that second row, because of course no one is allowed to fill that position in, but this gives Amir Faison the perfect chance to start here. He can really start moving as soon as those lights go out, and he can be right on the tail end of Alex McCunstov as they work their way through that first corner. Let's hope we get through the first corner incident-free, because of course earlier today it didn't go that way at all. So it's a nice clean field, they're nice and tidy, they're in a nice order as well, and let's see them work their way through. Is there another gap there further down? No, that's just Yahid Khadim has no one on his left-hand side, does he? Well, we're now under the starters' orders. The lights are on. As soon as those lights go out, which they do right now, we are racing officially here for the second time, and it's a good start from everyone there. We're going to try and go 3 wide as we work our way down towards the first corner. A great start from Alex McCunstov. But look at Amir Faisalin. I thought he would have gone to the right of the track. He's gone to the far left by the looks of it, and Johnny Kazoum is blocking each and every angle, and that's cost him to lose time to Alex McCunstov. But a great start there from Amir Faisalin, slots into 3rd position. Now, who's that is in 4th at the moment, because that is not where they were starting at all. Usman Magal did not get the start that we would expect him to have. He's been very quick indeed as he actually runs a bit wide there through turn 3, and is off into the marbles, picks up some dirt on the tyres as well. It's not going to be good for grip as he works his way through now. Now that is Alim Gashev on the inside. We'll keep an eye out for him because he was very quick, even though he was caught up in that early turn 1 incident in the first race, but he was very quick to carve his way through the field.
Yep, and looks like fairly clean. I'm just looking for Jimmy Chu. There he is, right at the back, and he's already making up ground on the back of the field. He would have been probably 10 seconds down, so he's right up with the field now. And a bit of a gap from 2nd to 3rd here, so Johnny's sort of dropping back a little bit on the pace. Maybe he hasn't got his tyres fully up to pressure yet.
Well, it's a good start, as you said, from Jimmy Chu. Despite starting from the pit lane, he had those issues on the grid. The car just wouldn't fire up for him, and unfortunately all the cars passed him. We didn't delay the restart, so he started from the pit lane, and it's a great drive already from him so far. Let's see what he can do in the rest of the race here. Amir Faisalin already up in a 2nd place. He's found a way past Johnny Kazoum. Now he has one focus on his mind, Bukunstov, who's out in front of him. The gap is 1.5 seconds separating these two at the moment. Bukunstov is racing away from the rest of the field as Johnny Kazoum tucks in behind for the time being. Now that is Mark Holm. Now Mark Holm is in a different car, so that's why I couldn't figure out who exactly that was. The 52 has got a different car completely, and I assume that's from the damage that took place earlier today.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really stunned by the pace of Alex. He's really putting it to them out there at the moment. He's half a second in sector 2 up already, and another 10th or so in sector 3.
Now, an interesting note has popped up on our screen here. It says a 20-second penalty will be applied after this race for causing an unavoidable collision in race 1, and that goes the way of car 77, and that is Alim Gashev. Now, in our first race, he essentially missed the braking point and got loose through the first corner. Now, from the pictures that we saw, it didn't seem to be he was the one at fault there. He essentially just lost control in a sort of a domino effect, but it seems to be the stewards have deemed him to be at fault for this. So unfortunately, wherever Alim Gashev finishes here, he will receive a 20-second penalty, which is going to drop him way down the order, and that's really, really unfortunate for him because Alim Gashev is very quick out there. He's currently 6th at the moment. He is shown as 5/10 of a second behind Usman Magal, this man right here, who is currently circulating in 2nd. Now, Tarek, I do want to ask you something. I noticed this in the first race. Most of the cars here are on the right-hand side. That's because, of course, Radical is a UK-based company, so a lot of their cars are fitted to be right-hand drive. But Usman is sitting in the center of the car. Now, is that an advantage for the drivers there to sit in a centralized location rather than, say, the right or the left-hand side?
Personally, I think not, with my knowledge of the Radicals, because you've got the differential on the left-hand side. So from a weight balance perspective, the actual benefit is to be a right-hand drive, in my opinion. Just a lot better for weight balance. The differential, the majority of the weight of that is to the left side of the car, so I'd always go a right-hand drive where possible for these cars.
Because the majority of the field is actually right-hand drive here. There are very few that are left, and obviously Usman Magal is the one car that for some reason sits right in the middle for that. So I can imagine his seating position is somewhat compromised because he's got a lot more around him, but he's a bit tighter in that cockpit at the moment. But still circulating in 4th position at the moment, ahead of Mark Holm and just behind Johnny Kazuma. What can he do in this race here? He was on the podium once already today. Can he be on the podium once again? Well, he is in position for that if he can find a way past Johnny Kazum, but that gap is currently 6/10 of a second separating those two cars there at the moment, as Usman Magal is trying to reel in Johnny Kazum, who in turn is chasing down Amir Faisalin. But as you can see, Alex Makonchitov just in a league of his own here again, as we're looking at Alim Gashev. That's the man who's got a 20-second penalty that will be applied to him at the end of the race, and that is devastating news for him because I feel as the races progress, he seems to get quicker and quicker, and for Alim Gashev, that 20-second penalty is going to really put him down the order.
Oh yeah, he's out of the race. Realistically, and especially if you have a safety car, he's going to finish nowhere here. So it's just got to be pretty much a test session for him. But tomorrow's a new day, so you start again.
Of course, because tomorrow we have the 45-minute endurance round. That will be 45 minutes in length with one mandatory pit stop there. That really changes things up because there's another strategy that has to be applied to it. You've got one for the sprint and then you've got one for the enduro race. And of course, the teams have to think a little bit differently during that time as well. Here's Amir Faisalin. He's currently running in 2nd overall. A little bit behind Alex Makonchitov. The gap is 3.5 seconds. But in that 3rd sector last time around, Amir Faisalin was the quickest through that sector. So he is gaining a bit of time, but unfortunately just not enough time to catch Makonchitov. He's just that much quicker. Now, the other thing, Tarek, I want to ask you is the difference between a lot of these cars. They are similar, they are more or less identical. There are a few older spec cars in the field. The newest one is the XX, correct? It's the XXR. So there's a handful of them. Johnny Kazum's got one of them because that's the new car that he started with. Alim Gashev's got the new XXR, as does Zig Furmeister. We've got Paul Huskinson and Perkelis David all racing that car. Now, what's the biggest jump from the XXR from the XX? Because of course Makonchitov's in that older spec car technically.
Yeah, but look, one of the beauties of Radical is they're all pretty much competitive. They've all been evolutions of each other. It's not revolution, so it's very small changes. However, the feedback I've been getting from the drivers is the XXR is a lot better under brakes, so that's the main difference in that, and a little bit more aero. However, what's evening out the field here is everybody is now on a new tyre with the Pirelli, and nobody quite understands that tyre just yet. So whatever advantage is being gained by that new car, it's sort of eliminated itself because everybody's trying to learn the tyres. And they are quite different to the Hankook from what I understand. They're a softer tyre. They're pretty good laterally, but as a steer tyre, they're not as good. So let's see.
It'll be interesting to see because Alex Makonchitov is in that older spec, but he's still able to surpass the rest of the field, and we've got an XXR that's currently in 3rd with Johnny Kazum currently behind the wheel. Now, he's no slouch behind the wheel, that's for sure. He's still circulating 3rd. He's maintaining that position and the speed as well. He is dropping back, but he's in a good battle here with Usman Magal, who has already been on the podium once today. So has Johnny Kazum, but both of them want to increase the amount of trophies that they're going to walk away with today. And of course, both of them, they want to be on the top step of the podium. So first they've got to maybe work together here, but of course they don't want to do that at the same time because they both need to find a way past Amir Faisalin before they can do that even, and then try and get Alex Makonchitov, which is going to be an even tougher ask here. Now, down we go. There's Alim Gashev. He's tucked in behind Mark Holm in the new car that he's using, the 52 car. Now, Tarek, I've also noticed there's an RSX in the field. Now, that is Julien Monet's, that's the Leighton House car. How much of a difference between the XX and the XXR is that car to the to those?
Honestly, it's not a huge difference. Like I said before, it was just more evolution rather than revolution. It's little bits of downforce, so depending on the configuration of the circuit, that also makes a difference. Dubai Autodrome being such a technical circuit with elevation changes, etc., you'd find the downforce really helps on the shorter configuration tracks. So if you're using, the bigger advantage is on the national circuit or the club circuit, but when you get to Grand Prix and stuff like that, it doesn't make a huge difference because essentially it's the same car.
Fair enough. Tarek, I really appreciate your insights here. Of course, you've raced with the series for a number of years. You've raced with a lot of these guys as well. I think you, from what I remember, one of the oldest serving drivers, a seasoned veteran in the championship. You raced against guys like Amir Faisalin. What is it like now to be outside of the car and watching them do this while you're not behind the wheel?
Well, I've got to be honest, it's not, I'd rather be in the car than out of the car, but unfortunate incidents led to the end of that. However, look, it's always been odd for me because I moved from being a driver / coach to just being a coach, and now I've moved to a completely different role, heading up the commercial department here at Dubai Autodrome. So my main focus now is to make this facility the most successful facility in the Middle East, and I'm trying everything possible to grow this and grow motorsport and grow all of our events. We've got a fantastic base to start from, and we're going to improve it for all the teams, all our corporate customers. We want to make this the go-to facility across the Middle East.
Well, every year it seems to get bigger and better here at the Dubai Autodrome. I know there's plenty of stuff that you've changed over the season, the summer season that is. We've got more grass over there on the left-hand side where the bowl complex is. It's a great place to watch racing. You know, it's a family-friendly atmosphere down there. You can really just hang out and chill and watch it. And of course, you guys are upgrading the facilities every time we come here, and it's just fantastic to see what you guys are doing here year in and year out.
Yeah, thanks very much. We really are trying to improve the experience for everyone. I mean, one of the major challenges we face is we're owned by a private company, so we're not in the privileged position of most of the circuits in the region that are government owned, and therefore budget doesn't come into it as much. So we have to work with what we've got and improve step by step, year on year. And our clear focus and clear goal is to improve all the facilities here, improve the level of everything that competes here as well, and try and make it an amazing experience for our tenants, our customers, and the corporates, and try and expand the sport in general across the region.
Now it looks to me there's a bit of a train building up here from Johnny Kazumi. He seems to be the cork in the bottle at the moment. He seems to be slowing down Usman Magal, Mark Holm and Alim Gashev at the moment, because those three aren't able to kind of get past him, and this is allowing both Amir Faisalin and Alex Bukunstov to sort of escape up the road. Now the gap between them is 2.3 seconds from Kazum to Faisalin, and a further 6.1 seconds up the road to Bukunstov. I know Bukunstov's a bit further up the road, but you can see that the traffic is starting to build up behind Johnny Kazum at the moment, and I wonder when Usman Magal is going to pick his moment to, well, take that position away, because we used to see Usman Magal fly down the first corner, take the position away, and then just off he goes. But in this race, in the second race today, he hasn't been able to do what we used to see him doing so far this weekend, and what we saw him do at Yas Marina, because he was right down the inside of turn one on the opening round, took the lead away from Alex Bukunstov in the first corner, but unfortunately the safety car came out. This morning he did the same thing. He moved right up the order. I think he went from 5th on the grid to 2nd. We saw him in front of Alex Bukunstov during the safety car period, gave that position back, but it seems to be when it comes to cars in front of him, he doesn't quite get moving as fast as we're used to seeing him do that.
Usman's a very, very good driver, but Johnny's doing exactly what he needs to do. Where he needs to defend, he defends, and where he doesn't need to defend, he's not. Because obviously, if you get into defensive positions, you slow yourself down and the rest of the pack. So Johnny's managing his pace at the moment as best he can. I don't know if it's a tyre condition issue or what the issue is for his pace differential between Alex and Amir. But look, Johnny's just got to be mindful of his own race, stick to his line. If Usman gets close enough to put on a pass, which he's not at the moment, but if he gets close enough, then he needs to defend. But at this stage, what Johnny's doing is spot on for what he needs to achieve.
And of course, while we've been discussing all of this action that's happening on track at the moment, this battle for third place, Jimmy Cho is now up into 7th after starting from the pit lane. His 87 has worked his way up the order, which is a fantastic drive from him. He's 4.4 seconds adrift at the moment from Alim Geshev, and soon enough, he's going to be on the back of this battle here, and he's going to be trying to work his way through. Now, preliminary, he actually is 1 position further up the road because Alim Geshev's penalty at the end of the race has to be applied for 20 seconds due to the incident that happened in race 1 will bring Jimmy up a position. But of course, he wants to work his way up by himself. He doesn't want to hand it to him. He wants to take the position on track away from those who are in front of him here.
Yeah, but the key for Jimmy here is he can't let Alim hold him up too much, because that position technically doesn't count. So he needs to get up to the back of Usman at least, and try and earn those positions on his own. He's got the pace, but unfortunately time's not on his side. 13.5 minutes to go, I think, or 12.5 minutes. So he doesn't have a lot of time. That's one of the challenges with the sprint race format. If something goes wrong, it's a big penalty to pay.
And that's where it's beneficial to maybe have an issue in the endurance round, because you've got 45 minutes there to race, so you've got a bit more time to play around with. You know, you've got a longer period where a safety car can happen. You've got the pit stops as well that take to effect of timing and everything like this. But back to the action on track. I've got to say as well, Mark Holm, new to the championship this season. He's been impressive so far at the box as well. He's 5th overall at the moment in that 52. Okay, due to the contact in race number 1, he was out, and now his car has been changed to this now red and white car. But he's holding his own here in 5th position. He's staying within the grasp of both Usman Magal and Johnny Kazoum. And if anything were to happen with these two, he'll be the one to benefit the most, because he'll be there in 3rd position. Alim Geshev is a little bit further back at the moment, but I've got to say Mark Holm here is really impressive this weekend, as he was at Yas Marina 2 weeks ago. Zig Furmeister as well down in 8th position. Ibi Hadid is 9th at the moment. Julien Monet circulating in 10th for now. Leighton House in the 23. Paul Huskinson a bit further down the road in the 20, with Perkles David in the number 69 circulating in 12th. And Yahid Karem at the tail end of the field here in the number 7.
Well, to be honest with you, from my perspective, I think Mark Holm and Ibi Hadid are doing a great job, given that it's their first season. Both of them, I mean, a lot of these guys have run a couple of seasons here, and these guys have just come in, done their last race at Yas, and here they are, you know, not that far off the pace. And it's not so easy in these types of cars. I think getting your head around downforce and how that works, particularly on the national circuit where you've got turn 3, 4, 5, you've got to mentally program your brain to ignore the fact that you should be lifting off the throttle and stay on the throttle in that high speed area. And to achieve that as a newcomer is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is great to see new faces in the championship. We've got returning faces as well. We have some seasoned veterans, Johnny Kazoum, Amir Faislin, Usman Magal, and Bukunstov now is in his 3rd year in the championship. Won it in his 2nd year, now is defending champion. The points leader as well, and he's bagging more points today as well. Already won this morning's race, and is looking on par here for a 2nd race victory. The margin of victory so far, 9.3 seconds to the good, with less than 9 minutes left on the clock. There is Amir Faislin. And he's not been able to escape the clutches of Johnny Kazoum and Usman Magal just yet. These two just need to work together a bit more, and they can probably get closer to the back bumper of Amir Faislin. At the same time, Faislin is losing time to Alex Bukunstov. They kind of evenly matched through the 3rd sector, but it's sector 2 where they're losing the most amount of time to our race leader here around the Dubai Autodrome. This, of course, is race 2 of 3 of the Gulf Radical Cup. We've got another race tomorrow, which is the 45-minute endurance, which will be, again, a 45-minute race with a mandatory pit stop in between the race, where the drivers have to come in and do a 45-second penalty pit stop. That is mandatory. Penalties, no, those don't have to be applied, although someone does have a penalty at the moment in this race.
Actually, there will be penalties based on the, well, it's not really a penalty, it's a sort of success penalty from the last enduro round. So whoever got the podium positions in those will be faced with 5, 10, 15-second penalties for their pit stop. And that's really just to give everyone a shot at competition, so you don't have dominant performances. I think it's a great system. I mean, I used to be a victim of those penalties back in the day. but it used to make fighting back through the field a lot of fun. So I think it works out for everyone.
And it's sort of it's a 15 second for the victory, 10 for second, third you get 5 seconds, and that's on top of your mandatory 45 seconds that you have to be stationary for. Now the interesting thing is you have to be stationary for that full 45 seconds tomorrow, don't you? You cannot, that's not when you come in the pit lane and when you're leaving. It's as soon as you stop in the pit box, the timer comes on, you've got to wait 45 seconds, and then you're allowed to go.
That's correct, and you rely heavily on your team there, because obviously if you're released early, there's people watching and timing as well, so you can't just jump the gun early and go early, and if you're late, you lose a lot of time on track, and a second that you lose in the pits is very, very hard to make up on the track.
And that 15 second is on top of that 45. So Alex Bukanstov was the race winner in the endurance round last week. Yeah, so tomorrow he's going to have to sit stationary for 60 seconds. Now, it doesn't seem like a long time. 1 minute doesn't seem like a long time at all. But when you sat stationary in a race like this, it feels like an eternity, and we're looking now at Alim Geshev, who is now behind Jimmy Cho. A fantastic drive from Jimmy after the drama on the formation lap, where the car, before the formation lap even begun, the car just wouldn't start. He started from the pit lane, he started at the back of the grid, and he is now in the top 6. He's found a way past Alim Geshev, and he's now, 2.4 seconds from Mark Holm at the moment. So he has enough time left on the clock. He's got 6 minutes. I think a podium finishing position is out of the question, but a top 5 finish is certainly on the cards here for Jimmy.
100% great drive, great fight back from the field, but that's one of the keys to motorsport. Drivers and teams understand very well that, you never give up, you just push on and push on, you never know what can happen.
And that's exactly what Jimmy has done. He's just continued to push right from the get-go. He's pushed, even though he had that sort of 10-second gap between himself and Yahad Khanov at the very beginning. He has pushed his way through the field, and he's done it relatively quietly as well. We haven't seen the moves that he's been making. We're looking at him now, and we'll watch what he does next, because of course his next target is Mark Holm, and there he is, just a corner in front of him. It is 2.1 seconds separating the two of them. Mark Holm is actually 2.1 seconds behind Usman Magal. The gap between Holm and Cho is only 1.7 seconds separating the two of them here. And with 5 minutes left on the clock, I think Jimmy Cho has got a chance here to be inside the top 5. There'll be a great recovery drive from him as well to work his way up the order like that.
Absolutely. I think Alex has pretty much got this wrapped up if he can keep it going. He's just got to pace himself now and just finish the race, and he's got a pretty safe position there. In terms of position 2, 3, 4, they need to keep pressing on and just not give up and try and force another driver into a mistake. You can see Johnny's under pressure here from Usman. So Usman's been applying the pressure onto Johnny, and Johnny's held it off for the whole race pretty much.
And here comes Jimmy Cho on the back of Mark Holm as well, as they work their way through turn 16. It looks like Usman trying to look on the inside of Johnny Kazum, but I don't think close enough to make a move unless he's very late on the brakes here through turn 1. And of course, we see what happens when that happens earlier today. So let's hope that doesn't happen again. It doesn't. So I think he's going to think better of it. I think when that last lap board comes out, that's when it's going to start to happen. That's when things are going to start to move significantly. There will be a shift in the tide, and of course it will be Usman Magal who will be really applying the pressure to the back bumper of Johnny Kazum now in these closing stages of the race. Now, the teams don't have communication with their drivers at the moment, do they? So they wouldn't be able to inform them. They'd have traditional methods essentially of doing it via lap boards that's sticking out here on the pit lane.
Actually, there's a couple of drivers that do have pit-to-car radio. It's not illegal in the regs. So I know for a fact Alex Bukanstov and I believe Jimmy Chu also both have that pit-to-car communication. Alim Geshev, I believe, has it as well. Probably a couple of the cars from Golf Sport as well. But really, there's nothing much for the pit wall to say. They can see where they're at. They just need to press on and try and force the other driver into the mistake.
And here comes Jimmy as well. He's back on it. He's right on the back bumper of Mark Holm as the 21 picks up a warning flag for track limits. And that is an infringement. It doesn't say where exactly Usman has done that. So it'll be interesting to see where exactly he's using too much of the track where he shouldn't be. But Jimmy now is tucked up right behind Mark Holm. The gap was 0.7 of a second on the previous lap. This time round it's down to 0.3 of a second. second. Now remember, Jimmy Cho started at the back of the field. He was supposed to start on the second row of the grid. The car did not fire before the start of the formation lap. The entire field passed him. He was pulled into the pit lane. He started at the end of pit lane and had to wait for the entire field to go through him, and now he's fighting for a top 5 finishing position. A fantastic drive here from Jimmy, and let's see what he can do now in the last 3 minutes of the race.
Yeah, Mark Holm was trying to break the slipstream from Jimmy there down the straight. I don't know if you noticed, he was pulling over to the right. Jimmy was following along, which he should do because the slipstream makes a big difference on cars with aero. He's doing great. I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy gets his position, to be honest with you. He's a little bit far back now, but he is catching him step by step.
There's still plenty of time left on the clock. I think we should get 2 more laps after this till the green, the checkered flag waves here for our second race of the day for the Golf Radical Cup. Of course, we'll have the podium right after this as well. For Jimmy Cho, though, I think a podium would have been on the cards for him here. Oh, we've got a car facing the wrong direction. And is that Yahid Khanum? I think that might be.
Yes, it is.
Unfortunately, pointing in the wrong direction.
And here we go with Jimmy. Looks like he's setting up a move for the last corner or for turn 1. If he gets a good exit out of the last corner, you'll probably find him diving down at turn 1. He's in the slipstream. Less than half a second in it.
And of course, as Tarek said before, what Holm is going to do now is he's going to try and cut that toe and not give Jimmy the advantage. That Yahid Khanum car has been stuck there for quite some time, Tarek.
I hope they don't call a safety car. I hope it's just localised yellows, because we don't want to be deprived of this battle.
That is true. Mark Holm and Jimmy Cho, this is the battle for 5th overall at the moment. We've also got the battle further up the road as well for the final step of the podium between Johnny Kazum and Usman Magal as we continue on here.
So what Jimmy's got to do here is he's got to make sure all of his corner exits are absolutely spot on, so he can set himself up to make a dive on one of the corners. So if I was Jimmy, I'd be focusing on corner exits, make sure I get a good run up onto him, and then take a dive at the next corner.
So it looks like the last lap board is out as car number 5 receives a warning flag for track limits. That's Johnny Kazum, currently sat in 3rd position overall. And that's not what he needs right now. He needs to make sure that he does these next 2 laps as clean as possible. Do not want a penalty. You don't want to compromise your 3rd place finish here. It'll be another trip to the podium, but unfortunately, with more infringements, he could be sent down the order, and that'll give Usman Magal that 3rd position as well. So you can just see in the background, Holm is still ahead of Jimmy Cho. The last lap board is officially out now, so this is 1 more to go for Alex Bukanshtov, Amir Fazlin, and Johnny Kazum, who are our top 3 here at the Dubai Autodrome around the national circuit configuration here. 3.56 kilometers in length. Only part of the back straight is being used, and of course we have the epic club link, which I always thought would be, where a lot of the incidents would happen, but it seems to be it's everywhere else the incidents have happened. But luckily, the club link has spared us today.
The national is actually my favourite configuration as a driver, as a former driver. You're constantly busy. It's got the high speed turn 3, 4, 5, and then this slow speed turn 7 that we're at now, which is extremely tricky, this corner. In fact, I hate this corner, but that's one of the beauties of it. So probably, in my opinion, here we go.
That's Jimmy Cho on the inside, isn't it?
Jimmy Cho, come on, can he do it?
He's on the inside, he's got that. Can he get it stuck?
No.
Mark Holm closes the door on him as they exit through that corner.
He's really got to set him up for the last corner here.
It really does, as they work their way right there into the club link. The quick left, right, left as they work their way up through the bowl here. 1 more corner for Jimmy. What can he do through turn 16 as Bukanshtov now will work his way across the line to collect the checkered flag and makes it 2 for 2. Congratulations to Alex Bukanshtov. Amir Fazlin will be across the line in 2nd. But what about Jimmy Cho? I don't think he's close enough to make a move that we just saw what happened there in the background.
Yeah, unfortunately, he got a bit sideways there, and unfortunately, he didn't have a go, but a great drive from the back. That was very, very exciting. Great battle.
And Amir Fazlin there across the line in 2nd. And Johnny Kazum fended off Usman Magal all the way to the end. There a great battle between those 2 as well to take 3rd overall. Tarek, thank you so much for joining me for this epic race 2 here. It was a great drive from Jimmy. Thank you so much for your insights as well as a former driver.
Pleasure. Great to see Amir on the podium, obviously having coached him last season. I'm glad to see it's paying off. George King's actually working with him this weekend. He's doing a great job. and Amir, of course, has to deliver at the end of the day. Thanks very much for having me. It's great to be up here representing Dubai Autodrome, and look forward to many more races here and some growth in our local motorsport scene.
Of course, we have plenty more action today from all the races that we have here. Again, that was the Golf Radical Cup race number 2 that is just concluded. Alex Bukunstov and Amir Faisalin will be on the first and second step of the podium, and they'll be followed up with Johnny Kazoum. Usman Magal finishes just 7/10 of a second behind Kazoum, and Jimmy Cho finishes 3/10 of a second behind Mark Holm. Fantastic battle for third and a fantastic battle for fifth as well. But that's a wrap here for Golf Radical Cup. We'll have the podium presentation shortly for the series, and of course we'll be back to racing after that for the second race of the day for the DSBK National Championship. So car 77, that's Salim Geshev, unfortunately a 20-second penalty behind it to him. I think that's already been applied because he showed us 24 seconds back behind Jimmy Cho, so that puts him 7th overall. The cars now will make their way into Parc Ferme. Of course, they'll slot up into first, second and third. Alex Bukunstov will line up in the first position with Amir Faisalin slotting into second, and in third we will have Johnny Kazoum. He'll make it 3 for 3 here this weekend. Usman Magal not on the podium today, but Amir Faisalin Usman Magal won earlier this morning, but not in the second race. He was not on the podium, but Amir Faisalin visits the podium here for the first time this weekend. A great drive from the top 3 here. Of course, we'll have some highlights of this second race here for the Golf Radical Cup as Alex Bukunstov heads over to Johnny Kazoum to offer his congratulations. And of course, I think he'll do the same thing to Amir Faisalin, who finishes in second position. There is the series organizer chatting with the defending champion and a current points champion as well. There is Amir Faisalin. He gets a congratulatory hug there from George King, as we heard from Tarek, who's driver coaching him this weekend. As Johnny Kazoum embraces his family here. Of course, a well-deserved third place finish for Johnny Kazoum. Big thumbs up there. Always great to have support. Craig Thompson as well down there in Parc Ferme to offer his congratulations as well. And momentarily we'll have the podium presentation as well here for our second and final race of the weekend for the Golf Radical Cup. We have more racing action coming your way. We have, of course, the second race of the day for the DSBK National Championship. And then, of course, to round out the day, we'll have the second and final race for Golf Pro Car. And what a race it was. If only Jimmy Cho started exactly where he should have on the second row of the grid, what could have happened there. An amazing drive for him as well, having started in the pit lane after not getting his car started for the formation lap, was passed by the field, car was pushed behind the barrier onto pit lane and then pushed all the way to the end of pit lane as well. Well, they managed actually to get the car refired before they did that, actually. So at least he got to drive all the way down there. And what a magnificent drive from Jimmy, though, to put it 6th at the end there after almost a 10-second gap at the start, essentially, between himself and Yahad Kardem. And there is Amir Faisalin. We saw him congratulating Johnny Kazoum not too long ago. And there is Fred Jacobs talking to Alex Bukunstov before they head up here to the podium presentation area. As we said, we'll have all 3 of them up here, where they will be handed their trophies for their efforts in our second race of the day for the Golf Radical Cup. And they'll make their way towards our position. And of course, before we do that, we will have a highlights reel that we'll get to see shortly of all the epic moments that we had in this race. As Parc Ferme in full operation mode at the moment, because this is all where everything starts to happen. Mandatory checks before the results can be finalized. And of course the top 3 are the first to go in there as well. Do you have any? I've already seen the grid now for the next race. That's good. I'm well versed already. are the highlights for the second race of the Golf Radical Cup.
Let's now move on to the podium presentation for our second race of the day for the Golf Radical Cup. And as always, let's bring them out in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place, please welcome Johnny Kazoom. In second position, please welcome Amir Fazulin. And to the top step of the podium for his second win of the day, please welcome Alex Vukanshnov. And now to help us present the trophies, we have our excellent team of marshals here that will assist us. But first, let's invite Farhad to help us present the third place trophy to Johnny Kazoom. We'll now invite Siva to present the second place trophy in the Golf Radical Cup to Amir Fazulin. And last but not least, let's invite Imran from the Marshals team to help us present our first place trophy in the Golf Radical Cup to Alex Vukanshnov. As they'll take the group photo now, that wraps up the podium presentation here for the Golf Radical Cup. We'll move on now to our next race of the day, which of course is race 2 for the SBK National Championship.
One, two, three.
So, welcome back to the second race of the day for the SBK National Championship here at the Dubai Autodrome. This is race number 2. We're down to 13 bikes, unfortunately. Well, the good news is at least one bike that did not finish the first race has started this race, or will start this race, but yeah, they are on the grid. As Saeed Al Salati will be the man on pole position. Alongside him will be Manuel Parra and Firas Abu Ghanem. And then Tom Robson, Rani Yashkov and Adrian Andirache will line up on the third row of the grid. Matteo Manera and Graham Purvis will line up alongside them. Well, actually, the order's just changed, so let's just double check that when they line up and they go across the line for the first time, because that'll be interesting to see, because actually showing us now that Tom Robson is the man that's out in front here. So what we're going to do now as well, we're going to get Mahmoud Tanir on the commentary team with us here. A former champion in the series, unfortunately not racing with us though anymore, is Mahmoud. But it's always great to see you, Mahmoud, and I know that you have been a massive supporter of the series. You're always here to give your expert advice, your opinions on everything, and it's just great to see you here all the time.
Done now is superb to try and still, you know, revive the championship, and you know, put in so much efforts as well. And I think the caliber is also quite good at the moment. You know, we've got some really fast riders as well at the front, and you know, and the rest of them obviously still building on experience. But always happy to come in and support the guys. You know, I've stopped about 3 years ago, but always kind of itching, you know, to be part of the action. But I think it's a great sport, and you know, I hope that fans will come even more and more. It's good to see all the activations from the Autodrome as well. Always great.
Yeah, so we're about to get ready for our second race of the day for the SBK National Championship, and the screen has corrected itself, and now we can see Manuel Parra slotted into the second grid position. On his right-hand side is Firas Abu Ghanem, and on his left is Saeed Al Salati, who will line up alongside him on the front row of the grid. Tom Robson, Ronnie Yashkov, and Adrian Andriche are starting on the row behind them, and a great drive from those two, especially the two rookies, both Tom Robson and Rani Yashkov. A fantastic race they put on. But here we go, we're racing for the second time, and what do you think is going to happen down towards turn 1 here, Mahmoud?
Well, I'm hoping a better start from everybody. I mean, things can happen, as always crazy at turn 1, but let's see. It looks like a clean start from everybody else.
A great start there from Firas Abu Ghanem. He's already taken the lead away from Saeed as they turn down towards turn 1. Nice and clean, like you said, this time round, but Saeed is right there. But a blistering start there from the Walid Hashimis Racing Team driver.
That's a really good start. I think obviously for us we'll have some sort of a challenge now, you know, considering Saeed, but it's great to try and stick to him as you know, as good as possible or as close as possible. You know, we can see Saeed has taken the lead right now.
Yeah, he's retaken the lead. It was interesting because Firas Abu Ghanem was all the way to the right, left-hand side of the track. He tried to go around the outside. He started on the right, so that is very interesting. And he kind of slowed down a bit, went to the left of the track and went around the outside of Saeed. And what a great start this has been so far. And look at Manuel Parra, he's really stuck with these two guys here as well. So we're through now, through and onto the back straight before we hit the club link here for our 12-lap race. Unfortunately, Martin Vergenek not with us, and we're still waiting for an update on Nekrasov as well. We'll get one for you as soon as we can. But for these three riders here, it's been a fantastic start for Saeed Al Salati, Manuel Parra and Firas Abu Ghanem. The two rookies are tucked in behind Tom Robson and Ranion Yashkov. They gave us some fantastic racing here. And well, as a former racer yourself, Mahmoud Tanir, you've done this track a number of times. What's the feeling going through these riders' heads at the moment? Because of course, race 2 is the end of the day. The climate has changed, the conditions have changed, and everything like this. It's a different challenge, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think at the end of the day, I think every one of them wants to win. That's always the mentality. At the end of the day, you try to push yourself to the maximum. It's not easy, but it's always good to try and understand the conditions. Usually in the first few laps, this is very important. You know, you don't have a lot of confidence yet with the tires. You're waiting for them to warm properly, and then you start getting that feeling from the front, a little bit from the back, and to try to understand where are the slippery areas, where it's not. But at the same time, you're giving all, you're giving your all from the beginning. I mean, this is a sprint race where usually you don't really relax, so you have to give it 100% from the start. You could always see that there are certain gaps, but the top 3, usually the top 4, are always kind of stuck together, which is good to see. I just heard from the team also that Martin is relatively okay, so there is no, let's say, kind of big injuries of some sort, but surely he's a bit bruised and battered, and the bike is not fully ready. But again, I think especially on the national, the upper section, the first kind of 4 to 5 corners are very, very critical. It's very easy to lose the front there because you carry a lot of speed as well, especially on the edge of the tire, on the front tire. And there's a lot of time where you spend also on the right-hand side of the tire. So once you flick to the left also, you have cold kind of side, and it's very, very easy to lose the front. These guys are always kind of have these in the back of their minds, so sometimes you're a bit careful, but at the same time you want to build momentum.
It's a great battle between Manuel Parra and Firas Abouganem at the moment, but we're looking a bit further back here. This is the battle between Yashkov and Robson. Now, they went all the way to the very last lap of the race here to figure out who's going to be on the top step of the podium in the rookie category and who will be on the third step of the podium in the overall super stock. And again, they've done the same thing. They're constantly changing position. They've gone across the line there with 8/100th of a second separating the two of them, and here we are down towards turn 1. That is Yashkov on the inside. Wow,
that was a close one. Whoa.
That was very close.
Trying
indeed.
to stay hard on the brakes there, yeah, but that was a very, very good move.
Now that was a heart and mouth moment right there, but as Mahmoud said, it was a very brave and a good move as well. That's what we like to see, and that's what we get with the DSBK National Championship. We always see phenomenal racing. Like you said, it's great that we always have battles all over the place. You know, anywhere we look, doesn't matter where the camera pans, we're going to see some sort of battle. We might have Saeed racing off in the distance, but then right behind him, we've got a battle. Like the battle at the moment we got behind one of the Walid Al-Shami's bikes. That is the 73. So that is Mohamed Shamsir, who was also on the podium. He was at the third step of the podium in the rookie category, but he's putting on a really good display here. He's really staying with the pack.
Absolutely, and also let's not forget, this is just the start of the season. Usually there's a lot of factors, that these guys start to think about as well. They're not still, acclimatized to the, to the change in the weather, and the pace of racing is so different as well, right? Like when you do all the practices before, the first race is always a little bit of a question mark to understand your pace, your opponent's pace, and what you could do. So I think the guys are building up to a really good season. I mean, I could see. It's nice to have to have all the battles throughout, and again, hopefully we get a lot more guys as well. I mean, I know now that we've got a couple of guys, that they're not racing because of the recent incident, but it looks great. Obviously, Saeed, I could see he has, some. Maybe he's on another pace at the moment, so I think if he continues like that, he could definitely probably clinch the first position.
So he's extended the lap up front to 5 seconds to the good. We briefly saw a shot there of Adrian there in the 73 leading the rest of the field there behind him. And we got one of the rookies, Mohamed Shamsir, excuse me, in the 39. But now Graham Purvis and Matteo Monero, they've swapped positions, so that's now 9th for Graham Purvis and 10th for Matteo Monero. They've got some close battles looking further down the field, 4/10 of a second separating Adrian and Mohamed. Graham Purvis is only 2/10 of a second, and another 2/10 of a second back is Matteo Monero. Johan Gauss is a bit further down, 9/10 of a second, but remember he was on the podium earlier today in the modified, so let's see what he can do if he can work his way back up the order.
And also it's good to mention, race 2 is always a bit complicated because obviously you're a bit still tired, to be honest, physically from race 1. It's more or less always you see a little bit of a slower lap time towards the end of the race, where the physical kind of aspect has, started to come into play. But again, it's a tough sport. I mean, these guys, they have to be on form. They have to be, they have to train properly before the championship. You have to, commit to some sort of training to be always kind of, fit enough to do all the. Even though if it's it's a sprint race, but at the same time, you give it your all. Like, there is no room to breathe or to relax. Otherwise, you're gonna lose your position and even more, right? So, kudos to these guys. They're doing a really good job now.
Here is Firas Abughanab and Manuel Parra. They're separated by 0.3 of a second between the two of them.
Yeah, it's close.
And it's interesting what you said, because also what's an integral part of motorcycle racing is you yourself. You play a very crucial role, because we're seeing this now as they work their way through the corners, especially the ones that are very sharp, because you have to lead into the corners, and that must be one of the most incredible feelings in the world. I do have a motorcycle license, but I've never gone motorcycle racing. I don't think I have the courage to actually do it. I don't think I could lead as much as you guys could do it. I've got to say, it is an important part, right? Because you have to shift your body weight left and right.
Absolutely, and you know, these bikes, they're more or less around 165 to 170 kilos. So when you add all that speed on them, and you've got to wrestle them kind of left and right, it's not an easy job. The feeling is just incredible. Once you get used to that feeling and the adrenaline and the speed, it's very really hard to kind of like let go. But again, at the same time, you have to. Shifting your weights is very important, also not just to kind of steer the bike, but also you gauge the angle, you kind of like feel the grip at the same time. There's a lot of factors that come to come into play as well. The faster you get, also the more technically you become stronger. And also some of these guys might be able to use some data, for example, in their practices, looking at what's happening on the motorcycle side. But at the same time, it is more or less, I would say, an 80% of a rider, and the bike is really 20%. It's also a lot to do mentally, to be honest. In this sport, you have to be mentally strong, and it only comes with experience.
I can imagine, because when you're racing in a car, you've got a roof over your head, you've got a lot of space around you. Here it's just kind of you on the bike, as we're looking at now Mohammed Shamsir, who is leading this battle here, and it looks like Adrian has had a problem here, because he's tumbled down to the back of this pack. Now remember, he was ahead of Mohammed Shamsir actually. Now Graham Purvis, Matteo Monero have all moved up, so I'm not sure what's happened. We couldn't quite see if there was anything. We didn't see anything on track, no local yellows either of any incidences that happened, but he is still circulating, which is great news. Al Salati continues to lead here by 7.6 seconds. He's just gone the fastest lap of the race as well, a 1:31.429, as he said, 7.6 seconds up the road. But the battle for second has raged on for 5 consecutive laps here. It's incredible how close these drivers are, especially on the super stocks, because remember, in the modified categories, you're allowed to play with the engine, you're allowed to add some modifications here and there, but in the super stock, the bikes are identical. There is no difference between them, and this is how level pegged the field is when you have gaps of 0.3 of a second for not just a lap, but 5 laps.
Absolutely. Saeed obviously have quite a lot of gap right now. I think he's in the zone, and when you're leading, actually, it's easy to lose concentration because you don't have a reference anymore. But obviously, with experience, like Saeed has, it's kind of maybe easier a little bit to maintain that. But again, I think the guys from the Superstock are doing really well, considering, 1:33.0 is a respectable time on a Superstock, for sure, something to be proud of. I think Firas and Manuel are doing really, really well, considering it's a 2-second gap in terms of lap time to Saeed is a really, really good lap time.
And of course, we have the 2 rookies as well battling it out here as well, Tom Robson and Rodion Yashkov. Actually, this is a bit further back because both have gone through just across the line then, so that's not Yashkov and Robson, but those two have put on an absolute phenomenal display of racing here, especially in the first race. Like we said, we had to find out on the last lap who was going to be on the top step of the podium in the rookie category and who would be on the 3rd step of the podium in the super stock category. Now we actually have all 3 rookies in close proximity. Yes, there's a bit of a gap between Yashkov and Shamsir. As things getting a bit tight further up the field by the looks of it. And actually that looks like some back market bikes that Firas and Manuel are coming up. This is sort of towards the tail end of the field. I think this is the 12 and 49 bikes, so that is Mohammed and Hussein, 2 of our other rookies that are here racing with us today, and they're kind of now getting the thick of things here. Saeed Al Salati's gone through, but now they're having to deal with a battle on track coming through, not just a single rider, and that of course adds to their experience. They're new to the championship, they haven't raced against a lot of these guys, or if any of them at any given time, so this is a great experience for them to learn from some of the best motorcycle riders in the region.
I think we're going to have a really good fight, I think, between these two. Looks like Manuel is really trying to catch up and stay close. There's just a couple of laps left, I think, but we might see a really good fight until the checkered flag here, because Manuel is picking up the pace. You can see he's getting really close. There's less than 0.4 of a second right now. So with very similar lap times, if you look at 1 minute 34.1, 1 minute 34.2, so he's right there. It looks to me that he's looking maybe as a strategy of a last lap time, last lap kind of ding dong battle there, which is going to be great.
I think you're not wrong about that, because we're edging closer there to the club link, and we're looking on the right hand side. So here is the 51 on the left hand side of your screen. The 51 that's Graham Purvis. Was that Matteo Manero on his inside? Now Graham Purvis moves up. Now that would be Mohamed Shamsia that was getting past, one of the rookies. There's Purvis, of course. Purvis, a long-standing name in the championship. I think you raced with him in previous seasons. I know honestly, it seems like you were only with us last season. I can't believe that you said it's been 3 years since we last saw you race here at the Autodrome. It's great to have your insights, and of course, you know a lot of these guys is very well on track. You've raced with a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Some of these guys obviously have a lot of experience. I think there's a lot of strategies that these guys can use, especially against the rookies, against the newcomers, which you can only build by doing quite a lot of races and such. But yes, Purvis is, he's a great guy. He's always been kind of on form. He's kind of very, he's always looking after kind of finishing in the top 5, top 3, top 5 in most cases. So I'm sure he's always very consistent. Like, you don't see him making a lot of mistakes and stuff. So obviously with experience, he can manage that.
And Monero and what looks to me, is that the 73? Is that Shamsia? No, it would be Shamsia that he's locked in battle with at the moment. Those two really, really close there, especially through the club link. Less than a motorcycle separating the two of them as they work their way through that sector. But now with Matteo Monero being released from the clutches of Mohamed Shamsia, he's now pushing to the back of Graham Purvis as they come across the line. It will be 4 laps to go for these two when they do come across the line. There was Shamsia in his rookie season here, really mixing it up with some of the old dogs here in the championships. Down towards turn 1 we go again with this battle. There's a few more bikes trailing them in the background. We can see Johan Gauss, who was on the podium earlier today. Adrian is also there Adrian was on the podium. It was the other Walid Al-Shami's bike, the 55 bike, that had the issues in turn 16 and had to retire the bike through there. Now we're looking at, I think that was a 55. No, that was the 73 we were looking at there, because that's at the tail end of this sort of quartet of bikes behind Johan Gauss at the moment as they work their way through Sector 1. Now, you've raced this track a lot. What is the hardest corner on a bike around the national circuit? If it's not the bowl, what is it?
I would say, I mean, for me, it's the braking point before the link to the bowl. So, the S chicane, basically, there's a very hard braking point there, and the reason for that is you would want to be braking and leaning at the same time to make the lap time there, and then suddenly you started going uphill, so you lose momentum also quite a lot, so you need to carry speed when you enter that corner while on the brakes. So at the same time, you don't want to lose too much momentum, because otherwise you lose a lot of lap time there, all across to the top of that hill.
And of course, it's like a direct right turn, is it? You stop and then you turn it right immediately.
And then there's an S chicane which relatively slows you down as well, so that is very tricky there.
And Manuel Parra has made the jump earlier than we expected. We thought he'd do that at the end, but he's done it earlier.
Yeah.
Now let's see when they work their way to the club link. Let's see that braking zone. So now they're hitting the brakes now and they're turning right. You see that they're leaning and braking at the same time, and I guess.
And now you're going up.
Yeah, and you've got so many things running through your head at the same time. It'd be interesting to think, how can you keep a clear head when you've got so many things to figure out when you're turning just right?
Well, I mean, part of the beautiful thing about this sport and motorsport in general is awareness. It amplifies like your awareness ability. You are able to kind of read the track and feel the bike, but at the same time you are really aware of what's around you. There are some exciting moments, especially, I mean, on the brakes. You are, because even though we wear the earplugs as well, but for example, when someone is diving inside of you or braking very hard, you actually hear them. You can hear their machines, and then you start to question, oh, shall I go in, shall I block, or shall I open the door? So it gets quite exciting from that aspect, but again, it's part of doing that racecraft and learning a lot, and before started learning strategies and being quite experienced in that field. But Manuel, I think, is doing a really good job. I think he's now pulling for us.
So we're looking there at the leader, Seydal Salati. We haven't spoken much about him. He's been a relatively incident and you know, he's just kind of in his own little world here at the moment. He's 11.6 seconds up the road. He's just slowly carving his way through the field, you know, putting a lap back on some other riders. He's working his way through the club link there and onto the bowl. So this time around, this is the penultimate time he's working his way through the bowl complex, and he'll be through turn 15 and 16 as he crests over the hill down towards turn 16. It'll be 1 lap to go, and it'll be a perfect weekend for him because he's looking for a second race victory here this time around. So down through turn 16, he's got some bikes in front of him, including, I think that was the 73 and 18 just in front. So now Al-Salati will start the final lap of the race this time round. One more lap. There is the 51. This is Graham Purvis again. Now, he was locked in that great battle a little bit further down the order. He's currently in 5th overall in the super stock, a little bit further back from Rodion Yashkov and Tom Robson. Now, it'll be interesting to see what those two are up to at the moment, because it looks like Tom Robson is only 2/10 of a second, well, he was actually last time round, behind the 55 bike on the previous lap. Now let's see what he can do. Can he move up? He's still in 3rd position in the super stock category. He's leading the rookies at the moment. He's got a nice gap of 9.4 seconds between them.
Really close right now.
And there he is. That was Tom Robson trying to go the long way around the outside. That's not where you want to be. You want to be on the inside. But of course, he was trying every move that he could. And it seems to be Tom Robson, as we were talking to Nasser before as well, and Kyle, he doesn't seem like he is an actual rookie. He seems like he's been doing this forever. The confidence level that he has is absolutely incredible. And we saw that with that fantastic battle on the last lap in the last race.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say now that Saeed is quite comfortable. He's just going to ease off a little bit. You know, you can't ease off too much as well, because it's easy to make a mistake when you're leading and you really lose this kind of concentration and the speed. But I think you know, he got this one in the bag. Obviously, Saeed is a very, very experienced rider. He's done stuff in. He actually won the Spanish championship as well. It's a very high level. So seeing him here also helps all the other guys, you know, to be on form and learn from him. I would have loved to see Martin a little bit, you know, on that front end as well, but hopefully for the next time. But great racing so far.
So here comes Saeed now through the final corners here on the number 11, as he'll see the checkered flag first, and it is at the ready for him. And there he goes across the line. Saeed Al-Salati wins here by 11-ish seconds. Manuel Parra will come across the line in 2nd, and a few bikes also in the mix there as well coming across the line. Margin of victory 8.4 seconds at the line. So actually Al-Salati was slowed down by traffic. Firas Abouganem comes across the line in 3rd. He'll be very happy about that. And across the line will be Florian, who will take 2nd in the modified, excuse me, and he'll be 4th at the line as he's working his way through Sector 2 currently. Tom Robson, who will come across the line, he'll take the victory in the rookie category as long as he can stay ahead of Rodion Yashkov. But what about Tom Robson and actually the 55? I'm interested to see what will happen between those two, as we are still racing it. We still have a podium to decide. We have the Superstock rookies to decide, as they are currently working their way around. Well, actually, we've only got the rookies in the Superstock category. Now, is that Robson across the line? Not yet. That was Florian who came across the line there. There is Tom Robson. Now he will stay on the top step of the podium for the rookies, and once again he will be in 3rd overall in the super stocks. A great race here. Mahmoud, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolute pleasure.
It is a bit weird still not seeing you on the grid, and it's taken some time still to remember that you're not there, but again, thank you for your insight. Thank you for joining us here for the commentary.
Absolutely, I really enjoyed that as well. Thanks for the invite, really enjoyed it.
It was great to see you and have a wonderful day. Of course, we have more racing action. We've got the podium as well coming up soon for the SBK National Championship. That, of course, was Mahmoud Tanir, a former champion in the series, helping us through this incredible DSBK National Championship race. Well, that's race done and dusted. Saeed Al-Salati makes it 2 for 2 here this weekend. Manuel Parra 2nd at the line, with Firas Abouganem in 3rd. In the modified, Saeed Al-Salati ahead of Florian and Johan Gauss will be on the 3rd step of the podium. But for the rookies and the Superstock category, because we missed that one out, Manuel Parra, Firas Abouganem, and once again Tom Robson will sit, or stand better yet, on the 3rd step of the podium. For the rookies, Tom Robson, Rodion Yashkov, and Mohamed Stamshir will be on the podium once again. for the second time today here at the DSBK National Championship. So they'll pull into their pit garages, and of course they'll be with us momentarily. We've got a lot of podiums to do here today, especially for the DSBK National Championship. We'll get a highlights reel soon enough of the epic action that took place today, and I can assure you there have been some epic moves all over the track here today, especially in our second race. Just one more race to go here at the Dubai Autodrome, but before we do that, of course, we'll have the podium presentation for race 2 of the DSBK National Championship. Seed Al-Salati, as we said, makes it 2 for 2 here today. A great way to start the weekend and a great way to end the day for him as well, with a second victory. Firas Abu Ghanem will be happy with third, although he would like to have done one better. Beaten at the line by Manuel Parra. A great battle within those two, separated by 1.1 seconds between the two of them. A great drive from those two as Manuel Parra embraces the team there. The team very happy with that result, as is Manuel Parra. And, well, thanking the bike as well. Remember, it's a crucial part of winning the race, the bike, not just the rider himself. It's congratulations from the team as a whole. So that wraps up this second race of the day for the DSBK National Championship. They'll be back with us in February. It seems like such a long time till we go motorcycle racing once again. And there are the series organisers walking over to the Saeed Al-Salati ridden number 11. A fantastic victory, 2 for 2. He's going to be very, very happy with that indeed. And we'll see him on the podium momentarily. As he hops off the bike, as Mahmoud is telling us it's not as easy as it might look, that's for sure. It is a grueling 12 laps. Might not be as long as our car races that we have here over the course of the weekend, but it's a very, very punishing time on the track. Just 12 laps of racing. You can see the guys are tired, although a lot of them still look pretty fresh when they come up on the podium, but of course that's after a quick cool down. You can see there is Manuel Parra talking with Saeed Al-Salati about that race. Of course, Manuel finishes second, but of course the winner in Super Stock, we're just ahead of Firas Abu Ghanem. More team come over to congratulate him after his epic weekend here in Dubai. Let's check out some highlights then for the race 2 of the DSBK National Championship and all the excitement that unfolded.
1, 2, 3.
That's race 2 done for the SBK. Now, do bear with us. We're just waiting for the riders to make their way up to the podium presentation area. But of course, we'd like to take a moment here to thank the category sponsors, Al Yusuf Motors and Saxo, because of course they've been supporting us here for, well, the new season, which has been great. And of course, the second round here of the second race actually has been phenomenal. There's been some great action all the way through. We've had some enticing battles with Memo Para, Firas Abu Ghanem, and a number of other riders throughout the field. Now, the podium is going to be slightly delayed because I'm still waiting for the riders to show up. Of course, they're still debriefing themselves. They're actually a little bit further down there. I don't know if you can see any. Nope, they're all tucked into the pit garages at the moment. We did have the opportunity to have Mahmoud Tanir on commentary with us, who gave us some incredible insights to what it's like to be racing here in the DSBK National Championship, because of course it is very grueling. It's not like it is racing a car, that's for sure. It's a lot different, and yeah, it might look easy because you're on two wheels, but there's a lot of stake, especially the shift of weight. That was quite interesting to find out that thing. So I do see that some of the riders are now making their way towards our position, but we don't have enough to do the podium just yet, so do bear with us. What we can do though is you can try and see if you can talk to anybody from the championship, because that would be great actually. You know what would be really good actually? We could talk to someone from Al Yusuf Motors to see, get their thoughts on the championship, because of course they are new to the season here, and it's great to have their support for DSBK, of course, because it's always good to have an OEM, especially with a Yamaha, on board with the championship. Now, I don't know if I can see any of them inside, so I'm just going to, do my thing here. I'm just going to hop inside and I'll see if I can find anybody. Let's see, we don't have any riders yet. I know Mohammed Shamsir is here, but he's the only rookie so far. Do we have Saeed anywhere? No, we don't have Saeed anywhere as well. So I think we might have to, get some shots of the crowd around us here. To talk to me about joining DSBK. So someone has kindly given us the marketing manager here from Al Yusuf Motors, and that'll be great to talk to them to get their insights and their feedback on the championship as well, as we wait for the drivers to make their way. Sorry, the riders. I've got to get that right. The riders. It's different. Riders. Two wheels. Riders. That's what they're doing. They're riding a motorcycle. But we'll see if we can get them in before we do the podium presentation. If not, then we'll go straight into the podium presentation. I'm not sure. Do we have three? I think we have three rookies here already. Let's just check with Kyle if he can give us the go-ahead. Nasser, do we have three rookies with us? We do have three rookies, great. So we'll do Al Yusuf Motors later. Let's go straight into the podium presentation now. So without further ado, we would like to call up our podium winners. First up will be the Saxo Rookie Cup Race 2 winners. Now we have two guests that are going to help us here present our trophies. And that, of course, one of them will be Nasser Saeed, the title sponsor and owner of Creative House Scaffolding, to present the trophies. But of course, he'll be joined by N&A. Well, he is a YouTuber. He's got 3 million followers on YouTube, and he's kindly joined us here. He is, of course, a boxer as well, so he's going to be helping us present the trophies. And Ane, we appreciate you joining us here. If you could join Nasser and help us present the trophies. So let's bring out our rookies in the Saxo Rookie Cup. Let's first of all bring out third place overall. And please put your hands together for Mohammed Shamsia. So we'll invite Nasser to hand over the trophy. And he'll also be joined. Actually, no, Ane will help us present this trophy. Actually, they'll both help us present the trophy here for third place. To third place finish here in the Saxo Rookie Cup.
1, 2, 3.
As they will pose for the picture. And Nasser offers his congratulations, and then we'll move on to second place now. Please welcome, in second place in the Saxo Rookie Cup, Rodion Yashkov. And once again, Nasser Seed and NNA will present the trophy here to our second place finisher in the Saxo Rookie Cup for race 2. As hat in hand, and of course, trophy in hand as well, after a well-deserved second place in the Rookie Cup. And then we'll move on to the top step of the podium in the Saxo Rookie Cup. And please welcome to that top step. He's done it already once today, and he's done it again. Please welcome Tom Robson. So both NNA and Nasser Seed will be joining us in presenting the trophies here for our winner in the Saxo Rookie Cup in the SBK UAE National Championship. And we'll have a picture all together now as well with our top 3 here from the Saxo Rookie Cup. So they'll all line up on the top step of the podium there together. And then after this, we'll move on to the Al Yusuf Motors Super Stock Race 2 podium. So our next category will be Al Yusuf Super Stock category, and our honored guest today, Ahmed Tariq, head of Yamaha at Al Yusuf Motors, will be helping us present the trophies for this second race here. And well, let's start again in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the podium, Tom Robson. And Ahmed Tariq, or a representative actually from Al Yusuf Motors, will be the one to hand out his trophy there for his third place efforts in the Super Stock category. Next up in second position, please welcome Firas Abu Ghanem. And once again, our representative from Al Yusuf Motors will hand over the trophy to our second place rider in the Super Stock category. And now to the top step of the podium in the Al Yusuf Motors Super Stock category, please welcome Manuel Parra. And once again, our representative from Al Yusuf Motors will hand over the trophy to our Race 2 winner in the Al Yusuf Motors Super Stock category. As they pose for the pictures. Be another trophy presentation done and dusted, then we can move on to our third and final podium presentation. And now we move on to the Al Yusuf Modified category. And once again, Ahmed Tariq and his team will be here assisting us to hand out the trophies to our top 3. Ladies and gentlemen, in third position in the Modified Sports Bikes, please welcome Johan Gauers. And once again, to help present our trophy, Ahmed Tariq from Al Yusuf Motors will present the third place trophy to Johan. And now let's bring up second position. Please welcome Florin Bilandine in second place overall. After not the best finish for the first race, manages to complete the weekend with a trophy that he'll walk home with, and a well-deserved second position for him. And now, to the top step of the podium in the modified sport bikes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Saeed Al Sulaiti. And a big response there from all involved for Saeed. And that wraps up the podium presentation here for the SBK National Championship. Thank you so much for joining us. As the group photos are now being taken, we'll take a short break and then we'll be back to racing action here with more action from the cars on our final race of the day, which will be for the Golf Pro Car.
Our mechanic, guys, our mechanic.
See, you set good tire pressure.
Nice burgers for you.
Why you don't tell me you guys take photos?
Healthy! Healthy! Healthy!
Come on.
Mike. Okay?
Yeah, that's
Mike, you should be alone. Leave him alone. Take a photo alone, yeah. Turn him around.
This way around. Yeah, it's broken. No, the other way, yes. Yes. Broken.
Hello everybody and welcome to the second race of the day and the final race of the day here at the Dubai Drome. This is the Golf Car race number 2. Now the cars are not here because the grid is just open. The pit lane is just open, and of course they're going to go all around the national circuit configuration and they're going to line up back up here behind us, and we're going to get to chat with a few of them. Now I'm not going to speak to Tani Hana because he told me just before the podium presentation that I jinxed him. But that means I should go talk to him again then, and let's see what happens this time around, because unfortunately he got caught up with that incident with Guru at the very beginning through the bowl complex, so that was really unfortunate. But luckily for Tahana, he did not suffer a lot of damage to the car, so that's really good, and he'll be back out there. And of course, a great recovery drive from him. He finished 3rd on the grid. Now, what we can actually do before we sort of the drivers here, I do know that there are a lot of ex-drivers that are on the grid who've raced the Golf Pro car in previous seasons. Maybe we can talk to them as well, because a lot of them are still here. They're working with a lot of drivers, whether it be driver coaching, they're working with the teams, the cars and everything like this. And of course, they have some incredible insights as well. I can see Jonathan Mullen is working his way onto the grid. He's here with the Honda EP3, if I'm not mistaken. So he'll be a little bit further down the grid. We'll see if we can sprint over and get him later on. I know James Burke is floating around. Will Morrison is here, a former Clio Cup winner as well. Kenny Morrison is here as well. Well, actually, Will Morrison's not just a winner, he's actually a champion in the Clio Cups. So we'll see if we can get words with those guys. We'll try and talk to as many of the drivers as we can. I know we've got a massive grid here. We've got somewhere close to 15 to 16 cars, so you're going to see it fill up. And there's Khalid Al-Khaja. We talked about his story before yesterday, what happened at Yas Marina. Oh, yesterday, sorry, earlier today. An incredible story for him, how he got a backup car from Avik Anwar because Avik had a spare car to give him. So that was kind of nice, wasn't it? And that got Ahmed Al-Khaja back on track. Unfortunately for Avik, I think Ahmed actually won that race. So Ahmed won the second race of the day in Avik's car. Unfortunate, right? But still, at least Avik was there to help him out when he could. Now, the Toyota the Evo GT4 car is making its way to the grid. And it looks like it's going to line up alongside, well, actually not alongside us, but right in front of us actually here. Here comes the Supra. There is, on the left-hand side of what you can see, that is Masood. Now, this is his first race in the championship. He's never participated in a race here in the Golf Pro car. And I actually want to get his thoughts to here, because how do you win a race right from the get-go? Or should we have a chat with Vasily Vatican? You know what? Let's go with Vasily, because we're already here, aren't we? We can have a chat with Vasily. I know last time I tried to talk to him at the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, he was in the zone. He really didn't want to talk to me at the time. But you know what? He's just arrived here. Vasily, you've got, hands down, one of the coolest cars on the grid. The Supra is such a cool-looking car. What's it like going from the Clio into the Supra?
The car is quite different. In some ways, it's easier to drive, but it's for sure faster.
So your biggest opponent out there is Keith Gatehouse, and you guys had a fantastic battle in that first race. Talk us through it.
Yeah, the battle was quite interesting because I'm fast in the corners and Keith is fast on the straight, so I think we'll have, again, a great battle during the second race.
So we've got more cars piling in. Vasily, good luck, and hopefully we'll see you at the top step of the podium in Class 3. So Vasily Vatican there in the Supra Evo. Let's go over to, we're not going to talk to Tani. I know he's not going to want to talk to me either, by the way, because apparently I jinxed him. But let's talk to the number 92. Masood is getting a debriefing from his team, so maybe we can't get him just yet. You know what? Let's go talk to Eduardo Miranda. I haven't spoken to him before. He is, of course, our race 1 winner in the Clio Cup category. We didn't see him for some time. Craig Thompson has just given him a heads up that he's probably going to get talked to now, and probably telling him, don't talk to him. You shouldn't do that before the start of the race. Now, Craig is telling some very important things to Eduardo here. Eduardo, you're always fun to watch. You've got the best moves here, and that last lap pull move that you did was fantastic.
Thank you so much. Hopefully I won't have to overtake anyone now, and I'll just open the gap in front.
So you got the win earlier today, and you've got another Clio lineup alongside you. You said you don't want to have to do any overtaking today, but I think the Clio category here is pretty competitive, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I'm sure I can just open the gap if I have the open space.
Well, good luck, Eduardo. Hopefully we'll see you on the top step of the podium again. Always fun to watch Eduardo here. Actually, let's talk to Keith Gatehouse, actually, if you can get a word in with him. Again, the Dragon Racing team, they're all over the place here. We'll leave them to do that then. You know what? Let's talk to one of the few female drivers that we have here on the grid, Charlotte Simmons, because I know Dad is around as well. I don't know where Dad is, though, at the moment, so I know that she is obviously behind the wheel of the car. So let's go have a chat with Charlotte Simmons. She's looked at me, and she's given me the look. She started to smirk already. Oh, let's get out of the way quickly. Let's not get run over by Pascal Bachmann. Let's see if we can open the door here to Charlotte Simmons. Do we have any more cars that are going to come through? It's okay, let's see. Does the door open like a normal car? Yes, it does. Charlotte, you are one of the few female that are racing here this weekend. So, of course, a lot of women are looking up to you. You are a star in their eyes. What do you have to say to all of them?
Don't let anything get in your way. Always go after what you want, because when you do, it's so much fun.
So you were third in race 1. You were lining up behind the 2 Clios that you finished behind. Is it going to be the top step of the podium this time around?
Let's hope so.
Well, you've been great so far. Last season was phenomenal to watch you grow and really catch up to everybody else. I know it was your rookie season, and you've come back again, and you've just shown this phenomenal pace.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, we've been working really hard. We've got a new team of mechanics in the garage with us that are really committed to making sure we get the best out of the car. It's been phenomenal so far, so really excited.
Well, thank you, Charlotte, for talking to us. I'll close the door now and I'll let you get into it, because it's weird. It's a normal door on a race car. Let's talk to Avik Anwar. He's had a bit of issues here this weekend. Maybe actually, should we talk to Ahmed Al-Khaja? You know what? Let's talk to Ahmed, because Avik here is a bit busy and there's a lot of drivers here. There's some officials looking at this here, the car here, because of course, a very weird noise coming from that car. Here is Ahmed Al-Khaja. Ahmed, last time I spoke to you, you had problems with the ECU and the power steering, but you won a race today.
We solved the problem during these 2 weeks, and the car is running really good, and I did a good job in the first race.
You did a great job on top of the step of the podium. Are you going to do it again now?
I hope so, yeah. I will.
You've got Avik right there in front of you, and the other Class 4 car is a little bit further back there, so you've got at least one car to pass.
Well, me and him, we have like in the qualify timing, I'm like faster than him for 0.5 seconds, so I think it will be a good race, and I hope I win this race as well.
Well, good luck, Ahmed, and we'll hopefully see you on the top step of the podium again. So that was our Class 4 winner. Do we have enough time? Let's quickly go down, if we can, to the Ferrari of Masoud, because, of course, first race in the championship kind of came out of nowhere. There was an incident on turn 14 through the bowl, and he took the win. Fantastic, isn't it, from Masoud? He did an amazing job, kept it cool, and, of course, Keith Gatehouse almost on track there for a podium finish position. Tanya Harder took it from him on the final lap of the race. Let's see just one quick word with Masoud. Are you there? Masoud, congratulations on winning your first race in the championship. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, it's amazing. For me, it was really good. It was my first race, and I'm really happy that I got P1.
So are you going to do it again this time round?
Now I'm going to try to focus and get P1 again.
All right, well, I'll let you focus. Good luck, and hopefully we'll see you at the top step of the podium again. How cool is that? How many drivers do we get to talk to? We've got to talk to at least 5 of them here. Now, I think best for us to clear the grid. This is another man right here, Keith Gatehouse. Vasily Vatikin said that this is the man to watch out for, because like we said, during the race, the AMG GT4 has the straight line speed, but in the corners, Vasily Vatikin's Supra has the upper hand. Now, let's move on back up to the commentary box, and I'll leave the cameraman to do some beauty shots, but we'll catch you in a few moments' time.
All right, mate. Good luck.
Sorry, getting my excitement here for the second race of the day, the final race of the day as well for the Golf Pro Car. This is race number 2. We've had a chat with a number of drivers on the grid, including our pole sitter. Great to hear from him as well after that phenomenal victory they had earlier today. I don't think he was quite expecting it, to be honest. But lo and behold, that is a victory for him and a great way to enter the championship here. Vasily Vatikin lines up alongside him. It was great to have a chat with him as well and hear what the jump is like from a Clio up to a Supra, because of course that's what he did, wasn't it? Because last season he made the jump from that 2-litre engine, but yeah, it's smaller than a 2-litre engine, isn't it, up into the 3-litre of the Supra, and it's a completely different car, completely different shape, completely different a set of rules that it conforms to, because of course the Clio's are one spec, the Supra is another. The Supra of course conforms to GT4 regulations. So Vasily Vatikin and Keith Gatehouse there line up on the first and second row respectively. Tani Hanna will line up alongside Keith Gatehouse after finishing third in the first race earlier today. He told me that I jinxed him this morning, then that was the reason he had contact, so I decided not to speak to him today. I decided to chat with a few other drivers. It'd be great to see him after the race as well. And of course we have plenty more here. David Pogosayan in the 74 lines up on the third row of the grid with Eduardo Miranda alongside for company. He had the win earlier today. He's got no Clios in front of him. He's only got a Clio to his right, to his left, no, right, yes, I was right the first time there, and he is the one he's going to charge his way through the field. He's always fantastic to watch. Pascal Bachmann lines up alongside Charlotte Simmons. Great to talk to her as well. And well, the field is now making its way through turn 16 here for the final time on the formation lap. And here we go racing again. A lot of eyes on the car of Avik Anwar as well from the officials. I know that they were looking at the noise that car was making in qualifying. He did actually end up getting a penalty and then start from the back of the grid. But we're racing here again for the second time. And a great start there from Tani Hanna, who was already around the outside and going down towards turn 1. It's going to be a great battle as well for the lead of the race between himself and Masoud, because of course Masoud in his first time in the championship. Tani Hanna, a veteran of this championship, has raced here for a number of years, and look at all the Clios that we have here today. Fantastic stuff from them, and Keith Gatehouse has got a great start as well to tuck in right behind Vasily Vatikin to ensure that he stays with the Class 3 cars. I don't think the Clios know exactly where they want to be at the moment, because we're going to try to go 2 and 3 wide through the first couple of corners. That's not going to go is it at all, as Masoud goes all the way around the outside of Tani Hanna. So great defense there from the Iranian driver. He continues on now through turn 7 as we go. And he'll go on to the back straight here for the first time. Tani looking for a way on the inside of the corner. Not quite close enough to make a move. But here we go, down towards the club link. We'll go heavy into the braking zone, and it's a sharp right turn, and Tani Hanna's going to try and take that move away. Almost come together there. Very late on the brakes indeed for Tani Hanna. Vasily Vatikin tucks in behind him, but unfortunately it looks like Keith Gatehouse is losing some time to Vasily Vatikin at the moment, as he's dropping back a little bit more than what we would have expected him to do. As now we're coming up to the first lap to be completed for our race leader Masoud, followed by Tani Hanna, then Vasily Vatikin and Keith Gatehouse are your top 4 as they make their way across the line. There goes Masoud, followed by Tani Hanna. Vasily Vatikin, followed by Keith Gatehouse. Fastest man out there, the number 92 of Masoud. Leading the Renault Clios. Who is it though when they come across the line? Is it Eduardo Miranda? Indeed it is. Pogosian runs in second, with Pascal Bachmann running in third overall. Charlotte Simmons is 4th. James Goodwood is 5th. Daniel Jones down into 10th position. Somebody's coming to the pit lane. Avik Anwar is coming to the pit lane, and I have a feeling that might be due to some technical regulation issues, and that's very unfortunate if it is for the Toyota driver, because he had to start from the pit lane last time, and this time round he's come straight into the pit lane before we've even completed a single lap. So that will give now Krishna Redipati up another position and put him into 2nd overall here in our second race of the day for the Golf Pro Car. Down into the heavy braking zone towards the club link once again we go. It is Masoud out in front of Tani Hanna by 0.5 of a second. It's 1.3 seconds back to the Supra. The Supra's losing a bit of time with Vasily Vatikin behind the wheel. Keith Gatehouse though dropping back to 2 seconds as we run at the moment. I don't think that's what he wants at all. I think he wants to continue to stay on the back bumper of Vasily Vatikin's car. But unfortunately, in the opening stages, he's not been able to do that at all. As across the line come the race leaders once again. 0.7 of a second separating the two of them. As Tanihana, Vasily Vatican and Keith Gatehouse all across the line, separated by just under 8 seconds is our top four. With the Evo Challenge, or the two Evo Challenges actually leading here, with Masoud and Tani both out in front. Masoud the quickest man out there with a 1:27.283. Keith Gatehouse currently circulating in second in class. Charlotte Simmons all over the back of Pascal Bachmann at the moment. The 28 there all over the bumper of the 41. And they're currently battling for third overall in class. There is Eduardo Miranda keeping Pogosian behind him in the 74 at the moment. So the 5 did exactly what he said to us on the grid. He didn't want to overtake anybody, he wanted to stay out in front, and it looks like he's done that right from the get-go. But I no doubt there will be a challenge for the lead from Pogosian in his debut in the championship. There's a great battle between these two, and here's another great battle between our two race leaders. The Masoud-driven number 92 and the Tanihana number 57. Again, Tanihana looking deep on the inside as Masoud tries to close the door on him. It's down through turn 16 we go again, with Masoud leading, Tanihana running in second position at the moment. Not been able to find a way through just yet has Tanihana. Great to see more of both of these two drivers in the championship. And we are missing at least one of the drivers that we had last time out on the Ferrari. That is Jan Sandman, who is not with us here this weekend. As the battle rages on for the lead of the race, and of course the lead in Class 2 as well. 0.5 of a second separate the two of them. Looks like the upper hand in Sector 2 for Tanihana, but slower through Sector 3, and that's where he's losing some time. But let's see, what about Sector 1 though, as again Tanihana looking on the inside of Masoud's car. 6.2 seconds back is Vasily Vatican from the race leader. Already at this battle for the lead of the race here. Avik Anwar's car's gone back out on track. But unfortunately that means he loses a lap to Krishna. So unfortunately a lot of catching up to do there as Ahmed Al-Khaja out there on track, leading in Class 4 again in his Toyota GT86. That's the best that time around, 1:46.932. A bit of a slow sector there though for Valerie Bachmann in the number 42 car, as our race leaders now work their way through turn 16 here. Separated by just 0.5 of a second, but it seems to be Tani just can't find a way past Masoud at the moment. He's been trying every which way. He's tried through turn 1, he's tried through turn 7, he's tried through the bowl as well, but just hasn't found a way through 16. He's also sniffed an opportunity, but Masoud has every time managed to close the door without fail. And will Masoud make it the perfect weekend when he make it 2 wins from 2? Well, he's got 18 minutes to sort that out. Keep Tanihana behind him. That's going to be a very tough ask indeed for the Iranian driver, as he's 0.4 of a second up the road at the moment from Tanihana. It's a little loose there through turn 6 by the looks of it for Tanihana. Through the long sweeping left-hander onto the back straight we go here one more time. We've got some back marker traffic now. This is the first time the leaders have come up on traffic here in our second race of the day. They're making their way up through the club link and all have to go offline there for Masoud, and that's not going to look good on the stewards either, because they'll be looking into that. He's not supposed to be going offline like that, even if there is a car in the way. Now that has handed the lead of the race to Tanihana, who stayed on track and kept all 4 wheels within the white lines as he dives deep into the corner, and now will try to extend his lead over Masoud. So Hannah now the leader of the race here by 0.7 of a second. There's more traffic building up here for our 2 race leaders. Now Masoud is going to want traffic to start building up in front of Tanihana to try and take that place back away from him and regain the lead of the race here around the Dubai Autodrome. Personal best that time round for the AMG GT4 car of Keith Gatehouse at 1:31.188. Personal best as well for James Greenwood, Daniel Jones, Ahmed Akhaja and Valerie Bachmann as well all have personal bests. As the leaders come up the back bumper of Ahmed Akhaja that time round. The car that's currently sat in 12th position overall. Gap up front is 7/10 of a second now, separating our two leaders. That is a further 8.1 seconds back to Vasily Vatikin. Here is the race leader, Eduardo Miranda, in the Clios across the line ahead of the 74 car. The 74 car, of course, David Bogosian behind the wheel. 1.6 seconds adrift from the leader in the category for Renault Clios. Viganwar now through the final corner. There's Tanihana through and underneath the starting gantry to complete yet another lap there. And now Viganwar there on the left-hand side of your screen. There's a Clio just in front of him. Now I wonder if that's Ivan Stanchin, who is just ahead as Masoud is very late in the braking zone there through turn 1. And that could have gone all wrong. Now the Clio moves offline, indicates that he's staying on the left-hand side of the track there to let the two leaders through. Actually, how far up the road are these two? Now, was that the 74 of David Bogostian? No, it wasn't. That's not David's car. So that must be Ivan Stanchin's car. As they work their way now towards the back straight again. Tanihana trying to build some time between himself and the second-placed car. Masoud, as they're now onto the back straight here. There's a gaggle of Clios in front of them at the moment. They're working their way through the club link. And that is going to be a tough ask here. We've got 3 cars that these two need to pass. And of course, if Tanihana finds him in the wrong place, it's going to spell disaster for him, because it will allow Masoud to really close that gap up. Now they're working their way down towards turn 16. Here are those 3 Clios in question. Or is it just 2 Clios in question? I think it might just be 2 Clios then by the looks of it. Yes, indeed it is. Well, there's 1 Clio all by its lonesome, and that is Charlotte Simmons behind the wheel. She's currently in 3rd position. Well, behind her is Pascal Bagman, so actually is 4 Clios in front of them. So past Tanihana goes. Masoud will follow them as well down towards turn 1. On the inside of Pascal Bagman go the 2 Ferraris, and that's close there through that corner. Because of course Pascal Bagman also in a race here as well. He's trying to challenge for that 3rd place position overall in the Clios. Doesn't want to lose too much time to Charlotte Simmons, but that's what happens when you have different spec cars in a race. You have multi-class racing. So we have Class 2, Class 3, the Renault Clios, and of course Class 4 as well. And it adds a different challenge to the other racing series that are here with us this weekend. Because of course, not only do you have the competitors around you, you have different speeds from different cars around you as well. And sometimes it can play in the favour, or sometimes it plays against you. You saw that to Masoud, who unfortunately lost out the lead to Tanihana because of a Clio working his way through the club link at the time. And unfortunately for Masoud, he had to take avoiding action and go offline. Now there's no note that's popped up on the screen, so I think maybe that move was valid there for him. Of course, he didn't essentially gain any time, nor did he gain any positions. He was just trying to get past the back marker, and that allowed Tanihana through. The gap up front has got up to 1.4 seconds on the previous lap. Let's see what it is this time round. It definitely has gone up though from 1.4, and it's got up to 2.3 seconds. So Masoud unfortunately losing 9/10 of a second that time round on Tanihana as they work their way now down towards turn 1 here. 13 minutes remaining on the clock. We've almost successfully elapsed half race distance here at the Dubai Autodrome. There is Keith Gatehouse now, currently running in 3rd overall, second overall in Class 2. There is the leader, in Class 3. Vasily and Keith both in Class 3, not Class 2. That's where the Supra and the AMG GT4 line. Unfortunately for Keith Gatehouse, it's not been a successful run as he had in the first race earlier today, where he was really fighting it out with the Supra of Vasily Vatikin. He seems to have lost a significant amount of time, not just because of the traffic. 12 minutes to go on the clock. We've successfully elapsed half race distance here, incident free, as the Clios work their way, led by James Greenwood at the moment. And you can see the two Gen 5s, and there's a single Gen 3 Clio in the mix as well. Now, Masoud has got into the lead of the race. Now, what's happened to Tani Hana? He must have had a mistake somewhere on track, because he was putting a gap between himself and Masoud, but now the gap has gone 4.4 seconds to Masoud, who now leads here at the Dubai Autodrome. Now, there is a warning coming for a driver. I'm feeling some track limits as well. So what is the number that we'll be seeing here? There's a 4 and another, well, there's a 1, so it's 41. Pascal Bachmann will be warned about track limits by the looks of it, as the black and white flag will be deployed for Pascal. Well, he's just got to cross the line before that came out, so it'll be some time before he sees that. Let's have a look at a replay here of Tani Hana. Now that is through turn 16 as well, that he was facing the wrong direction, and he had a hard charging Masoud there coming towards him. Great job there from Masoud to avoid that incident there. Didn't quite see that, but of course that is just out of our shot there. Shout out there to the production van for catching that and showing us exactly why Tani Hana lost time and how Masoud got through and added that gap of 4.4 seconds between himself and Tani Hana. Here is the race leader once again, back out in front, started on pole position, looking for another race victory here, trying to make it 2 for 2 here in his Ferrari 408 Challenge Evo, being run by Dragon Racing. And again, extending the lead between himself. I've just realised as well, Tani Hana cannot blame me for that spin either. It's not the commentator's curse this time round. He did it all by his lonesome, because I did not speak to him on the grid, and I know he said it was my fault that incident happened between himself and Guru. But this time round, I did not interview him, so I am scot-free this time. As Masoud continues to lead, he's stuck now behind the Class 4 leader of Ahmed Al-Khaja. Al-Khaja moves offline and allows Masoud through. The next target is a Clio for Masoud as he continues on. It's not Daniel Jones that's in front of him. Daniel Jones is a little bit further back because he's already gone past Daniel Jones. And of course, Jones's car is easy to spot because it is the Generation 3 Clio, the older spec car, not the new spec car. There's Tani Hana. He's got two Clio. Well, he's got a Clio and a Class 4 GT86 in between himself and the next car. And that's Masoud. Well, he's made quick work of that. He's got them both in the braking zone before the club link with 9 minutes remaining on the clock. What can Tani Hana do with 5.1 seconds separating himself and the race leader? In the Clio Cups, though, Eduardo Miranda is 1.6 seconds up the road from David Pogosian, with Charlotte Simmons circulating in third, 12.9 seconds adrift. But of course, she is 3.9 seconds ahead of James Greenwood, who has Pascal Bachmann and Daniel Jones breathing down his neck at the moment. In Class 4, Ahmed Al-Khaja leads by just 1.4 seconds at the moment. And now that gap has come down to 0.3 of a second, separating the Class 4 leaders. They're battling it out for the top step of the podium. Can Krishna get his first podium finish here on the top step this weekend? Well, it certainly is a chance for him to do so. It'll be a great way for him to end the weekend as well with the Honda EP3, if he can take the position. And here is Avik Anwar, currently circulating in third position overall in Class 4 at the moment. Car does sound a lot different to what he did in the first race. Currently shown as 2 laps behind Valerie Bachmann, who is in front of him, who in turn is behind Karishna Redipati. So there's a car between them. Well, actually there's 2 laps and a car between them. And here is that battle with James Greenwood on the left of your picture, with the two R2 Race Clios there, the Gen 3 and the Gen 5. Pascal Bachmann and Daniel Jones driving those 2 cars respectively. Daniel Jones in the background, just lurking, biding his time to see what happens between Greenwood and Bachmann here. Now what can these two do about... Well, what can Daniel Jones actually do about these two? Because he's the one that's behind. He's the one lurking behind Greenwood and Bachmann as they continue on now through the first sector. Now these two are battling it out, or sorry, these 3 are battling for 4th position overall here at the Dubai Autodrome. The 27, 41 and 3 at the moment. as they work their way through the long left-hander and onto the back straight here. Now this is a chance for Daniel Jones to close the gap up a bit here and try to dive to the inside on the right-hand side. But it looks like he's a little bit too far back to make a move as they work their way through the club link. Personal best that time round though for Ivan Stanchin, who's a little bit further back from this battle. He's currently sat in 6th position in the Clios. A lot further back actually. How far back is he? 17.2 seconds adrift. Daniel Jones has showed us 0.5 of a second back from Pascal, and 0.3 of a second was back from Greenwood. But this battle will continue on here, and pretty sure to the end of the race. There is another Clio up in the distance. That's Charlotte Simmons, who sits 5.8 seconds up the road. Now these three need to do is they need to work together and try and find a way to the back bumper of Charlotte Simmons, and that way we can have a 4-way battle for the 3rd step of the podium in the Renault Clio class. And that will be a fantastic battle that we'll have on our hands. Race leader across the line. He was 6.4 seconds up the road from this man right here, Tanihana, who comes across the line now. And that gap has come down by 0.4 of a second. 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock here for our second race of the day for the Golf Pro Car, and our final race of the day here at the Dubai Autodrome. Tanihana had a fantastic drive in race 1 after the early collision with Guru through the Bowl complex, and well, Tanihana walked away pretty much scot-free. A little bit of damage there to the left rear of the car in that first race. So the team have done a good job of covering that up as well, as they're trying to spot the white marks that were on the side of the car, the left rear as well, right behind the wheel arch was where the damage was. Keith Gatehouse still circulating in 4th overall, trying to catch Vasily Vatikin, but unfortunately traffic just not playing in his hands, and he's now 15 seconds adrift at the moment from Vasily Vatikin. Only 4 cars left on the lead lap. It is the 92, 57, 96 and 8 that lead, or are on the lead lap, excuse me. Of those 4, 2 of them are leaders in class. Masoud in the 92, Masoud, excuse me, in the 92 is the race leader in Class 2, and Class 3 goes the way of Vasily Vatikin at the moment. In the Renault Clios, Eduardo Miranda leads by 0.9 of a second at the line as James Greenwood is under pressure once again. By 0.2 of a second is how much pressure he's under at the moment. But Eduardo, 0.9 of a second up the road, and in Class 4, Ahmed Al-Khaja is 1.7 seconds up the road from his closest rival. Track limits flag comes out, and a warning for car number 57. Now 57 is Tanihana. That's the man sitting in 2nd position. That might be how he's clawing back some time, but I don't imagine him putting all 4 wheels off track too many times. But he's done it somewhere, and unfortunately he's been triggered. Well, he's triggered something, and there is the race leader in Class 4, and there is the 2nd place car in Class 4, the Honda EP3 of Krishna. You can see there's a decent sized gap between Ahmed Al-Khaja at the moment. As we said, it's 1.7 seconds, about a corner between the 2 of them at the moment as he crests the hill, and he's got Avik Anwar right up behind him. But unfortunately for Avik, even though if he gets through, unfortunately that will not be the 2nd step of the podium, excuse me, for him. It will still be the 3rd step of the podium because he's shown as 2 laps down from Krishna as they work their way now across the line. Ahmed Al-Khaja continues to lead in Class 4. There is the Honda EP3 and Avik Anwar there behind the wheel of his GT86. A flash of the lights there from, I think that's the leading Clio, indeed it is, as Eduardo Miranda. So Avik Anwar lets him through. Of course, Avik will be racing one of these cars later on this season in the Clio Cup Middle East. Can't wait to see that, as a lot of the weekends he'll be doing double duty in that in the series, because of course he'll be doing the Golf Pro Car and of course Clio Cup Middle East as well. Masoud now heavy into the braking zone. I think that was another Clio on his inside. Indeed was. It was Charlotte Simmons who moves out of the way with 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock here for our second race of the day, and our final race of the day actually for the weekend. This is the second race of the Golf Pro Car series. If you joined us on the live stream, thank you so much. We really appreciate your company. Do check out the Dubai Autodrome when you can. It's a fantastic destination to get your racing fix whenever you need it. With 2 minutes left on the clock, Vasily Vanakin is sitting comfortably in the lead of Class 3, 18.3 seconds up the road from his closest rival of Keith Gatehouse. Now, is this the battle that was between Eduardo Miranda and David Pogosian? I don't think so. It looks like Pogosian has dropped back, because that's not the 74, that's the 64. Yes, it is. That's Ivan Stanchin. And here is the race leader in Class 3, the 96, the GR Supra GT4 Evo. With 1.5 minutes left on the clock here for our final race of the day. James Greenwood is still able to keep Pascal Bachmann at bay behind him, but these three not able to catch Charlotte Simmons. Not able to work together are these three. As deep into the corner goes James Greenwood ahead of Pascal. One wheel up in the air on the right-hand side. And there is Daniel Jones in the older spec Clio. Keeping up is the old Clio as well. Great to see it still racing here in the Golf Pro car. There's Pascal looking for each and every way to pass James Greenwood. He's going to try the long way round turn 1. That's not going to work for him, but he's going to try and get the cut back here and try a deep dive to the inside, but unfortunately not close enough to make a move. And now I think the last lap board is out. Indeed it is. So this is the last lap of the race. Now the race leader is currently working his way through sector 2 at the moment. Vasily Vanakin is fast approach this group of Clios here, led by James Greenwood, and he's going to have to go all the way around the outside. But that's okay, because there's a 19-second gap between himself and his closest rival of Keith Gatehouse. And well, 25 minutes are officially over, so that means indeed this is the final lap of the race here around the Dubai Autodrome. We wait for Masoud Jibiran to work his way through the final corner. That's not him yet. The Ferrari is there now. The checker flag waves, and another victory for Masoud, and he'll be very, very happy with that. A great way to end the weekend, and a great way to enter the championship as well. 2 wins from 2 for Masoud, with Tanihana across the line there in second. David Pogosian, unfortunately, there across the line in second in the Clio, so unfortunately will not be able to challenge for the race victory in class. Charlotte Simmons will come across the line. Alongside her will be Karishna Redipati and Valerie Bachmann. Ahmed Akash was across the line as well. That takes the victory in Class 4. James Greenwood, was able to keep Pascal Bachmann and Daniel Jones at bay, and stay in 4th overall in the Renault Clios. Vasily Vanakin also across the line there, as with Keith Gatehouse. So both of those across the line, 1st and 2nd in Class 3. So now we just await the leader in the Renault Clios to work his way through the final couple of corners here around the Dubai Autodrome. Well, he's actually working his way through sector 2 on this lap. So he was just in front of the leaders there before they came to collect the checker flag. So he managed to get one extra lap in. Don't think he would have wanted to have that extra lap. However, it does secure the victory for him, as both 2nd and 3rd, Pogosian and Simmons, have both gone across the line. So Eduardo Miranda will be the last car to come across the line. He's currently working his way now through sector 3. And as we said, he'll be the last car to see the checkered flag. And it waves for him as he'll make it 2 for 2 here as well. And well, that wraps up our final race of the day, and our final race as well for the Golf Pro Car Series. We'll wait now for the drivers to make their way to the podium presentation area. And before they do that, of course, they will slot into position just outside Parc Ferme. Number 1 spot, once again reserved for Masoud. Another great drive from him, and Tanihana will slot into 2nd position. Vasily Vanakin will pull up into the 3rd place slots, and that will be on the right-hand side of Masoud, as there is your race winner for the Golf Pro Car Series, race number 2. And the winner overall in Class 2 as well. A well-deserved victory again for him. He was smiling from ear to ear when we had a chat with him down on the grid. Great to see new faces in the paddock area, and of course racing here with us as well as Vasily Vatikin now will pull his car up into the third placed position, reserved just for him as he pulls up. So a switch there between Hanna and Vladikin, as there is Tani Hanna out of the car, sunglasses on already as well. I see a team manager is being summoned, and 57 is also being summoned as well. Interesting enough, 57 is Tani Hanna, this man right here, is being asked to report to the stewards. I'm not sure if that is for track limits or for another reason. And car 71 is Avik Anwar as well, who will have to report to the stewards office as well. So that wraps up our second and final race of the day for the Golf Pro Car. We'll have the trophy presentation shortly, but of course before we do that, we'll have a quick glimpse of all the action that's taken place here today during the Golf Pro Car race number 2, and we'll see all the highlights shortly. As the queue builds up there for Parc Ferme. There was Avik Anwar, big thumbs up there from the crowd. And those who are here to support their favourite drivers here in the Golf Pro Car Series. We'll of course have 4 podiums as we did last time. So 1, 2, 3 in Class 2, 3, 4, and of course the Renault Clios. And of course, we'll do this all again tomorrow. We have one race tomorrow, which you can join live here at the Dubai Autodrome. And that will be the 45-minute enduro sprint race, the third and final race as well for the Golf Radical Cup. As final checks there underway for the drivers. Of course, it is mandatory as well. Hopefully there will be no change in the results for our top 3 in their respective categories, but of course we'll wait and see. Now let's have a recap of our final race for the Golf Pro Car today.
1, 2, 3. One, two, three.
Hello everybody and welcome to the final podium presentation of the day. This is for the Golf Pro Car Series, and I know that we have the two drivers ready for Class 2, so let's get them over and done with as soon as we can. Let's bring them out in reverse order as always. In second position, please welcome Tani Hana. And to the top step of the podium, please welcome Masood. And to help us present the trophies, we've once again got two marshals here who will help us. First of all, we'd like Vamsi to present the second place trophy in class to Tani Hana. And then we'll invite Farhan to present the first place trophy in Class 2 to, of course, our winner, Masood. And I've just seen that Class 3 is complete, so let's move on quickly to Class 3. And again, let's bring them out in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place, please welcome Keith Gatehouse. And in Class 3, please welcome to the top step of the podium, Vasily Vladikin. And to help us once again present the trophies now for Class 3, we invite Vamsi once again to help us present the second place trophy in Class 2, Keith Gatehouse. And now we invite Farhan to present the first place trophy in Class 2, Vasily Vladikin. Now we'll move on to the Renault Clios, and of course, we're going to bring them out in reverse order. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place, please welcome Charlotte Simmons. In second position in the Renault Clios, please welcome David Pogosian. And to the top step of the podium in the Renault Clios, please welcome Eduardo Miranda. And to help us present the trophies, let's first invite Jello, who will present our third place trophy in the Renault Clios to Charlotte Simmons. Now we invite Vamsi back from the Marshals team to help us present the second place trophy in the category to David Pogosian. And last but not least, we invite Farhan to present the winner's trophy in the Renault Clios to Eduardo Miranda. And with the photo done, let's move on now to our final class of the day, and that, of course, will be Class 4. In third place, please welcome Avik Anwar. In second position, please welcome Karishna Reddy Patti. And to the top step of the podium in Class 4, please welcome Ahmed Al Khaja. And once again, our marshals will help us present the trophies here in Class 4. And we invite Jello to present the third place trophy in Class 4 to Avik Anwar. We'd then like to invite Vamsi back once again to present the second place trophy in Class 4 to Karishna Reddy Patti. And last but not least, let's invite Farhan back one last time to present the winner's trophy in Class 4 to Ahmed Al Khaja. And that wraps up our podium presentation here for Golf Pro Kart. It also wraps up our live streaming for today. Thank you so much for watching. And if you're here in the grandstands, thank you so much for joining us. A big thank you to the marshals, to the drivers, the teams, and all the officials and everyone else who made this event so successful, because without you, we wouldn't be able to do this. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you soon.